Loving everything you do, ooh, girl, loving you. Damn, I wanted to play some music, but I can't play it because YouTube gonna flag my shit and probably delete it. Probably get copyrighted. Oh damn, I need my headphones too. What's the deal, party people? What the deal? Fisherman KB. Open. How do I do this? I got an Android phone. I essentially got three phones. I'm live on. I'm about to go live on TikTok, but I'm just trying to set this shit up so I can go on like Instagram live, so y'all could talk to me there too. So the people who don't have more than 1,000 followers can holla at your boy. And the crazy part is I don't know the password for this shit. There goes my baby. Send it. Hold on, fellas. Need those headphones. There she go. There she go. There she go. There she go. And you don't know how good it feels to call you my girl. All right, whatever. We gonna have to call it a night for that shit because I was trying to go live on here on the Instagrams, right? Setting. Okay. Personal details. Okay, so let's try it. Cause I didn't send the text. Did it go through? It did not. 92938978814. Oh, that's what happened. I put the wrong number. My one person on YouTube, can you hear me just fine? Let me know. Let me know. Say continue. Whatever. That's about to be a dub. We're just gonna start it. Let's get into it, guys. Are you ready for the podcast? Boom, 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 boom. What podcast number? If somebody could tell me what podcast number this is, I'll send you a free pair of glasses if you get it right. How good it feels to call you my girl. There goes my baby. 230,000 plays. Because honestly, I'm not even sure. All right. I think this is podcast number 180. Oh, I said it. 181. All right, guys, let's get into it. Podcast number 181. Effects. How good it feels to call you my girl. There goes my baby. Ooh, love me. That is not exactly the one that I want. Oh, because my camera. That's why. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold the hell on. All right. Let's do it. All right, guys. Podcast number 181. Is my headphones on? Oh shit. It's not even on. Yeah, delete that. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. All right, podcast number 181. Today we're going to be talking about the good woman. Do good women still exist? I know a lot of guys have lost faith in this. And I feel like if you're a real female, you will concede and say that the thinking of the women in this generation are very different. And I think that is very prevalent. Um, is very prevalent that the women in this generation are very different. I don't think a lot of people would disagree with that. But the one thing that I wanted to talk about, and obviously, that's what my channel is all about. It's about men being men. But a part of being a man is not just making money. You're not just, a wallet. You're not just, chasing women. It's a lot more that goes into it, right? Having integrity, being a provider, having mental sanity, knowing how to fend for yourself before you can fend for a family, but also knowing how to choose the right woman. Um, and I think that one thing we always focus on the negativity. We never really focus on the positive side. And if you're on TikTok, you see that I obviously we're subjugating Kiki Palmer, but we so focused on her that obviously right now Usher's in Vegas and he's giving out concerts, right? He's doing concerts, but and a lot of people try to justify her behavior, but when we look at Sweetie, right, and we don't even know who Sweetie's with. I've heard rumors maybe she's with YG, or I don't know. They were seen leaving a club, but we don't know that for sure. But look how she conducted herself versus how Kiki Palmer did, right? And you can see that there, and that's just an example, but not really what I wanted to get into. But my whole point was we focus on the ratchet and the unruly type of woman, right? Because it's so prevalent nowadays. Um, a lot of guys tend to get ridiculed. A lot of guys tend to get, you know, called all types of names like misogynistic and a bigot and all this crazy stuff if he wants a woman that is not unruly, if he wants a woman that still holds traditional values. And I've come to tell you guys that these women do still exist. I've had plenty of women message me about the situation, and even, just so many saying that I would never do this, especially after I did a live on this, right? A lot of women, a lot. And even the women in my personal life, even I've even asked my mom about this shit. And I think for the people who disagree with that, they also think it's very crazy how unanimous that so many people will justify those actions, right? But I want you guys to know that there are loyal women out there. Like not just like loyal to like say that, oh, I'm not going to cheat. Loyal to I'm not going to cheat under any circumstances. Anything that looks like cheating, anything that is representative of cheating, anything that would equate to cheating, anything that parallels with cheating. There are women out there that won't do it. So, one thing I want you to guys to know is don't always focus on that. And don't focus on and don't say like, oh, well, I understand it's a celebrity, right? I seen one video and a guy, they were at the Usher concert and he says, I hope my woman gets to uh get serenaded by Usher. I hope he comes up to her and sings to her. Now you do have some men that are okay with that. And if you're okay with that, that's fine. We usually call those type of men cucks. Right? We usually call those type of men cucks because I think jealousy is something natural. And jealousy is something that, from a psychological standpoint, that keeps relationships together. Usually, when a man is jealous, um, it's an indicator that he cares. It's an indicator that he loves you, and it's an indicator that he doesn't want anyone um, to conduct himself how he does with his lady, or even anything remotely close. And a lot of the problems today that women will complain and say, oh, you're jealous, this and that, and third, you're insecure. But when you don't get a man that displays this type of jealousy, you're usually in a bit of a conundrum because usually you're probably dealing with a player or somebody who is probably messing around with other women. Now, that's not the case all the time because I think you do have exceptional situations. Like for me, for example, myself, I am a super busy person. And I'm very understanding. I still have boundaries and I still set boundaries. I don't think I'm in particularly very jealous. Um, but those are rare people. Most guys will be jealous and most guys will set standards. So if you get a man that actually cares and you get a man that actually loves you and wants you, these things are natural. But the problem is you have a lot of women saying that, oh, you're insecure, you're this and that and the third. But it's like, do you want your man not to care? Like, do you want your man to not give a flying fuck? Like, I don't understand how, it's like a lot nowadays, a lot of the women, they want their cake and they want to eat it too. It's like, well, I don't want a man to be jealous, but I also want him to care. It's like you really can't have one without the other, right? And I just want guys to understand there are loyal women out there and not just loyal to a certain degree, loyal beyond belief. Like I know a lot of people think that if your girl has a celebrity crush, it is okay for her to jump at the chance and act like a fan and act inappropriate because it's a celebrity. Let's be realistic, right? Like it's a one-time thing. Why are you getting upset? First of all, that is not only a major red flag, but you should add that to the list of things if a female says that as a part of the reason why you shouldn't be with her. Because at the end of the day, you have to understand, celebrity or not, that is still another human being. That is still another man at the end of the day, right? Um, and if she thinks that it's okay for her to fan out over this person, if she thinks that it's okay to jump at the opportunity to be with this person because it's celebrity and it's a one in a lifetime chance, you have a woman that is not loyal. There should never be any exceptions. Now, I can understand if you're in a situation and she says, yes, that's okay for you too, right? Because let's look at it like this. What if that did happen and she did get that chance to be with that celebrity, her celebrity crush? Are you going to accept her cheating on you? Because ultimately, that is what is going to happen in most cases. Very few cases where a girl gets to see her celebrity crush that she has posters of. And in some cases, which I think is crazy, I had one client who had his girlfriend had a picture of Chris Brown on her background and not him. And they've been together for years. That's utter blasphemy. And the problem is guys are okay with this. I seen a street interview and the girl was like, "Oh, I forgot who it was. I think it was maybe Ed Sheeran." She was like, "Ed Sheeran's my celebrity crush." And she said, and she's with her boyfriend in this interview. And he said, "Well," and the guy asked him, "Do you know that's a celebrity crush?" He said, "Yeah." "Well, would you cheat if you had the opportunity?" She said, "Yeah." And she was like, "Well, does your man know that?" And he said, "Yeah, I know that." Listen, you have to understand, and this is one thing guys don't understand, and you have to speak up against this. You have to speak up against this. Just because it's somebody famous and you think that, oh, she's never going to meet her. Oh, they're never going to see each other. They're never going to see each other. No, don't play that shit. Don't accept it because it's a mindset. If she would cheat with that person, let's say, for example, that she meets an exact lookalike, a guy that looks exactly like her celebrity crush. Maybe he looks like him, but better. So what is going to happen? Is she still going to stay loyal? Is she not going to cheat on you? Don't accept that celebrity crush shit and don't what I'm saying, don't accept it and don't allow it to be told and talked about in your face because ultimately it is disrespectful. Men, you need to learn to understand and take your standards to a new level. And listen, this is not a red pill spill. This is not that. Because I don't think that you shouldn't be you should still be romantic with your girl. You should still tell your girl you love her. You should still go on dates. I don't even believe in the idea of 50-50. I think if at the very least it should be 60-40, right? At the very least, you should do more for her at financially than she's doing for you, right? So don't think that it's to some extreme. No, but what I'm saying is have standards for yourself and have respect for yourself and don't accept anything like this because a lot of men will accept that and say, "Oh, well, what's the chances she's going to meet him? What are the chances that she's going to, actually hook up with Chris Brown or Justin Bieber or, Michael B. Jordan or Leonardo DiCaprio?" No, absolutely not. And if she says that, that's a mindset. If she's bold enough and has the balls to say that shit to my face, that person's not for me. I want loyalty to be unanimous. I want it to be overall. We do not make exceptions for that shit. Because I promise you, if it was the other way around, there would be a problem. Okay, well, you say, well, let's say if she's okay with that, then that's a situation that I guess if you're okay with being in and understand that those possibilities can really happen. I don't think guys think about the ramifications. How are you going to do that? It's not like even if she hooked up with a celebrity, she's going to get some money out of it. These guys hook up with women all the time. It'll be a one night thing. Think about that. So you're okay with your woman sleeping with somebody else? Just understand that loyal women are out there. And if your woman refuses to give you that opportunity, then or give you that type of loyalty, then maybe you need to reevaluate your relationship. And the point of me saying this is a lot of guys give in to the arguments and the narrative are getting canceled, but you can't get canceled in real life. Only way you're gonna get canceled in real life is if you're being unalived. And I'm saying unalived because I'm on TikTok, so I don't want them to ban me, right? You can't really get canceled. If it's not affecting your money, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what anybody says. Stand up to that shit. And this is why by the year, according to that article that I read, by the year 2030, half the women in America are going to be single. Understand that there are loyal women out there, and there are good women out there. You don't have to succumb to this shit. You don't have to give into this bullshit narrative. And honestly, if you see this situation and you discuss this situation with your girl about the Kiki Palmer thing and with the Usher thing, you need to question her if she justifies that behavior because she can only fall into two categories. Either she's a hypocrite or she's a low quality female. What are the two? Because I am aware that a lot of females try to justify what happened, but they won't do it themselves. Right? They would never do it. Simple. 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 And I don't think anybody being single has anything to do with it. It's either you either fall into one or the other, right? Because if you can justify it, that is it's an implication of how you think of your mindset. I did this I did this yesterday, and there were literally women coming up here and saying, "Oh, it's only Usher." Like, and then my follow-up question was, so you think that celebrities get exceptions? So celebrities get to break the rules, and your man or your boyfriend shouldn't have to say anything about it. Is that what you're saying? And some woman had the nerve to say yes. But this is why I tell guys, make sure you filter the women out that you date. Make sure you set boundaries before you make these women your girlfriends and your wives, and make sure you're stern on it. Understand that there are submissive women out there. There are loyal women out there, right? And not and you can say submissive, and then when you say submissive, they say, "Oh, you want a slave. You want to serve it." No, I don't want a slave. If slavery is illegal in the United States. Yeah, it may exist some parts of the world still, but it is illegal in the United States. I don't want a slave. I would like somebody who has a mind of their own. I would like somebody who has their own opinions, but I want somebody who's going to cooperate with me. I want somebody who's going to get along with me. I want somebody who's not going to be unruly and combat me on everything. I would prefer somebody who listens. Yes, we do want loyal and submissive women, but that doesn't mean I want a slave. And on the flip side too, fellas, you have to understand you also know how to lead if you're going to have a submissive woman, right? And don't take these women who have selective when they want to be selective with their submissiveness, right? And what does that look like? Oh, the woman that says, "Oh, well, he got to know how to lead. He got to know how to lead, or he got to pay all my bills, and then yeah, maybe I'll be submissive to him." Because you may not have it now, but later on, you may be in the future, may be able to take care of her bills and do all those things for her. But that selective submissiveness, that's selective because being a submissive is a character. That's a character trait. It's an implication of compliance, being agreeing. And most women are more agreeing than men are. But that it's an implication of your personality trait. So if it's not her default mode, that's not who she is. And I promise you, because it's not who she is, you're going to run into problems. You're going to run into problems. Make sure you filter these women out. If she has a hard time with it, make sure you filter the woman out. But understand there are women out there. There are women that are super loyal, super submissive, right? There are women out there. There are women out there that, that don't want a lot of attention. The women that say, "Well, I'm only doing this because, when I go out and dress half naked, um, I'm only doing it because I'm doing it for me." Right? Like I wouldn't take my shirt off on Instagram and show my six-pack abs and my muscles and say, "Well, I'm just doing this for me. I don't want a lot of likes. I don't want attention. I don't want to promote me. I don't want to promote my absolutely not. I am doing it for that purpose. I want to grow my page. I want more followers. I want to inspire people. I want to motivate people. I would never run this nonsense rhetoric that I'm doing it for myself. It's 1,000% bull. Now, you can say, "Oh, I don't believe that. No, that's not right." Well, listen, you don't have to agree with it. You don't have to agree with it. It's nonsense. Nobody goes out to the club by themselves half naked, looking better than she's ever been, full blown makeup, talking about, "Yeah, I'm in a relationship, but I'm just going out with my friends." No. If you go to where single people are doing single people things, you're going to have single people results. And what are single people results? People are going to come up to you. People are going to talk to you. People are going to hit on you. You are now subjugating yourself to men, looking to get with you. So don't fall for that shit when people say, "Well, I'm just looking good for myself." And understand that there are women out there who don't want a lot of attention. There are women out there that would prefer to be with you and go out with you. Now, if she's looking good and she's with you and she says, "I want to look good for you, baby. I want to look good for my man." Okay, cool. Cool. That's fine. We're with that. We're okay with that. And listen, we're not saying that the women who do that are they're bad people. No, I'm pretty sure they're great people. We just not going to tolerate it. It's simple because we don't have to, right? You could call me a bigot. You could say, oh, well, you were insecure. You want a slave. Okay, cool. Whatever. Say what you want. I'm not going to deal with you. Good luck getting married. Right? This is the thing. You don't have to deal with them. It's like that whole idea is like, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here, right? Like, you ain't got to listen to me, but you ain't about to deal with me. You don't have to give in to the rhetoric. You don't have to get into the narrative, right? Because we know this is how things go nowadays. This is how things go nowadays. When a woman does something like that, she is disrespecting you. She's disrespecting you. No woman is gonna go up there and be serenaded by a whole nother man. It doesn't matter if he's an R&B singer or not. It doesn't matter if he's an R&B legend. And Usher is an R&B legend, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I was looking at it, I was like, while I'm looking at these videos with him like singing to these, I'm singing along. I'm singing along because it's great music. It's phenomenal music, right? Just phenomenal music. But her actions are wrong. And there are a younger generation of men that think this shit is okay, and it's not. Now you have a lot of men out there that are cucks. They don't know they're cucks, but that's okay. If you want to do that, that's fine. That's your prerogative, and you can do that. But for the majority of men that don't want to deal with that, you don't have to. If you don't want a woman with a high body count, that's okay. That's okay. And usually the women who get mad at that are usually the women who identify themselves, right? Not all the time. Sometimes they can be hypocrites, right? They justify what other people do, but they don't do it themselves. I don't understand why somebody would advocate something for someone else that you don't do yourself. It's clear hypocrisy. So if you're not a hypocrite, then you kind of expose yourself like, oh wow, why are you judging women? Oh, you're such a misogynist. Yeah, whatever, dude. Call me what you want. It's a free country. I can say what I want, right? Except for when I'm on TikTok. I can say what I want. I just don't have to deal with you. There are women out there that want to keep their body count low. And you know, and it's such hypocrisy because I have not ever had a girlfriend and she comes and tells me her drama and talks about, oh, Keisha a hoe, or Stacy a hoe, Stacy this, Stacy that. Talking about her, oh, she done slept with another man. Oh, damn, baby, that's crazy. For real? Yeah, she did. She just met this guy. This is like the third guy this week. She slept with all of them. Yeah, she slept with all of them. Oh, that's crazy. Right? Other women will condemn other women for this behavior, right? But then other women also come to other women's defenses too. We know it. We know it. So if you don't want a woman with a high body count, all these debates talking about, oh, body count matters. It doesn't matter. Yes, it does. If you, with the simple idea of scarcity, nobody wants anything that's super available to everybody, right? With the simple idea of scarcity. If I say this is the last phone case like it in the world, I can sell it for whatever I want. Why? Because it's in demand. Very simple logic. I don't have to get into science and this and that and the third. And at the end of the day, you don't have to go back and forth with anybody. That's what you want. Keep it simple as that. Simple. Fuck you going back and forth with somebody for? I've seen so many guys say, oh, I don't want to upset anybody, but you girls, you kind of no, say it straight up. Straight up. You don't want that, you don't have to have it. Let them say what they want. Like it's like people skipped kindergarten. Very rudimentary rules. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but your words will never hurt me. Y'all motherfuckers afraid to. No. You saying that and sticking up for what you want, nobody's gonna unalive you. You're not like, it's not like you're going against big pharmaceutical companies where they're losing millions. Absolutely not. This is what we want. Men have standards too. Speak up for yourself and stop caring about what other people say. Like, this is so basic, because we're not the one who needs a whole bunch of congregation of people to come defend us. There are women out there like that. There are women out there that have morals. There are God-fearing women, right? There are women that think that, oh, well, I don't want to go out every night. I don't want to drink every night.
Trust me, I've been with these women. There are women that say, well, I don't talk to more than one man at one time. I don't sleep with one man at more than one man at one time. There are women out there like that. And understand, just be patient enough to find them. There are, in the United States alone, women outnumber men. But then we also have to throw into the factor that I think like 90% of people in jails are men that get locked up. So you got a whole community of men that are in jail. You have some women that are away from him, but more than likely, no. That you have another group of men that are part of the LGBTQ, right? The one that just don't like women are the one that want to be women, right? That's them. That's their belief state. That's fine. They can have that. But understand, you will have a plethora of options. And then even if all fails in America, go to another country. I would suggest learn game. It'll be a lot easier. Hit the link in the bio and get the ebook. Make her obsessed. But you have a plethora of options. You don't have to deal with this. And I suggest that you don't. You don't give it into it. You don't go back and forth with somebody. If you want to do it for argument's sake, sure. You can go back and forth with people. But you don't have to. There are women out there with morals. There are women out there that are honest and truthful. You will have women say Keke Palmer was wrong. Look, sweetie didn't do it. He even asked her, Usher even asked her, you want to sing my song? She said no. I seen the video. I seen her do it. You ever see that video with Beanie Siegel on Twitter? He's like, I seen him do it. You have women that they are honest and truthful. You have women that will call other women out on their shit. These women do exist. And that's what we need to start focusing on. Don't be negative. Oh, women it is. No, don't talk bad about women. Let's talk about the good women out there. Let's congratulate those women, right? We don't want the vindictive woman. Oh, you cheat on me, I'm gonna get my lick back. Oh, really now? You will never need to get a lick back because I am not wifing you. Thank you for letting me know who you are. Thank you for showing me who you are. Never wife a vindictive woman. Because the amount of energy it takes for her to stay with you, to try to hurt you versus just leaving, those are the differences between a high quality and a low quality woman. These women do exist. The high quality woman is either one, she's going to leave you alone and that's it. She's done with you. And that does more damage because you're going to beg for her back ultimately in most cases. Or she's going to forgive you and work things out. These are the type of women that you put in a position to be your wife or the mother of your child. The ones that won't try to do something to hurt you. But that's why you have to ask women these questions. You have to look at ask them about their past, right? Don't be so judgmental. Ask them about this. Look at the things that they defend. If your girl's defending Keke Palmer and saying she's not wrong. I had one woman say yesterday, oh, well, I think what she did was, it wasn't that bad. But what Marcus, I think that's her ex-boyfriend now, what he did was worse. He commented on it. And she said it was analogous to her being at a male strip club and him grabbing her by the hair and pulling and yanking her off stage. She said what he did by tweeting was analogous to that because he commented on her motherhood. The person who has a child with her. The only person qualified to speak on it said something, and he gets called a hater. If anybody speaks on who was more qualified to speak on that type of situation than that man? Like it's just the logic is just listen, all logic has left society. When you have we know this now. We know this. So my point is you can't go back and forth with these people at this point. Because at this point you have to stand up for what you believe in because you're being oppressed. If you say you disagree with something and you're becoming misogynistic and you're called a bigot, if I don't agree with somebody's sexual preference, but I say live your life, I'm a bigot. I'm homophobe, transphobe. If I don't think that somebody a man can become a woman can become a man, and gender and sex is not synonymous. Like if I don't agree with those things, now I'm being called names and I'm being oppressed. But my point in saying this, guys, don't go back and forth with these people. You don't have to, unless you're opening up for foot debates and free conversation. You don't have to go back and forth with these people. And understand the woman that you want, the women that aren't selfish, the giving women, the loyal, submissive woman, they're out there, you know? And understand that shit that happened, that shit that Keke Palmer did, she doesn't have respect for that man. We don't know the dynamics. We don't know the ins and outs of their relationships, but I've seen it enough. In the past 3 years, I've spoke to about 1,000 or more men that book and pay for consultations. And it's always usually the same all across the board. There's always exceptions, but when a woman doesn't have respect for her man, these type of things happen. Never compromise that. Never compromise your standards. Never compromise your morals. Be very strict and stand on it. There are good women out there, and you can have these women. There might be more of a fight for them, but you don't have to compromise these things, you know, and learn to say no. Right? I had a girl a few maybe about an hour ago hit me up talking about, oh, can you want me to come over? First of all, I don't talk to you like that. I haven't texted you in days. And you think that you're just going to come over and sleep with me? Absolutely not. Now, obviously, you know, somebody who says something like that, sex doesn't come hard for them. So I can understand that guys that don't get it a lot, they may be a little more open, but learn to say no. I promise you that girl's going to hit me back, because now I have become a challenge for her. Most girls are not used to hearing no. Stand on your morals, stand on your standards, and don't compromise them. We're going to wrap up this podcast. This is podcast number 181. We're going to open up the floor for questions. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who have a lot to say. But look, and I just want to mention this before I end the podcast. Look, Sweetie didn't do none of that shit. And even if you look at what Keke Palmer's doing, before she even got on stage, she had her phone talking about, oh my God, flipping the camera when he took his shirt off. Is that how somebody acts in a relationship? Is that appropriate behavior? Absolutely not. But how do you avoid this? Don't wife these women. Before you even get in a relationship with them, cut it off. Cut it off. Don't even make the mistake. Learn to filter women out. And before you make things official, set boundaries. And also, don't wife them right away. This is game. Don't wife them right away. I know a lot of girls think, oh, a man knows what he wants right away. It won't take long, girl. He gonna wife you in a month. No, that's bullshit. Somebody with some wisdom is gonna let maybe a few months go by, because everybody's on their best behavior for about 4 or 5 months, right? Nobody's gonna show their real behavior at first. Let that shit unfold. Let her expose herself a bit. And if she passes the test and she meets those standards, you filter out, she's not vindictive, and she hit all the check marks, maybe one is a little off, make sure it's not an important one, then cool, wife her. But don't stand for this shit. You don't have to. You ain't got to go back and forth with nobody. It's simple. But all right, we're gonna end this podcast. So podcast number 181. And then we're gonna go to TikTok and talk to some people. Guys, make sure you hit the link in the bio, subscribe to the podcast on Spotify. Damn, these headphones got me hot as fuck. So let's take some questions. I'm over here sweating. Hold on. I feel like a pastor in a church. I feel like the Shaykh in the masjid. Okay. How you doing, man? What's your name? Where you from? What you got to say on the topic?
What up, man?
How you doing?
I'm from the DMV.
Okay, DMV in the house.
Yeah, my name is Techley.
All right.
I agree, man. Like, I think you have to set standards, and you have to. I was kind of reading through the comments, and like the women were incredulous that a man would want his. In this case, this man is not married, and that's one of the mistakes he made. But like the idea that a married man will want his wife dressing a certain way and engaging people in a certain way is not insecure, and it's not jealousy. It's like the basics of a relationship that are based on trust and having standards. Luckily, I'm Muslim. We don't have this challenge.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum,
Assalamu alaikum,
brother.
brother. So we don't have this challenge because like the simple rule we use is like the way I approach a woman. Like I'm at 23 years old. I'm a virgin, and I have no like I don't dream about sleeping around or doing none of that because our paradigm is public, purposeful, and limited.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a stranger woman, it's not your family.
Mm-hmm.
You keep your interactions public. You keep your interactions purposeful, and you keep them limited. If it's a coworker, you're cordial, you're nice at work, you do what you got to do. You know, if it's a classmate, similarly. But I'm not going to hit up a coworker at 9 p.m. for advice on life.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how I'm going to deal with a stranger woman,
Mm-hmm.
right? I can go to my family for advice, my mom, my cousin, my auntie. There's no reason for me to engage and to emotionally open up to a strange woman that I don't know, and vice versa. So I think society has gotten rid of the informal rules of like gender interactions and the social grace that should be there, to the point where a woman who's in a committed relationship dancing on an entertainer. I don't care what Usher is. Usher can be anything that he wants, celebrity, a man with a lot of money. It doesn't make sense for a grown woman to be dancing up on him like that. Similarly, as it would for a married man or a man in a relationship to just be, you know, around a woman like that.
Well, no, and 100% I agree with you. And it doesn't matter if she's not married. It doesn't matter if she's not married. Um, and this is the problem. And this is why I tell guys do not wife women before uh before this, right? You don't give them, because you know women have this logic, oh, she's not married, so that makes it okay. So are we doing these things in regular relationships, right? And this is it.
100%.
But hold on. And this is why in America, you know, by the year 2030, over half the women in America won't be married because they have this mindset. Oh, she's not married. Oh, so because she's not married, that makes what she's doing is okay. I don't understand that. And you know what? I hope she does, and I hope that man doesn't want to marry her. And I hope he doesn't marry her because she doesn't deserve to be married. I would never wife somebody who does that. Absolutely not. My thing is,
if this wasn't a sign for him, what would it be? Yeah.
my thing is, you don't promote somebody if they don't earn it. And women have this logic that, oh, well, if I'm not his wife, I'm not going to do wife duties. So would you not show somebody that you qualify to be a wife before you are a wife? And you know, they don't use this logic when it comes to the workforce. If somebody wants a promotion, they say, well, I'm not going to do all those things. I'm not going to show you I can do all those things for the position that I want. Give me the position first, and then I'll do it. They don't use that logic for nothing else but a relationship. Not all. Some women do, because the whole point of the podcast today was that there are good women out there, and we don't focus on these type of women, right? So when you hear a woman use that type of logic, you look at her and you filter these women out. And this is why you have to get to know a woman before you make her your wife, right? And these are not high quality women who speak like that. Oh, well, I'm not going to cook for you. If you want me to cook for you, you want me to do this. You don't want me to dance on another man. And listen, my mom told me at a very young age, right? When I was, you know, a little younger, I'm not old, but I said at one point, I said, I'm gonna just keep messing with mad girls. I'm gonna get all these girls because they on me. And when I want to get married, I'm gonna just get married and I'm gonna just cut them all off and keep my wifey. Well, she said, you know what? Certain habits are habitual, right? They're habitual. So
100%.
if you think that you're going to act this way for the duration of years before you get married, and you think when you get married that these things are just going to stop, no, it is a habit now. And because it's a habit, it's going to die slow. So it's the same thing with women. If you think that you're going to do whatever, you think you're going to be unruly and you're going to not be loyal and display high levels of loyalty, and once you get married it's just going to start, no, it's going to be a problem just as it was before you were married. You're going to have these issues. That's what logic says.
Exactly. If you don't have boundaries before you get married, why are you going to magically start? Like, is a light bulb going to switch right when you get married? Like, now I have to cut off my previous interactions. And on top of that, this whole idea of the excuse being he's a celebrity, this is a weird parasocial, like, modern phenomenon. Like, this celebrity doesn't know you. Like, they dead ass don't know you exist, to, like, you pull up to this party or function or whatever it is. For you to project that much emotion onto someone who might not know you exist is kind of weird to begin with. So this whole excuse of, oh, it's a concert, oh, it's a celebrity, that's very peculiar.
Mm-hmm. And you know, the funny, and I think it's like a deeper issue, and this is the part that I don't understand. I think women, they believe that when you speak up you speak up against things and you speak your mind, they almost feel like their freedoms are being infringed upon, so they almost have to hurry and like skate to like defend something, anything that a woman does, whether it's wrong or right. You know, and there are, and the whole point is, there are women that will call her out on her shit. There are women that will say, no, she was 1,000% wrong and I wouldn't do that. Let's be real. Right. And the whole reason why I did this for a second time is because we look at Sweetie, we don't know her to be in a relationship. And even if she is, that's not something she has broadcasted, but she didn't do that because whoever she's talking to, right, or even herself, she has respect for. Men have boundaries also. We do. And you need to stand on them. And I find it funny how so many people disagree in the comments, but nobody wants to come up and talk about it.
Yeah, a lot of them are saying something to the effect of, like, what, marriage doesn't matter. It's funny that the modern person, they'll sign a contract to lease an apartment. They'll sign a contract for work. Heck, they'll sign a contract for their goddamn subscription service. But when it comes to one of the most important parts of their life, they're like, I don't need a piece of paper to define my relationship. I don't need to sign the contract that is marriage, because, that's below me.
Well, you got to understand, when you separate church and state, one of these ideals that they have in America, that how do you say, um, traditional morals, they don't exist, and a lot of these people are not God fearing. But there are God fearing women out there. There are people who have traditional morals, right? Um, but and that's a part of the problem, right? When you take away that and you don't have that level of religiosity, when you have objective morality, and then when you don't have these type of things, and anything goes, anything flies, you're in a society where you can just do whatever, and if you do something, they don't want to be judged. So when that happens, this is what you're going to see. Now marriage doesn't matter, I'm going to do whatever. But when they're older, right, and you're alone and your children are all grown and out the house and you're by yourself, a lot of them will regret their decisions. But that's not all women, though. Like I said, and I don't want to focus on the negative, but there are lots of good women out there that don't understand, that don't like go against that. So yeah, a lot of women project. Men are manipulating. No, only the men that you deal with. Perhaps you should choose different ones. People only project what you like, and that's the thing with women. They can only think about. They can only talk from their perspective. It's always your paradigm, right? And then when
Oh, yep.
and then when women agree, they call them pick-me's.
Yeah, she said, y'all crying about women, so I'm going to start dating other men. No, and then that's the same girl who was saying, y'all taking advice from someone who's not in a relationship or not getting pussy. Sister, my goal is not to get pussy. It's a surprise, but, like, that is not a goal in life. It is not to waste 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. clubbing, trying to get the chance of seducing a half drunkard girl. That's not, like, my goal in life.
But see, that's the thing, though, because that's the only type of men that they talk to, and that's only how they see themselves. They only see themselves as sexual. So when they say, "Oh, you're talking to somebody who doesn't get pussy," they're gonna say, "Well, because that's the only thing they see themselves as. Is that the only thing you're worth? Right? Is that the only thing that you're? Women are more than just pussy, right? They're more than just that. So when women say, "Oh, you taking advice from a man," because she just exposed herself for how she thinks about herself. And then, like, if they can't have an intellectual conversation or an intellectual debate, they just go to insults because it's just emotions. You understand? So never really give into that. But we got a new person that came up. What's your name? Where you from? And what would you like to say on the topic?
All right, my name Conscious. I'm from Michigan.
Okay.
And
Michigan in the
my
house.
wife was talking about this earlier, you know what I'm saying? So
Uh-huh.
and me and my wife been together for about we've been married for about 7 years, but we've been together for like 18, 19. You feel me? So I was telling her about it, and even my wife was like, "Why she leave out the house with that on?" You feel me? Like, why would she wear that? Knowing like it's different. You feel me? Like if that was just her dude she was messing around with, that'd be different. But this is your husband. You feel me? Like, why are you leaving the crib like that?
Well, correction. I don't think that is her husband. I think he's just her baby father, and they were in a relationship. Yeah, but even still, the same thing goes.
Yeah. Even still, like
yeah,
it's a line of respect.
right.
You feel me? Like I'm not finna like if my wife be like, "Look, babe, I know it's gray sweatpants season. I don't want you wearing no gray sweatpants. Out of respect, all right, I got you, babe. I ain't gonna do that because I know, you know."
But you know what I find funny, that even though she's not married, women say, "Well, she's not married, so it's okay." So I think these women agree that it's okay for cheating in relationships. I think those women like to be cheated on, or those women don't mind being cheated on, and they don't really have any boundaries in their relationships. Because why would you say that, oh, she's not married, so it's okay? So what you're implying is that because she's not married, it's okay for women to get cheated on also? Is it the same thing vice versa? Or is it just for the women, right? Because it doesn't make sense logically.
Yeah, and another thing, I don't know if anybody else spoke about it either, but like I would have waited till she got to the crib and cut into her. I wouldn't have went public like that, and right, because I mean, you know, she got a career and stuff like that. I'd have been mad for sure. But when she got to the crib, I'd have been like, yo, that shit wasn't cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would you, you know?
Well, I think that's an individual thing. I do think that he was upset. Obviously, he was upset. But why should he show her that same mercy when what some people would consider what she did cheating?
Well, yeah.
Some people would consider what she did cheating. And if the ramifications of you cheating is you get looked at in a bad light, or you lose a brand deal, like I don't think what he did was anywhere near equal. Because I've had women tell me that, oh, if you flirt with another woman, that's cheating. If you texting another woman, that's cheating. Let alone in another man's arm, being recorded in front of thousands of people, which was later broadcasted on only social media in front of millions of people, publicly humiliating her man and doing something that correlates with cheating. I think what she did is far more worse. Now, I'm not saying that what he did was okay, but I can understand what he did, and I can understand why he did it. But why spare her when she didn't have any fucks to give about him? You understand what I'm saying? So it's just like, yeah, I can understand your position when you say, well, I would have just waited until I got home to tour her a new one. But I don't think she deserves that much. You know, that I don't think she deserves that. I honestly, I probably would have left her. I probably would have left her. Now they have a kid together, so I can understand why they maybe wouldn't. But I would have left her ass after that, because I've never been through that, and I'm not going to start now. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Man, these women in these comments is man.
Getting a relationship isn't hard.
That is wild, man.
But look,
thing,
but
man, that's like I can see why I can see why he went public with it, because this woman like put it on her public social media story, and like it was a very much public act. I would still be of the opinion it's better to solve it in private, but I can see his frustration where he went public with it. And that's the thing again about boundaries. Like I'm 23 and I work with people much older than me. These people, men and women alike, they'll drink on work dinners. They'll openly flirt. You could tell there's no boundaries between these people. Like this erosion of like social norms. Of course, they're gonna fall into cheating and doing weird shit because like they have no boundaries.
Exactly. But I don't really give into it. I don't really pay it too much mind. All right. I don't really talk about it too much. I don't really give into it, because if you care about what they say, you know, then you get to it. But you have to stand up for it. And if you continuously stand up for it, the younger generation will understand what a relationship is supposed to be like. But when you have women, and then you have women with these mindset, and they're raising kids to think that this shit is okay, and it's not.
No,
it's not.
Somebody said it's Usher. He not a regular guy. What the fuck do that mean?
But that's the thing. But that's a clear indicator that they believe celebrities get exceptions. So because he's rich or he has a certain type of status that he gets to do whatever he wants. But that's what I'm telling guys. If you get a woman to say something like that, do not wife her, because she thinks that other men have privilege over you, and you're setting yourself up for disaster from the jump.
Right.
From the jump.
Whether it's man or woman, like it can be a female or a male celebrity, that doesn't change the equation. Like if you don't respect your relationship enough to walk out for a stranger that doesn't even know you exist. Again, parasocial relationship.
I would just love for some of these women to come up here and actually talk. And I think they're afraid because they would see how they sound. And I don't think they want to embarrass themselves to hear how they sound, because it's absolutely nuts. Oh, he's a celebrity. Oh, okay. So
yeah, that don't got shit.
Right? Like it's nuts. It's nuts.
That'd still be messed up. That'd be hella messed up.
Regardless, that's crazy.
And honestly, these celebrities, I don't know why people like follow their lives that heavily, because these people, they have like society got eroding morals, and these celebrities have like even worse morals. Like we saw what Jada and Will were doing. Weird dynamics. These people don't have stable relationships.
Jada and Will, let's not talk about them. That's something totally different. I done heard some rumors about them. Listen.
That's what I'm saying. These people have weird morals. They have weird personal
Listen,
lives.
anybody
Why do we even care about
anybody who will sleep with their children, with their children's friends, it's nuts.
Bro, that's wild. That's crazy.
But this exposes, look at the women, and they say this. That's why I said they're either hypocrites or they're low quality women. Because if you wouldn't do it yourself, but you justify it, you're a hypocrite. But then if you think that that's okay, you're not somebody of high integrity. You're a low quality female. And no, obviously we know that men will wife it, but I don't think you deserve a good man.
I think that's the weakest link amongst men, is like, in general, the societal expectation would go up if there wasn't simps. Like, and a simp isn't like just like a poor man too. You got NBA players flying porn stars out. As long as you got men like that in society, there's gonna be no standard across the board.
Yeah, facts. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's usually how it goes, though.
Hey, we gotta let some of these women tap in.
They don't want to. They don't want to, and that's the thing. They don't want to come up.
Come on,
they in the comments chatting, but they don't want to come up. They don't want to come up. Last person that came up. What's your name? Where you from? And what you got to say on the topic?
My name is Albert. I'm from Nigeria. When I saw this stuff, though,
what you think about the topic?
I feel it's double standards, right? I feel it's double standards, and it's pure hypocrisy, because you find women that say they might not necessarily agree to the simple thing like a like on another woman's page, but you're out here. And the worst part about it is, I went through the comments and stuff, and I saw people talking about he didn't wife her up yet. I mean, lastly, I feel it's all a power game, right? Because in as much as the guy on the side, I'm sure Marius definitely has some money. He ain't broke. He's holding himself down. So Kiki having fame does not necessarily mean that she has the right to disrespect the nigga. Right.
Oh, wait, hold on. Try not to say that word. Let's try to keep the language appropriate, because I don't want to get the live canceled, please.
All right, no problem. She doesn't have the right to disrespect him, because money equates power, and regardless of how much money she or he might have made, I don't also think that Kiki has. She's low quality to me. No offense, man. She's always been low quality to me. I mean, she's hopped on some Steve Harvey shows, and I don't even feel Steve Harvey on the side is the ideal representation of black men. Giving some quality advice on how men should live their life and how women should treat men and shit like that. But then again, I mean, she's very close to the black community, and whenever someone has a following of that amount, you get to see that whatever they say, bullshit or not, BS or not, it gets some kind of acceptance. You understand? So,
Well,
for this whole thing,
I think that I do think that Kiki Palmer, I think she's a very beautiful girl. I don't
most definitely,
I don't think I
most
don't
definitely.
but I think that certain men bring out certain women, a different side of certain women. Um, Now we don't know what that man makes. Nobody knows what he makes. Nobody even know
But
what
he
he
makes
does.
something. I'm sure he does make something.
Yeah, but nobody knows what he does. But people just jump to assumption because she's famous and he's not. So they go with the assumption that he's making more. But nobody knows that. You don't know that. You don't know that. And
That's
just looking at some of the response from women, I've never dealt with a woman like that, and I've never dealt with a woman that has justified this, right? And it makes me a lot more grateful for the woman I deal or have deal with or have dealt with in the past, to see that they're not like this, right? And then you wonder why there's so many single women, because like their mindset is jacked up, and obviously there's a lot of reasons for it, but not all women are like this. Not all.
when I saw this, right, I was very happy it didn't trigger me, because most people get triggered by this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have personally had to deal with this in the past, right? And I
And
have
how'd
a
you deal
bit
with it in the
into it,
past?
and it got yeah, I had to deal with something almost exactly like this in the past, right? And in as much as I wasn't, I wouldn't say I was the guy I was supposed to be at that, because I really feel deep down it's the man's fault, right? Deep down, we all know it's the guy's fault. We know we cannot control another female. Definitely, you cannot control an adult, and nobody's claiming perfection here or anything. But if you want a traditional man, you have to be a traditional woman. It doesn't work the other way around. So if you don't want to be submissive, because I know the word submissive triggers a lot of modern females. If you really don't want to be submissive, stay single. I really don't mind how much you make. I mean, she can always cop Usher anytime she wants. Probably a few other male celebrities that she has under her radar. So, I mean, if that was really the point, why didn't she just do it at once? And you chose to be with this guy, right? Then why can't you submit to him?
Well,
Then you come online and
there's probably a lot of reasons for that. I'm pretty sure their dynamics are probably a little jacked up. Somebody tried to tell me she was an exhibitionist. Listen, that's not a good thing. And somebody was like, "Well, her body is growing after a pregnancy, and she's looking curvy, so she wants to show it off." Like, listen, first of all, an exhibitionist can be considered a paraphilia, right? We know what exhibitionists are. Exhibitionists are those people who wear trench coats and flash little kids, right? So if you're an exhibitionist and you get turned on by people seeing your nude body, I think that'd be teetering a mental disorder. So it's really hard to justify what she did, right? It's really hard either way you look at it. But there's a new person that came up. I want that person to introduce yourself, where you're from, and what would you like to say on the topic? I think it's Layla Watch.
Hi,
How you doing?
Lala.
Okay.
Hi, I'm pretty good. I'm Lala. I'm originally from Connecticut, but I live in Florida now.
Okay.
I'm a little bit older than probably everybody here.
It's okay. You don't have to say your age.
Well, I'm saying it because I guess I'm coming from a different perspective. I think sometimes people who haven't been married have a different perspective than people who have been married.
Okay.
But the gentleman, I just want to address one thing. The gentleman said if a woman wants a traditional man, then she should be a traditional woman. I counter that and say if a traditional man wants a traditional woman, he has to be prepared to do the traditional man things. So let's start with, if he wanted to do it right, we all know he should have put a ring on it first before they did anything. Okay, let's start there. If you want her to respect you as the man of the house, You earn that by being the man of the house. You want to be the head. The head is responsible for everything when it comes to his family. Everything, spiritually, emotionally, physically, financially, all of it. But he slid in and did what he did. They have a baby together. That doesn't make him head of the house. That's first of all. Second of all, in this particular situation, I feel that he's a hypocrite because, for one, he has pictures of himself in boxer shorts on his social media, dressed down. There's a video of her shaking her ass, and he posted that video. But then she goes to a concert, and she was clearly fangirling. A lot of girls like Usher. She probably grew up on Usher. She was fangirling. It wasn't about disrespecting her man. She was just excited to be there. And so if she wasn't who she was and she had done the same thing, nobody would be talking about it. Nobody. But because it's Keke Palmer and she had a moment, it's the issue. The next thing I have to say, if he was truly a man and head of the household, why did he bring it to social media? Why did everybody in the world have to know that he had an issue? What was the point of that? Because man who's head of the household commands respect. And he clearly doesn't command respect between the two of them.
Okay, so I have hold on. I have a few questions for you. So you said he didn't wife her. Yeah, hold on. You said he didn't wife her, so that makes him not a man. So because he didn't wife her, he doesn't deserve respect from her.
He 100% deserves respect from her, but he's not the head of her house.
So because he's not the head of her house, he doesn't deserve respect from her.
He does deserve respect if he's earned respect. I'm not saying that she has the right to disrespect him, but I feel like we're giving him we're saying that she was responsible to respect him in a way like he was her husband, but he's not that. So when you want to be able to command that level of respect, then you step up and you're like, okay, like he said, it's representing me. When I represent you, there's a ring on my finger.
So question. So only women that are married deserve to respect their husbands. So all the tons of millions of people that have boyfriends that are boyfriends and girlfriends, they don't deserve respect from, or they don't deserve to be the head of the household. Or they don't deserve the type of husbandly respect of humiliating their man in front of millions. So they don't deserve that respect until you put a ring on it.
So let me be clear.
Yeah, please.
I've been married and I have a significant other currently, right?
Okay.
I respect the man that I'm with currently. Who I do not do things that I find disrespectful. Do I go out and sometimes the dress I have on the front is a little low? Yeah. Now, if he came to me and was like, babe, listen, you know, that shirt was a little bit too low. I'd be like, okay, you know, I'll take it under advisement. I got it. I understand you don't necessarily like it. But if you take pictures of me like that and post it to social media, if you come out and you have on sweatpants that show your bulge, you can't have it both ways. But again, my man who commands respect wouldn't need to post to social media and say, look at what you did. He'd pull me aside and be like, babe, listen, I felt like that was disrespectful. And everybody gets the opportunity to make a mistake. I'm sure he's not perfect either. And so if he had said to her, privately, I didn't appreciate it. I felt disrespected. She could then look at him and say, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you. I was fangirling. I thought my outfit looked good. Because look at the millions of men that will stand there and idolize Rihanna and Beyonce and all of them, Kim Kardashian, the list goes on. That's okay, though.
Okay, so hold on a second. You're saying a lot. You got to give me a chance to respond.
Sorry.
It's okay.
You're right.
So once it was already made public, right? It's already made public in front of millions, and well, initially in front of thousands of people. So once
can you answer my question? What did she do? What do you guys?
Well, hold on. You said a lot. Hold on a second. Hold on.
No, I just want to say
all right. Well, hold on. I'll get to that. I want to try to understand your point of contingent, right? So, so you think that once it was already public, right, and it's already seen initially by thousands of people, and with the introduction of social media, then on to millions of people, it's already a public situation, right? So you didn't think that what he did was wrong for, and it makes him less of a man, and he doesn't command respect for speaking on it. But what she did was already public. It was already a public matter. So you think he's wrong for making a comment?
Yes, because you don't reveal to the world your divided household. People may have saw it, and some people might have been like, "Wow, that was a little too much." But between the two of them, if he found it disrespectful, he should have had enough respect for her to talk to her about it.
Wait. After, hold on. Let her finish. Hold on. So you wanted him. Hold on.
So you embarrassed her.
Hold on, Lala. So you wanted him to have respect for her after she publicly disrespected him. So he should have never said nothing. He should hold on. He should have just took that on the chin after she embarrassed him. So he should just turn the other cheek and be respectful after he was publicly humiliated.
Okay, first answer my question. What did she do to disrespect him? Let's hear that.
Well, I've had people on this app. I've had people tell me, like, for example, I've seen hundreds, matter of fact, thousands of comments with the Little Uzi and what Ice Spice situation. And I've had girls, I can tell you anecdotal, right? I've had women tell me if I flirt with another woman, that's cheating. If I look at another woman in another way, if I do anything that is representative, that can look like it can lead to cheating, I am qualified as a cheater. So this woman gets on stage, not only is she fanning over another human being, right?
As millions of people do.
Hold on. We're going to get to that in a second because you done fucked up with that. And I'm going to tell you why. But before that,
I never fucked up, sir.
All right, we'll see. But the point is, what she did could be qualified as cheating on stage in front of millions of people. Now, I do agree he addressed the wrong thing. Obviously, he didn't like how she dressed, but like you said, she already was, publicly naked. He recording her and her nakedness and while she was pregnant. I already tell guys, don't wife women, don't get into situations if you don't like that shit. I already talked about that before you came on here. So that's something we can agree on. But the point is what she did, her actions. So you don't think her actions could qualify as cheating?
And spend half a paycheck.
No. Hold on. Time out. Hold on. We're not talking about other men. We're talking about the situation at hand. You just asked me what she did wrong. I said it could be qualified as cheating. You don't think what she did was okay? You think that was okay?
Would I have done it? No.
So does that make you a hypocrite?
I'm not her. I'm not knocking her for what she did. She's an individual. This is because, let me say this, they're both entertainers, right? What's going to happen when she does a movie where she has to simulate sex? Is that cheating?
Hold on. Because I got a few more questions for her. So how does that not make you a hypocrite? If you can say, I wouldn't do something myself, but you would advocate it be okay for somebody else.
Because I'm about about to be 50 years old.
That your age has nothing to do with anything, ma'am.
Of course not. And when I was in my 20s and I looked like that, may I have, just because to me, is it the most modest outfit? No. But do women wear less? Yes.
Ma'am, she was wearing lingerie. That wasn't an outfit. That was lingerie.
You gotta be kidding me.
That's lingerie.
By the extent of exposure.
Okay, so let's say and I'm only saying this to appease the situation. Let's say what she did was wrong. I'll concede that point for a moment, okay? So let's say what she did was wrong. And of course, is Keke Palmer Usher is going to go all over the world. Where is the headship that says, I answer to God, my woman answers to me, which really only happens when you're a husband.
You sure you want to bring in that conversation right now?
Wait a minute.
Don't do it. Don't do it, because it's a losing conversation. Don't do it. I'm gonna let you stop right now, because that is a losing conversation. Don't even do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No point to him bringing it to the world.
Don't do it.
If he didn't bring it to the world, that's just period, point blank.
Well, first of all, hold on. You don't want to. You still want to bring God into this, or you want to concede to that point and leave that out?
What you mean?
Because you okay. Well, first of all, how she went outside. If you're talking biblical verses, if you're talking God by any Abrahamic religion, not acceptable. And I just read the other day, I'm not even Christian, but I read the other day a verse in the Bible, a woman that doesn't cover her head who doesn't cover herself and cover her head should shave her head on some neck shit. So don't get into that, because that's a losing battle. What she did under, hold on, let me finish. No, time out. Let me finish. Under any circumstances, when you talk religion, that's a losing conversation overall, right? And if her man didn't like that, it doesn't matter how they live. When he said it be done, that's it. Because if you're talking about head of the household, a man is supposed to lead it, and she's supposed to hold on. She's supposed to worship her man as she's supposed to listen to her man, obey her man as if he's the Lord. I think that's how the verse goes. But even furthermore, if you're talking religion, the relationship isn't okay either way. She had a child outside of marriage. So that whole relationship is no good. So don't even talk about religion. Don't say the commandment comes from God and then comes down from, because she has no respect for that man at all whatsoever. So that's a losing conversation. So don't bring religion to this, because you have no conversation there at all. Please and thank you. And
okay, all right, but this is the thing, and it goes back to my original premise. He wants the respect of being head of the house. He wants her to represent his family. Then he should have put a ring on it first.
So let me ask you a question. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue with you on this. So do you think that if you think, would you agree that going from a wife to a girlfriend is kind of like a level up?
In terms of the relationship, it is.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so look, why would I promote somebody? Why would I give somebody a level up if I don't think she qualifies for that position? And she's doing things like this. Well, if she's doing things like this and doesn't respect that man, why would he make her a wife? Right?
So then why would he move into her home, get her pregnant, display it all to the world? And if he doesn't feel like she's a quality woman enough, I'm out.
Well, first things first. Well, first things first. We don't know what he thinks, right? Two, we don't know what he does. We don't know their circumstances like that. I mean, honestly, I don't know if he lives with her. If you do, please inform me. And second, if when you have a kid with somebody, I can understand why you stay with somebody, right? That is one of the biggest reasons why people do stay together, but that doesn't always save relationships, right?
Not at all.
But the point is you don't just wife somebody, especially if there's not showing qualities of a wife. And then I think it's highly hypocritical for you to say that you wouldn't do that. And I bet you're a respectful woman, and that's probably why you wouldn't do that. And you being your age, being 50 something years old, you'd most definitely come from a different generation, right?
I just turned 50. I'm not 50. I mean, I'm about to be 50.
Uh,
But what I'm saying is, when I was in my 20s, I wore shirts, skirts, really low cut.
Did you did you wear something like she wore? Did you wear see-through clothing and basically underwear under where everybody can see? She's basically naked. That she was basically wearing things that look like lingerie. Did you wear things like that is the question. And be honest.
I actually had an outfit that was see-through, but I wore a bra and underwear, black bra and underwear that was under it, and I was married. And I was on a cruise with my husband.
Okay, and I just have one last question for you, because there's other people that want to speak to you. You said that it was Usher, so she was fangirling. So you believe that celebrities are exceptions over regular people? You think that?
Absolutely not.
So why would you justify her actions in saying it's just Usher? I don't understand.
What the point I was trying to make was that a lot of people have what they would declare favorite artists, people that they grew up with.
Right.
She's also a musician,
and
I think that she was excited just to be there,
right?
And then he singled her out. Of all the people there, he singles her out.
Right.
And so that's what I mean by fangirling. Like, all these thousands of people here, he singles me out, and he's saying to me, but that type of thing happens at every concert. I just want to give you another example, and then we can let the other
please
talk.
No, I'm gonna respond to this, but I wanna hear what you got to say. Give me the other example.
There was an award show, I believe, and it was with Destiny's Child when they were together. And I can't remember the song they were singing off the top of my head, but they brought 3 men from the audience, put them on chairs, and danced all over them like they were strippers. Okay? Jay-Z, if he was going to be mad about that, did not go to the didn't take it in a public forum. You understand what I'm saying? For me, that doesn't look like headship. For me, for other people, maybe it does. But headship is like, I have to take control over my family. There's a way you go about headship. And let me say one other thing. My father was head of my house, right?
Okay, hold on. I want to be respectful, but I want to respond to some of the things you said, and now it's getting really personal. You said a lot, and I want to be able to respond. First things first, you keep talking about headship. That doesn't matter, because they're not married, right? You said they're not married, and if you hold on, I let you speak. I let you speak, so let me speak. You said headship. That doesn't matter anymore, because you already said, if he wanted to marry her, he would marry her. Then he would be the head of his household. And if he's not the head of his household without a ring, then that means that there's nothing else to talk about, because if he wanted her to listen, he should have been the head of the household, right? So that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. And basically what you're saying, because he's a celebrity, that means that it's okay for her to do things that would qualify as cheating. And this is the reason why let me finish. This is the reason why I put Sweetie up here. Because he did that same thing to her, and he's done this to plenty of women, and they don't run into his arms. They don't start singing. They don't start dancing with him on stage and doing things that qualify as cheating. And you're still basically saying, because he's a celebrity, that he has privilege and exceptions over other people. Well, not everybody thinks like that. At the end of the day, he's still a man, and he's still a human being. Yes, he may have more resources. He may have more popularity, but that is a character thing. I don't care who it is. And a lot of people think like that, right? I don't care who it is. I don't care if it was Usher. I don't care if it was the president. I don't care if it was anybody to ever walk the earth. That does not make what she did okay. And you're basically saying that you think that celebrities have exceptions over other people. That's not cool, and it's not fair. And let's not talk about Jay-Z and Beyonce, because Jay-Z basically pimps his wife, right? And I'm a big Jay-Z fan. I'm from New York. I think Jay-Z and Nas probably one of the best rappers to ever live. I'm a big fan. Right? I still listen to his first album, but when we talk about the two, Obviously, he doesn't have a problem with it. And Jay-Z's been accused of pimping his own wife for a lot of the things he did. So I don't think that's the best example to give.
I was only citing that example to say that if he did have a problem with it, he didn't make it public. That was my own. That was the only point of that. I'm not saying that it was right. To me, I wouldn't want to see my man dancing, and you know what I'm saying, like in the reverse. I wouldn't want to see my man basically stripping for a woman in front of a national audience. I wouldn't want to see.
But my thing is, if that's the case, then why would you justify? You wouldn't do it yourself. You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't allow her to do it. So why are you justifying it? And that's the whole point of the title. Either you're a hypocrite, because I know a lot of women that would agree with that wouldn't do it, but they try to justify and advocate what she did. But you wouldn't do it yourself. I don't understand. Why would you say something's okay for something that you wouldn't do? Why would you do that?
Okay. Because she has her own body autonomy. She's allowed to decide for herself what's right and wrong. I can't necessarily sit in judgment of her. What I would do or wouldn't do is my own personal thing. But I'm not going to sit here and look at her and be like, "You're a low quality woman because you wore that outfit and you fangirls because it was Usher."
But then you have but when you say that, you have to concede. You have to concede to the fact that you're now a hypocrite, because by definition, that is you are displaying hypocrisy.
Absolutely not.
All right. Well, by definition, you are.
Absolutely not.
By definition, you are. I don't know.
Well, that's your opinion.
That's not my opinion, but I'm just saying by the word hypocrisy, you are defining it.
Okay, Nodi, you had a question?
Hold on. You don't dismiss me. I'm the host, right? You don't. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know you qualify as a hypocrite. I'm just letting you know that.
And I said I agree to disagree.
Okay, well, look up the word. You certainly do. But whoever wants to comment on what she had to say, you can.
Well, basically, I would love to hear this from Much. No offense to Leila. You made some very pretty good points. And yeah, nobody can really take someone's opinion, right? Everyone is entitled to their opinion. But I want to ask you one thing, right? Because you keep going back and forth, and let's put you in this situation, because the disrespect is not just to Darius, right? It's an extension for not just him, his family, his friends. I mean, in the future, probably his other children, his nephews, and if you were his mom, and this is the only thing I'm going to say on this, for any other females in this comment section that justify that shit, if you were his sister or his mother, and your son came to you and was like, "Oh, see what my fiance or my girlfriend wore outside, and see what she's doing," would you accept to it? That's just all I wanted to know.
Okay, good, because I have a 30-year-old son. What I would have said to him was, do you love her? Does she love you? Did you talk to her about it? Did you explain what about it you didn't like? Was she receptive? Did she understand? Did she accept that going forward, she's not going to do it? Yes or no? And then my son can make his own grown man decision. It's not for me to accept or not accept. It's for my son to decide based on how he feels. And I would say, you have a child, you've already run down the road, skipped, did not collect your $200. So now you got to deal with the circumstances that you've created. You got to lay in the bed that's you made.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Lala. So, do you think what she did qualify? We already know you wouldn't do it, so I know you're above that, and I don't think you're a low quality woman. I just think you're displaying hypocrisy. But what I wanted to ask you was, what I wanted to ask you was, it's not personal. I just got to call it for what it is. But I wanted to ask you was, do you think what she did was cheating? Yes or no?
No.
Would you understand how some women or some men could consider that cheating?
No.
Okay. So if if you've seen somebody do something like that, do you think that they have the potential to cheat?
Everybody does.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from with it. That's fine. Okay, that's all I wanted to ask you.
Everybody has the potential to cheat.
Right.
It doesn't matter. You have women who appear promiscuous and they're virgins.
Okay. Rini, just say your name where you're.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Somebody called me granny. You too old to not stand by.
Hold on. Lala, are you reading from the comments? We don't pay attention to the comments here. You gotta shut that out. I want the new person to come up to speak. So, new person that came up, you can introduce yourself and where you're from, and what would you like to say on the topic?
Hello, my name is Rainey. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts. I wanted to talk a little bit about, because I've had some conversations about this topic, and while I do agree that neither one of them, like the comment about him making about her being a mom and the way she was dressed, that I not agree that it being such a public statement and kind of attacking, I guess, her parenting or like her being a mom. I don't agree with it, but I don't necessarily agree with, as a woman, like we as women, and I think this is what we got to get better about, is kind of holding each other accountable. Because I think while I may say I may not do something, I still have the opinion to say that I don't agree with her behavior at all. I personally think what she did is a form of cheating. I think that what she did.
Hold on, Rainey. I'm not gonna cut you off. I'm gonna let you talk, but I'm just letting you know, when you disagree with the masses, you realize you're gonna get called a pick me. Just a warning. But you can finish what you were saying. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. Here's the one thing about me. You call me whatever you want, but I'm a person that I like facts and I like sticking to pretty much what it is. And I think as a woman, do I agree with everything that men say about women? No. But do I, as a woman, believe it's important to hold other women accountable? Yes. Because at the end of the day, this is an image for all women. So what I personally feel is what she did, as far as going out and doing what she did on stage, whether it's Usher, whether it's whoever. One, it was publicly done. Not that it makes it any different if it was privately done, but that's a boundary that she crossed, period. I don't know what they've established from their relationship with the boundaries that they've spoken of, but regardless of which, I personally felt like she crossed a boundary of his. And I think that's kind of probably why he reacted the way that he did, because she crossed a boundary of his. And so for me, if I'm going to talk about how I feel about this topic, I think as women, we got to do better about, just holding each other accountable. I don't find what she did to be right. And I feel like it's a poor representation of what you want your wife to be. I just don't think it was a good representation.
And I have a question for you. I have a few questions for you, because you have, I think so far you're the only person that maybe you didn't necessarily agree with everything, but you did disagree with her actions. Do you think that celebrities have exceptions? Do you think because it's Usher? And I do believe Usher is an R&B legend, and I have him on lots of playlists. But do you think it's an exception because it is Usher?
No. What I think at the end of the day, our character is our character, right? So I'm a person that believes that if somebody mistreats me, I shouldn't mistreat them, because at the end of the day, it defines me, my character, more than it defines theirs. And so I personally feel like whether it's Usher, I don't care who it is, Justin Timberlake, whatever industry person, it doesn't matter, because it's still her character.
Right.
To me, that's the thing that I look at. Like I say, you talk about celebrities and where they talk about all the time they want to be treated like, I'm just a regular person, you know what I'm saying? And they just got money and fame. And so this is what they're saying about themselves, but then we put them on this pedestal that they're not putting themselves on. Right. So, no, I don't think him being Usher matters.
Right. And I have another question for you. Do you think that because he is not her wife, or he's not her husband, or because they're just in a regular boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, Do you think that because of that reason, does that maybe justify her actions a little bit? Does that make it okay because they're not in a marriage?
No, I mean it's still a commitment, right? So if you're telling me that you're committed to me and I'm committed to you, we live together, we have a child together, that's still a level of commitment that I expect a level of loyalty and respect. So I don't think that matters. I mean, like I said, it goes with character, and it tells a lot about somebody's character if you're willing to go out and do something like that. Again, there's still boundaries that can't be crossed. There's still a lot to go with it. So I don't care whether they're married, they're boyfriend and girlfriend. It doesn't matter. They're still in a committed relationship.
And just one more question. And I'll let anybody who wants to ask you anything, they can ask you. Do you think that him responding in the way he did, I do think you said you didn't agree with that necessarily. I'm not sure. But my question to you is, do you think, because you said something about a boundary, and that's what I thought. When boundaries are crossed, usually that brings out a certain character, because by definition, when you cross a certain line, there are ramifications and repercussions. But some people think it's an insecurity. They think him speaking up on the situation is him being insecure and a hater. Why do you think it's a boundary versus why didn't you say he was insecure or he's a hater? I just want to understand why.
Well, because if I'm in a relationship with somebody, and again, I don't know what boundaries they've established from,
Nobody does. Nobody does.
Right. And so we don't know that. But my thing is, as like a person, if I'm in a relationship, I'm more thinking like boundaries, like you've crossed something that I am not okay with. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm insecure. Like, people always think about insecurity as like they're immediately like they're jealous of something. Like, not for nothing, if I'm in a relationship and I see you hugged up on some other dude, some other female, I'm gonna be pissed off about it. Why? Because that's a boundary that you cross of mine that I'm not okay with.
Rini, would you qualify that as cheating or no?
Oh, absolutely. That is absolutely a form of cheating.
Okay.
If you can hug up on somebody the way that she did, the moment that I saw the video, I was like, if you can do something like that, there's no way privately you wouldn't do something else.
And you know what? That was exactly my thought. And that's why I asked the question, because if you would do something like that publicly in front of thousands of people, what is to say that you wouldn't do that behind closed doors? So, it would just lead me to think that maybe that you don't have respect for me, and probably you would cheat on me. But I don't know. I just thought that personally, but who knows?
I personally would not be okay. I put myself in the shoes, like in people's shoes all the time. So it's like, if me as a woman, I would not be okay with my man hugging up on some female like that, period. I don't care if they're celebrities, if it's on stage, if it's an act, it doesn't matter. It's still something I'm not okay with. And if my partner knows I'm not okay with something like that and then goes ahead and does it, that's where I'm saying people are crossing boundaries, and it's not an insecurity. I don't have to be jealous to be pissed off about something that somebody does to me. And so for me, that's personally how I feel about it. But
okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Well, you just made a statement that if they had discussed it beforehand, it was crossing a boundary. We don't know if they discussed this boundary beforehand or not. Mm-hmm. That's for A. For B, I understand how you feel about it personally, but why does she have to live by your definition?
Definition of what?
You were like, I feel like it crosses a boundary. I feel like it's cheating. What if she doesn't feel like it's crossing a boundary or doesn't feel like it's cheating?
His reaction to this entire situation tells me that she crossed the boundary that he was uncomfortable with. If people feel like that the way that he reacted was him being jealous or a hater or insecure, to me, I'm less likely to think that. I am immediately going to go to she crossed the boundary. Versus him being jealous. That doesn't make sense to me. That's his woman. She's hugged up on not just it's Usher, a very attractive man. Like, this is that I'm gonna take it as she crossed the boundary that he was not happy about.
That's fine. And I get that. I completely understand, and I understand he felt like it was a boundary that got crossed. Why was it then? Why was his reaction then to take it public? What was the point of that, other than to embarrass her publicly?
So here's what I'm going to tell you. I don't agree with him going public with it because I don't think two wrongs make a right. But if she embarrassed him publicly, then his reaction was to go back at her publicly. Does it make it right? No. But at the end of the day, that was his way of dealing with his frustration or how upset he was, which is why, again, I went straight to boundary being crossed, because that didn't come off as him being jealous. That came off as him feeling upset about something she did.
Lala, I have a question for you, Lala. Do you think what he did was equal to what she did? Hello?
I'm trying to think about my answer before I just, because my immediate question is, or my immediate response is to say, I think he took it too far.
So you think it was worse than what she did?
Yes.
Interesting. So you have people or who have the consensus that what she did qualifies as cheating, but him commenting on it is far more worse than what she did.
Okay, but as I said before, we have to, all of us sit in our seat and we've all decided for ourselves whether or not we think it's cheating or not. The same way that we're not in their relationship, we're not in her head.
But we know you wouldn't do it though.
If we know at the time, if she didn't feel like she was crossing a boundary, if she didn't feel like she was doing something wrong at the time, let's say when they sat down and talked about it, she was like, I'm really sorry, it crossed your boundary, I apologize. Okay? At the time, I didn't think that was what I was doing. I apologize for that. As I said before, we're all allowed to make mistakes. None of us are perfect, okay? Right. So if they have been able to have a conversation privately, and she has enough respect for him, she wouldn't do it again.
But that's not what I'm asking you, though. I'm just asking, do you think, does it equate? And you just said him commenting on it is worse.
I do feel like it's worse because it made it an issue for everybody else.
So you,
but what she did made it an issue for everybody else as well. What she did was public, which means people had the opinions. Everybody got to put their opinion on what she did. Just like everybody put, and the only reason it became worse for him is because he talked about her parenting. And a lot of women feel strongly about that type of stuff, me included, because I feel like what I do outside of my parenting doesn't always define me as a parent. But they both did something publicly to put them both in a position to have people's opinions or input on their relationship. But she started it by doing something that was public and embarrassing to him.
I appreciate what you say. I just respectfully disagree.
And you,
that's all.
And you,
I just respectfully disagree.
And you believe that what she did, you don't think it's being disloyal. You don't think it's cheating, or you don't think it's one of the a nuance of cheating. But you believe him commenting on her outfit and speaking up on the mother of his child is worse than what she did, correct?
I personally do, yes.
Okay, interesting. That's all. My African brother, I forget your name, my bad. Did you want to comment on anything, or because I'm gonna let somebody else up?
Oh, most definitely. Leila has said her mind about a lot of things here, and I respect her opinion, right? But in the end, she I don't think she gets the basic premise of this whole thing, right? She doesn't, because if you really do, and speaking from a man's perspective, and I believe a couple other women also would see to it in the same kind of light, but the disrespect is just too much, right? And it comes down to status, right? Personally, when I first saw this, I felt it was a status thing, and Kiki felt in her own mind that, hugging up on Usher, women call it fangirling, but I don't see the difference, because it's Usher. Maybe there is some level of allowance to this kind of thing, but if everyone is to be this way, like she said, two wrongs don't make a right, right? So the disrespect thing, you're saying, that he shouldn't have addressed this publicly. Firstly, I personally would have done worse, right? I personally would have done worse. I mean, I've been in situations like this before, and I blame Darius, honestly, because I'm sure he has done this, and the reason most women come up on this is because he has accepted this kind of behavior in the past. So why is he commenting about it now? So I think that's where most women see the hypocrisy from. So
Interesting. I'm gonna let somebody else up. Let's see, because this is I think it's a really good balance now, and I think that now that we have more women up here and them giving their opinions, and it's kind of divided a bit. So, and I think that Lala has a very interesting perspective, and I think she has the most interesting perspective. And not to pick on you, but I just want to just reiterate some of the things that you believe, because I think yours is the most unique. How you wouldn't do it yourself, but you think it's okay for her to do it. And you think that him commenting on about what she did actually was a little worse, not even equal. And yesterday I did talk about this also, and somebody said that they thought that what he did was equal, and I thought maybe him going on stage with maybe Lotto or maybe like an old singer like Usher, maybe that would be like equal, but no, him commenting on the mother of his child, on her outfit and his family, is actually worse. And it's funny because somebody else said that too. Also, somebody made it analogous to grabbing her by her hair off stage and making things domestic. But I think that's interesting. But let's let some more people up here so they can get involved on the conversation. Now I don't know who was first, because there are a lot of people come up and drop, so I'm just going to choose indiscriminately. When you come up, introduce yourself, where you from, and tell us what you think about the topic, please.
Hi. So I'm actually from South Africa.
Okay, South Africa in the house.
But I live somewhere else in the world. But anyway,
that's fine. What would you like us to call you?
You can call me Olivia. That's good.
Okay,
that's
cool.
Thank you for asking.
No problem.
So, basically, I feel like the situation was definitely blown out of proportion on his side. Reason being is that it's not like this is a new look for her, first of all. I think Kiki has worn clothes on a similar style. Just from interviews and interactions that we've seen with her, she has always come across as being the somewhat flirtatious, funny, boisterous personality. In all extents, right? It's not like she's gone from shy to hoochie mama in 5 seconds. That was never the case. So essentially, it also another thing, and like we don't know what their relationship is. We just know that they're dating. They have a child together, and the child is essentially like under a year old.
So I have a question for you. So you think, because she did something that he didn't like, that now makes it okay, so he shouldn't, you think because he commented on something that the girl he's dating and the mother of his child, you think that he blew it out of proportion?
So the thing is, the reason why he blew it out of proportion is that like this is a situation that you should handle with your partner. And the fact that you are inviting the outside world, especially when your partner is in a higher profile, is extremely unnecessary. It's extremely unnecessary.
Extremely. And you think her doing what she's doing, and also her in interviews talking about how this man makes her happy, he's a good man, she's happy with him, she loves him, she satisfies him, and her doing what she's doing, you don't think that people are then going to talk about her relationship and think about the things that she's doing and the ramifications that that could cause, and even wonder how he feels. You don't think that she invited people into her relationship doing what she did?
So that's fine. She's inviting people.
Mm.
Okay, fair enough. But again, we don't know what the conversation is between the two of them, right? So now the conversation is she's speaking about him in a positive light. Okay, great, fantastic. I love him. He's blah, 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 blah. That's wonderful.
Right.
But then again, we don't really see much of him doing the same thing.
But
however, we only, I mean, what, okay, granted, let's moving away from that and back to the point of, I find it strange that he did not know that she was wearing that outfit before he saw that online.
Okay, well, you said a lot, but I just want to go over some of the things you said. So you're basically saying because he is not high profile, because he doesn't have the level of popularity that Keke Palmer has, that means he should have kept quiet. So you think because she's a celebrity, she has exceptional, she gets exception to the rule or exceptional behavior is basically what you're saying.
No. I don't think it's like that. I'm saying that because she is obviously a personality, she has invited that, you know, they're in their relationship into an audience to see and whatever. But that does not mean that he should have done that as well. Because what was the point of that?
So it was okay for her to do what she did, but it wasn't okay for him to do what he did.
Whether the fact is like whether it's okay or not okay, it's that he exaggerated the situation even further.
And you don't.
Even if it was like we could have our own opinion, like we as.
No, I'm just trying to understand yours. Because it seems a little one-sided, and you seem to be very well versed in Keke, right? You seem to know a lot about her and her situation, but I'm just trying to understand that, because you continue to say that a lot of the things that she did was okay, maybe because she's she's very high profile and she has a certain status in society, that what she did was okay, but what he did was just unnecessary, and it doesn't seem like you really take a fair position. It seems a little biased.
I mean, sure, am I biased? Yes, and I'm okay with that. I'm fine. But what I'm saying is that Keke has been this person, right? We've seen her been this person. And the funny thing is now he's suddenly in a relationship with this person, and he didn't know that.
Okay.
Is that sort of like, is that fair?
Or
are we just going to be like, okay, so now suddenly because you had a baby with this woman, you kind of have earned the way to be like, oh, let me just put you on blast on the internet.
So basically what you're saying is he knew who she was before they got together, right? And because he knew who she was, that he should now not exaggerate and express how he feels. He should just say nothing because he knew who she was. He doesn't have the right to speak on it.
No, express yourself. And you can express yourself.
Right. But just don't exaggerate it.
So when you express yourself, so the question is, the first one was, you a mom though. Okay, so you're a mom though. So now the first point is like, I'm shaming you because you're a mother and you're not here, or you're not supposed to be there, or you're supposed to be here. That now, what is the question? You're a mom though. You got the backlash. They got the backlash, and then you come back with like, oh, suddenly, this is my family and blah 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 blah, and whatever the case may be.
Right. So,
but you never had that conversation with your partner.
Well, the one thing is you can't say that. We don't know what they had a conversation about, right? And we don't know that discussion of boundaries, whether that was crossed or discussed or not. That's the one thing we can say. But so basically, you're saying that because he is who he is and he knew who she was, he should have just never said anything publicly. So he doesn't have the right to say anything publicly. He should have just kept quiet about it, like the good non-popular boyfriend he is, and just kept it private.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you had a problem with it, you could have waited till she got home and just been like, I've seen this. I don't appreciate this. This is not how I feel respected as a man. I don't feel like this was appropriate for the relationship. This is a boundary. Because the thing is, she's gone out and she's done it already. Now you want to embarrass her, embarrass the relationship.
And was he not embarrassed?
Now, I mean, of course, he was embarrassed.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that you should go out and just, make the situation worse.
So basically you're saying that he should have, after being embarrassed and humiliated by the world, and then for him to have the nerve to speak on the mother of his child, he should have just kept quiet and then just not made the situation worse. So he should have turned the other cheek, let her embarrass him, and him not say anything at all.
Okay. So let's go back to this. Do you think his relationship was the priority?
I mean,
or is his respect more important?
Well, I think they're one and the same. I think that if you don't have respect in a relationship, once a woman loses, hold on, I'm trying to answer your question, but did you wrote the question wrong, or do you want to re-ask it?
I said his respect. I didn't say respect in general. I said his respect.
His respect is, so restate the question, please.
So the state is, what was more important to him, his actual relationship or his respect?
Well, I think you can almost conflate the two justifiably, right? Because when you talk about respect, usually when a respect, especially for a woman, when that respect is gone, usually that relationship ends not too shortly after, right? And so I think that it's almost one and the same. He should have respect, and clearly she doesn't respect him for her actions. So I think it's almost one and the same. So I think when him speaking up about his respect, I don't think that's wrong. I think maybe maybe the way he went about it, but I also think that he knew he was getting who he was with. Now, who he was with, he should have maybe not had a kid with her if he doesn't like her actions. He probably shouldn't have been posting her naked. I probably wouldn't be posting my girl, especially the mother of my child, naked for the world to see. But that's my opinion, right? I think those are things that you kill it from the jump. You don't do those things from the jump, right? But I don't think that him commenting, I don't think he should have been quiet. Why should I give you the courtesy of being quiet and going back and speaking to you in person when you didn't give me that same courtesy or respect? Not saying that, oh well, I got to get revenge, but I don't think what he did was nowhere near as compared to what she did. Do you think that what he did was worse than what she did?
Okay, let me give you an analogy for this to make it.
Well, you can, but can you answer the question first? Okay. Do you think what she did was what he did was worse than what she did?
Was it worse than what she did? I don't think she did anything wrong. First of all, that's not my opinion.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, for me, as a married person, I do not care if my husband sees a friend and they hug or they dance. I'm like, that's fine. It's not really.
Would your husband be okay if you did what Keke Palmer did with a famous singer on stage?
Of course.
Oh, he would. Okay. Interesting. I guess everybody has different relations. So you wouldn't care if, a young, beautiful R&B singer was all over your man, maybe doing something equivalent to what Usher did. You wouldn't have any problems with that.
No, because I'll probably be recording it.
Oh, okay. So I think you have a different type of relationship.
Because we're at the same concert.
No. I get it. No, maybe you have a different type of relationship, and that's fine because everybody's into different things, and that's okay. That's okay.
Well, it's not about everybody's into different things. It's just the fact that I do not tie my sense of self-worth to my partner.
So you're selfless,
right? What do you mean I'm selfless?
Like you're not selfish.
I mean, does it matter? I mean,
I'm just asking.
My partner's not 100, but my partner is not an extension of me.
Okay.
My partner is not an extension of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
They don't have to be an extension of me. We work together. He's not an appendage.
Okay. So
I mean,
do you guys not have boundaries in your relationship?
Right.
But do you guys not have boundaries in your relationship?
So when I say I think he didn't care about the relationship, because when you do something like that, you obviously know that there's going to be consequences. So why would you nuke your relationship like that? For what purpose?
So you don't think that Keke Palmer did anything wrong?
I think she went out. And if you know your partner, how did he not know that she was going to an Usher concert dressed like that?
Well, I don't think that's the question here. The question is, do you think she did something wrong? Obviously, he wasn't aware of everything that was going to happen if he still had an issue with it. That's very obvious. But the question is, do you think she did something wrong?
Have we not seen what happens at Usher concerts?
Ma'am, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, do you think she did something wrong? And we see with when he did the same thing to Sweetie, and she didn't jump up and try to get in his arms. And we don't know her to be in a relationship. And even if she is, she clearly has a respect for the person she's talking to. But my question to you is, do you think what she did was wrong?
No. I said that.
But what he did was wrong.
Well, of course, because he nuked the whole entire relationship.
Oh, okay. So, a lot of people would consider what she did or qualify what she did as cheating. So what would you say about those tons of people?
Once again, we don't know what their definition of cheating was in their relationship. We don't know what discussions they had. So for me, as a married person, I find it very hard to not know that my partner went to an Usher concert and what I was wearing. Because especially if we have a kid together, I'm on FaceTime. Hey, what's the kid doing? What are you doing? If we're not in the same city or if we're not in the same room, you 100% know what I was wearing when I left.
Right. So, but could you ever think that she was maybe on a trip and she maybe packed her bags and maybe one of those outfits in there, he wasn't 100% sure what she packed, right? And maybe because hold on, let me finish. And maybe because that day he understood that she was on vacation with her friends, or maybe it's her birthday weekend, and he wanted to give her space so she can enjoy herself. But then he goes on social media and see she's wearing lingerie for an outfit. And not only that, the bigger issue in the room is her actions. You don't think that that's possible?
I'm going to go back to my statement where I said she went away with her friends. She left the baby with him, right? So they're probably not together. Are you telling me that she never FaceTimed before she walked out of the door wearing that outfit to check on that baby?
But I just asked you a question. I just asked you, you don't think that he could have been giving her space so she can enjoy herself and maybe hold on. No, I asked you the question first, and now hold on. I'm asking you the question first, and now I'm asking you it twice. Hold on. I just want you to answer the question.
Okay.
You don't think that it's a possibility, right? Because like you said, everybody's relationship is different. So because what you say you would do, that doesn't mean that they would do it. Just like you previously just said. So you don't think that maybe he could have said, well, I don't know that all the outfits she packed. And you know what, this day for the concert, I want her to enjoy herself. It's maybe her birthday weekend. And I don't really know what she's wearing, right? You don't think that's a possibility?
So there we go. Again, I asked you a question.
You didn't answer my question. I just asked you, do you think that was a possibility? You didn't say yes or no.
I said the possibility is no, that he could have maybe been allowed her space, but she would have not taken that space, because I can guarantee you she would have called him before she left the hotel room.
How can you guarantee that? You literally just said, hold on, you literally just said that different people do different things in relationships, right? That was your words. But then you just said that you guarantee that. How can you say that? Now you're contradicting yourself.
How am I contradicting myself?
Because if you
picking up hypotheticals, and I gave
hypotheticals, but by your own logic, you just said different people do different things. So if different people do different things, why is that not a possibility? Especially if we don't know the conversation of their boundaries. Ma'am, you're losing me here.
I mean, I don't think you're following very well.
Oh, okay. Right. Oh, you know what? I'll let anybody who wants to say anything to her before I let somebody else up. If anybody wants to comment on anything she said, because no.
I have a comment.
Okay.
I think having been a mother, especially a mother of a child that's under 1, you are in constant communication. You're in constant communication and especially it's her first baby at that, and she was out of town probably. Vegas is only an hour and a half flight from California. So she would have been consistently in contact to make sure that her baby was okay. But I also agree with Olivia's points that even if he didn't know exactly what her outfits were, there's the element of trust that has to come into the nature of the relationship. That I trust.
Wow.
That you won't do anything that I would find objectionable, right? And if you do,
holy shit,
I have the right to come to you and say this crossed my boundary. Like I said, I'm in a relationship, a healthy, very healthy, non-toxic relationship. If I saw him hug someone, I'm not going to automatically assume that there's something inappropriate going on because I trust the man that I'm with. Now, again,
but you wouldn't do it though. But you wouldn't do it though.
Would I hug a man?
No. Because you said earlier you wouldn't do it.
I said I wouldn't dress the way.
No. I asked you earlier. I asked you, would you conduct yourself like she did, and you said you wouldn't.
I meant that in terms of her dress.
I also asked you about her behavior, ma'am. Lala, come on.
Come on now.
Be genuine.
I've already said I'm being 100% genuine, and I also said that when I was younger, I probably would have.
But that's no. But you didn't. That's not the case. I asked you, would you now? No. I asked you, would you now, and you said no. So why won't you stick to that? Your age has nothing to do with that. Has nothing to do with that. That's a character thing, right? And maybe you may have matured since your 20s, but that's a character thing because you're justifying it. You literally said you wouldn't do that, but now you're trying to justify it.
I'm not trying to justify anything, sir. I'm really clear about what I think and how I feel. I haven't equivocated it in any way.
All right. Okay.
Can I just say something?
Sure.
Because I think in listening to what is being said, there are a lot of assumptions being made about something that, like, no one knows. So you can say that someone's in constant communication having a young child, but we don't know for a fact that she was in constant communication. I mean, I got 3 kids, and that's not always the case when you're out partying and having fun with your friends. But the other part of it is she wasn't just hugging him on stage. That wasn't just some hug. Like, I'm not saying me going and giving a male friend a hug is wrong, or my man giving a female friend a hug. That wasn't a hug. That was straight fangirl, acting like she ain't never seen a celebrity when she is one. Like,
that's the part I don't understand.
Like that was a different level of behavior. And again, like, yeah, everybody has different relationships, but it was clear based on his reaction that their relationship, he obviously wasn't okay with that boundary being crossed. So, I mean, like I said, do I personally agree with how he handled it? No, because I am a mom and I don't want my parenting being attacked based on something I choose to wear or whatever the case is. But that doesn't mean that her behavior was acceptable or okay.
Very well said.
At the end of the day, he doesn't have a relationship anymore, so I guess that's fine.
Rightfully so. He shouldn't. You shouldn't want to be with somebody who conducts themselves like that. I agree.
I mean, if he doesn't want that, then he doesn't want that. He should have said that, and he could have said that less publicly, and then he could have made a podcast about it, about, you know, how she's a masculine woman and what
who are you to tell him? Who are you to tell anybody, right? But let alone the man who has a kid with her, what he should and what he shouldn't say, because if anything, he's the only person qualified to speak on it.
I mean, true, he's the one person qualified to speak on it, but I think I just don't like to hear the whining. I think it was the tone of whininess.
Oh, does that make him less of a man because he whined?
No, I don't think it makes it less of a man. It just makes him less attractive.
Oh, less. Oh, so he's so.
No, so he's less attractive
How
now.
can we not tell him what to do, but we get to tell her what to do.
I didn't say I never told her what to do. I just don't like what she did. I don't agree with it. But I'm just saying saying that like he's ugly now. He's not as handsome as he was before because he spoke up on his family.
No, you putting words.
It's no, you're putting. Thank you.
That's essentially what you said. You just said he's less attractive.
I think it would be much better if he just like left it, spoke to her directly, and then come out with a tell-all book, and then it would have been like, oh, okay, cool.
Oh, but you just said he was less attractive, though.
But the fact that you put it online is a little bit cringe.
And it makes him a less attractive, right?
Yeah, because when men are complaining online, it's cringy.
And when women do it, it's okay.
No, because I don't date women.
No, I'm asking you. Because you just said men. When men complain online, it's cringy. So I'm assuming that you think when women do it, it's not.
I mean, of course, everything is cringy to a certain extent.
But just especially men.
This particular case, it's cringy.
Oh, this particular case, it's cringy. And you think when men do things like this in particular case, it also makes them less attractive.
But I think in the case, if it was like a woman saying like, over her man went out and went to like, I don't know, what was it? Wasn't there something a Beyonce had? What was his name? Terrence Howard. Basically, if if like let's say a man went to like at R&B and this person was all over them and their partner was like, oh my god, this is the thing, blah 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 blah, what he did, I would think that's cringe as well. I think speaking out about your relationship online is essentially cringe.
And it makes you less attractive, correct?
Yes.
Duly noted.
But of course, there are many things that make people less attractive to me.
Especially when they speak out on their family online. That makes them really cringe and unattractive. So do you think he went from like an 8 to a 4? Like, where is he now on a scale of 1 to 10 in your opinion?
I don't know, actually. I think he was always like, maybe he was a 6 and now he's a 5.
Oh man. I mean, the way you speak about it, I think he's like maybe a 2 now. I mean, I would assume because it's so cringe. Wow. Yeah.
Probably.
Sucks. Now he's ugly. All right, let's get somebody else up here.
Cringy guy online and ugly.
Yeah, damn, that sucks for him. Damn. All right, next person to come up. Say your name, where you from, and what do you think about the topic?
Hi, my name is Aziza, and I'm from the UK.
Right. And what do you think about the topic?
I love that we're from the same city and we both.
Hold on. Let her speak. What do you think about the topic? And then you guys can interact. I just want to give her the respect to say what you think about the topic.
I think this topic is very silly to discuss. Public shaming is a sort, or public humiliation is a sort of abuse. And what he did was abusive.
Wow.
That's abuse.
Hold on. Before you go on,
Yeah,
you said
hold
on. I just want to make something clear. You said public humiliation is abuse.
Yes, it's a type of emotional abuse.
Okay. And what he did was abuse.
Of course, that's a type of abuse.
So because he said it's the dress though, you're a mom. That's abuse.
No, it's not what he said. It's basically the way he outed her in front of like so many people. She is, first of all, very private. Okay. We all know that Kiki she's a very, very private person.
Right.
And she doesn't want to air out anything. She'd rather like basically dig herself a hole and just cover herself than air anything, right?
Right.
And for him to go out there, to go on Twitter, which is very public.
Very.
So many eyes are watching her right now after she's had a baby.
Right.
And yeah, and basically go out there and say like, it's the outfit, blah, blah. Like as if, people say that it's a boundary, but that's a boundary in itself. Like her not wanting to speak on her private life, that's a boundary.
Right.
And he crossed the boundary.
100%.
He could have spoken to her in private.
Right.
Like he doesn't have her number.
Oh, he doesn't.
Does he not have her number?
Oh,
like,
wow.
If someone did that to me, I would be so offended. Like,
offended.
Could you not come to me personally? That's disrespectful.
No, it's more than disrespect. It's abuse. Now, what type of abuse would you say that is? Would you say that's Mental abuse. What type of abuse would you say that is? What subcategory of abuse would that fall into?
Emotional abuse.
Emotion. Oh, yeah. Okay, so emotional abuse, and he's the only one who committed abuse here, correct?
In that sense, yes.
Oh, so, but I mean, you said public humiliation. Hold on, you said public humiliation is qualifies as abuse. You don't think that she publicly humiliated him either?
She wore clothes. In what sense is that embarrassing him when he posts her in her undies and her bra on Instagram, showing her in the most unflattering like picture, video, whatever, and then he decides that, oh, she looks so damn good, and she's wearing something that's more covered than when she was pregnant and he posted her, and that is, you know, that's not okay. Okay, because we're not talking about what she did or did not do with Usher. Okay, let's
no, we are.
Yeah, because it's the outfit that he's really like, you know, he's really offended by, right? So then where, like, I don't understand, how is he like, how that's so hypocritical.
Oh my God.
Is it not hypocritical?
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna give you the respect to finish and just respond to some of the things you're saying.
So I think it's very hypocritical.
Hypocrite.
I think public shaming. Well, I know public shaming is a type of abuse. It is a type of emotional abuse. And whether or not Kiki had spoken with him beforehand and they set a boundary, okay, and she crossed that boundary, is it tit for tat? Are they childish? Like, are they little kids?
Childish, right? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Go ahead, sorry.
So if you said the issue here is her outfit, right? So would you say if he commented on how she was all over Usher, would that also then be the issue?
So if he had commented on how she, like, that's another topic. That's another thing that we've all got to, like, I guess I've got to think about. But right now I'm focusing on the way that he has, you know, gone on Twitter to talk about something that she usually keeps in private. Either way, even if he commented on what she was doing, let's say like she was like dancing, which I don't feel like it's any, you know, in any way bad.
Oh, no way. Not even a little bit, huh?
So not even a little
Oh,
bit.
wow. Okay.
If my man was up there with Beyonce, I would be so ecstatic. I'll be jealous, in fact, of him being there with Beyonce instead of me.
And so you don't think he was jealous?
Like, sorry?
You don't think he was jealous?
I think he was jealous of her next to and dancing next to Usher. Of her, Usher serenading her.
Serenade. Okay, so question. I don't know if you know, but they did have a conversation about it. I believe it's on video, right? He did comment on the way that you know, Usher was all over her. So that was an issue. So that leads to my next question is, you don't think the way that she was all over him, being like, as you said, being serenaded, you don't think that that was inappropriate in any type of way? Because you just said you would be jealous. Now, everybody reacts with jealousy in a different way. Most people aren't excited when they're jealous. Clearly, he wasn't. So you don't think what she did was inappropriate, even though you would be jealous yourself?
So I feel like what she did wasn't inappropriate, but that's me. But I'm not Kiki and I'm not her boyfriend, right? But I think the most inappropriate part of this situation was him publicly talking about and inviting people to kind of, you know, attack her rather than protect her and be like, you know, like personally speaking to her, like, I didn't like this, you know, I didn't like that, and then they could talk about it, rather than him, you know, go. Because if my man was out here acting like a fool and I went on like Twitter, if I was someone of like a figure, like, and he was too, a public figure, then, and if I went out there and like tried to, you know, talk about it online, then wouldn't it be like, it doesn't make sense. Like, wouldn't it be also Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm like
So you think celebrities are the exceptions to the rules? Like celebrities basically can do what they want. And the reason I say that was because you said that if your man was being serenaded by Beyonce, you would be excited, also jealous, but excited. So you believe celebrities are the exceptions.
When I say jealous, I mean envious. Sorry.
Envy. Okay.
Envious.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
I want to be in that situation.
So you recant jealousy and replace that with envy.
Yes.
Right.
Sorry.
Right.
I
right.
meant jealous in terms of like I want to be in that position. So envious is the right word.
Right.
Yes,
So,
sorry, my bad.
so yeah. So can you answer my question though? I just want to know that because you said that you know, if it was Beyonce, it would be okay. So are celebrities the exception?
Sorry, one more time.
Are celebrities the exception?
Can you repeat the whole question that you said?
Okay, let me do it from the top. Do you think that celebrities are allowed to display exceptional behavior? For example, how Usher was serenading Keke Palmer, and her baby's daddy isn't necessarily a celebrity. Do you, like you said, Beyonce? If your man was being serenaded and had Beyonce all over him, you said you would. You said not jealous, you would be envious and excited. So that leads to my question. Do you think that people and human beings that are celebrities, do you think that they are exception to the rule?
I think so. I think celebrities are the exception to the rule because it's a show. It's a show. It's not physical, like emotional, like feelings attached to it. Like I don't know how to. I don't.
Right. If a celebrity decided to make out, so say this concert, this hypothetical hold on, let me finish. This hypothetical situation you gave with your boyfriend and Beyonce, if she decided to tongue him down on stage, it's okay because it's an exception, right?
Of course not.
Wait, hold on. You just said that it was an exception.
That's not what happened. So your hypotheticals are like really.
Oh, they're really extreme. They're far-fetched. They're far-fetched. I mean, well, you just said they were the exception. So it's only the exception if they're being serenaded. So what I need to know now is, what are the exceptions? Is it just being sexual?
Is what you discuss. You discussed with your partner, right? So beforehand, that's what you meant to discuss. So I set my boundaries, and my husband or partner would set his boundaries.
Right.
And if it's I don't.
Right, and you don't think that, just hypothetically, you don't think possibly Darius could have ever set any boundaries? You don't think that? Obviously, we don't know, but you don't think that was a possibility?
That's the thing. That's why I'm not talking about the situation in terms of the Usher serenading, because it could be. And you're very condescending with your face.
My face is condescending. I didn't know facial expressions could be condescending.
Like the way you're acting towards me is very condescending.
Oh no, I'm just asking. I'm just curious. I don't think I'm being condescending.
And
but yeah.
Usher's serenading her. That they could have set a boundary, right?
Right.
Beforehand, like he could have told her, like, "Hey, you shouldn't wear that outfit." Right. And she must have, if this is the way he's reacting, and they did set boundaries, quote unquote, like we don't know, right? And she stepped out and she did all of that, then of course she's wrong for that, right? Because it's a boundary set, right? Right.
So wait. No, we have a problem now.
Let me carry on.
Hold on.
You can't. Wait, hold up.
Please. I can, but I'll let you finish though. Yeah.
No, but you're.
I'm what? I'm just asking questions. Go on. No, go ahead. I want you to finish. I don't want to be rude. I gotta finish. I want you to finish because you were onto something. I just realized something. But now I can finish.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if the boundaries were set, the boundary is what they know, you know.
Right.
And if it was set and she stepped out on those boundaries and she disrespected him, then that is wrong.
Right.
That is wrong. We don't know that. But all we know is that he commented on her outfit and stated that, he wanted a traditional woman, blah, 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 which is like like I'm so for tradition. Like, if you want to, if your husband, and I respect that, if your, husband wants a specific role and like a woman to do a specific role, okay, that's what you guys decide, right? But him publicly shaming her for what she's wearing, that's out of line. That's disrespecting a boundary that we know, that the whole, like, everyone who's with, you know, like, that knows Kiki knows that that is a boundary. You know what I'm saying? And so that is a boundary that we can clearly see. That's what I'm saying. Like, we only see it from that end. So then us discussing is all hypotheticals, and hypotheticals ain't really gonna get us anywhere, right?
Okay. Well, I have a few problems with what you said, because now you're starting to contradict yourself, right? Well, first of all, we don't know anything. We don't know anybody's boundaries. But earlier you said, earlier you said he was wrong. He was wrong for what he said. But now you just said,
yeah, he is.
Hold on. Let me finish, because I let you talk. You just said that, well, if it was a boundary of his, right? If it was a boundary and she crossed it, then she's wrong. So usually, hold on, let me finish. When you cross a boundary, right? You're now letting that person know, when you cross this line, right? You are going to warrant different behavior from me, whether that be me leaving you, or whether that be me commenting on Twitter about my relationship. So you literally quite just contradicted yourself, because you said if it was a boundary, but the big issue is we don't know if it was a boundary. So how can you now say that he was wrong? I'm just trying to understand.
So let me answer that, because I've got an answer for that. She did say in public that is a boundary. That is something that she has stated it. You know,
did he say that though? Did he say his boundary?
Yeah.
He said that?
He hasn't stated his boundary.
Oh, okay. So we don't know it.
I'm talking about Kiki.
Oh, right.
Here, you know, we're talking about her and how she stated in public that is a boundary that she has set. She doesn't talk about her private life at all. Okay. So.
Right.
Yeah, we only know one side.
Right? Okay. So when you look at a story, you only take one side. You don't take all three.
That's not the situation.
No, it's a question, because you quite just literally said out of your own mouth, you know her boundary, but you don't know his. So you literally just said right before that, you said if she did cross his boundary, right? If she did cross his boundary, she would be wrong. So how do you know she's not wrong?
So we don't know.
We don't. So how can you call him wrong for saying what he did?
He is 100% wrong.
How? But you can't say that.
Like, that is a boundary.
Okay. So by definition, boundaries mean you crossing a certain line. So when you cross a certain line and you set a boundary, you are letting that person know, when you cross this certain line, you are warranting a different type of behavior from me, because I'm letting you know what I'm going to do, right? Because we had a big lesson in that the other day when somebody talked about rules versus boundaries. So if you do something cross my boundary, I'm letting you know you're going to warrant a different behavior from me. Like I said, whether that be leaving or me talking about our relationship on Twitter. But the big issue is we don't know his boundary. And that boundary could be, if you cross mine, I'm going to cross yours. But you don't know that. So how can you sit here and say that he was wrong?
So I would just like to know, from a perspective of, would you talk about your relationship like that online?
I couldn't say what I would do. I've never had a partner. Okay. I've never had a partner to be serenaded by a famous R&B singer. So honestly, I couldn't tell you what I would do.
Okay.
Okay. What would you do hypothetically?
Hypothetically, I don't know. I feel like I set boundaries from the jump. I feel like I filter the type of woman out that I want, right? I feel like I wouldn't get with somebody who does some of the things that she does. And I don't think she's a bad person. I think she's a great person. I think she's a very beautiful girl. But I would never get with somebody like that. So I don't think I would run into these issues, because I'm really good at filtering and setting boundaries and the type of woman that I want. I like quality women.
So why do you think that's not quality? That's an interesting comment.
Hold on. Let me reply to her. Well, I think I have traditional morals. I think quality women don't conduct themselves in certain ways. There's been women in the past who tell me that if I flirt with another woman, if I do anything that is indicative of cheating, that's cheating. And I think a lot of people will qualify what cheated on stage is cheating. And usually when you are used to dating a certain type of woman, you can tell that she's a quality woman. So I think that I really know how to represent, or how to point it out to see what's a quality woman. And I don't think a quality woman would do that, because she would have respect for me, because clearly he had a problem with it.
I just want to say one last thing, and then I'm dropping. If you are a traditional man and you want a traditional woman,
right,
all I could say is make sure that you have the funds, the intellect, the emotional capacity, so that she can play her role properly. Don't come to her with a 50-50. You take care of everything.
Is that what they're doing though? Are they doing 50-50? Are they doing 50-50?
I doubt it.
But we don't know. But we don't know.
I said I doubt it.
Okay, yeah, but we don't know that.
Okay. Have a good night.
Good night. Good night.
What I want to say is traditional. He wants a traditional woman, but he's not really acting like it. He's not setting the path for it, so he's not really doing anything.
How is he not setting the path for it?
A traditional man is a provider. A traditional man does everything in that sense. Like he's not really doing anything traditional. He hasn't even married her before he even put a baby in her.
Oh, okay. And he doesn't provide for her?
What is? Yep. I mean,
you know that?
What is
Hold on, you know that? How do you know that? Oh.
Hypothetical.
Oh, now it's hypothetical.
So would we agree? Okay, because you said that public humiliation is a form of abuse. Do you consider flirting cheating?
No.
No? Do you know psychologically that's you do you
Sorry, you disappeared.
You kind of you cut out, Rainey. Repeat what you said. You cut out.
So do you know that's like in the psychology world, since we're talking about abuse, that flirting is considered emotional infidelity?
Is it
in the
now?
Psychology world? As somebody who has a major in psychology, that's actually not true.
That's not true.
I've never heard this.
You're talking to somebody that does too. So
okay, but then like in which theory is this? Because that would be interesting to read.
Listen, it's considered physical and emotional infidelity. It's the same thing. So if you're saying that it's abuse, her form of public humiliation by flirting with a man publicly, is that not the same thing? Is that not a form of public humiliation?
Okay, so let's go back to what is the definition of flirting? Flirting is the intentional advancements of someone with the intention of having a connection which is sexual, right?
Yep.
So could that be like, there are people that do like playful flirting, talking to the old lady at the convenience store saying, "Hey Barbara, your hair looks nice today. Where are you going with all the boys?" That could also be considered flirting. Would you say then that your husband is flirting with the lady at the convenience store?
Well, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. By definition, flirting is two actions, right? Two actions between you and that person. Whether that be talking about it or actually doing it. I teach guys the difference between flirting and teasing all the time. And I'm also taking a degree, a counseling degree. Yeah. That part.
Okay.
And I find it funny how question you, so you have a psychology major and you didn't comment on whether humiliating somebody is emotional abuse, but you decided to comment on this. Do you verify that humiliating somebody is emotional abuse?
To a certain extent, it can be seen. But
interesting.
The reason why it is a form if you have emotional abuse, however, we do not have any other reason to believe that he's been abusing her before. However, if he's had repeated situations where he is actually publicly humiliating her, it is a form of abuse.
Okay, so one
of the things when we talk about abuse is that there is a certain range of time. Right? Is it abusive behavior? Yes. Is it actual abuse? Not particularly, because we don't have the actual duration of it.
Well, then if you say it's not actual abuse, you can't say it's a form of abuse. You just contradicted yourself.
Okay, no. I said it was abusive, right? That's an
you just said it could be a form of
right?
abuse.
So,
did you not just say that?
No.
Yes.
I said, excuse me?
You did. You just said it could be a form of abuse. You literally, quite literally just said that.
No, I said it could be, but see, the reason why I'm not conferring that it is abuse is because there is no duration or history that he's done it before.
She's talking about
let her finish.
When we're talking about something, but when we talk about something is abusive, it means that the act of it is abusive in nature. So, for instance, somebody shouting at you from across the street is abusive. Whether it is the first time or not, that is abusive behavior.
But you just,
right?
but you just said it's not abuse though.
condition.
You just said two conflicting
I said
statements.
It is abusive. Okay.
Yeah, you're confusing me.
Why are you confused?
Because you're saying two opposing statements.
How is it opposing?
Well, one, you just said it could be abuse, and then you just said, "Well, I'm not going to confirm that it is abuse." Which one is it? Which one is it?
No. I said. Should I say it one more time?
I don't know, but can you be clear? No, can you be clear on what you're saying and not contradict yourself?
Would you like me to clarify it again?
Sure, I would love that.
Okay, there we go. So, is humiliation can be seen as a form of abuse? Yes.
Okay.
Why in this case am I not saying that it's abuse? Because there is no duration of behavior. Duration of behavior is that it has been ongoing. For instance, is it chronic? Right? We don't know that. Is this action abusive? Yes.
So
this is what I mean by this is an abusive action. When you are in the office and your boss is shouting at you, reprimanding you in front of the entire office, discrediting you, belittling you, this is seen as abusive behavior. If this continues to go on for a duration of 6 months, your boss is abusing you.
Right. And
she's explained it so perfectly.
Okay, Aziz, hold on. We're talking. So in any psychologist, right, or any good clinician would know that there's always three sides to a story, right? And we don't have any duration. So, like you said, it's not abuse. So I just find it amazing how you could talk about that now, but you didn't speak about that earlier when Aziz said it was abuse.
Because I was listening to the conversation.
Oh, you were listening.
What's the point of me climbing in?
Oh, but you wanted to climb in when Rini talked about what she did was cheating. And I would say by definition, it actually is. No.
Was trying to conflate flirting with abuse and calling it in the psychological study, which is where I chimed in, because that is not correct.
Okay, well, I can make it. I can. So let's look at the definition of cheating. The act of dishonesty or unfair in order to gain an advantage, especially in the game of an examination, right? So when you look at cheating, a lot of people would consider cheating doing something behind a person's back. In general, cheating is an act behind your partner's back, or especially their exceptions are mutual promises. In many cases, flirting is considered cheating when your partner doesn't approve, or your actions can go against their relationship. So I think that maybe it could be considered emotional abuse by definition. I'm just reading definitions, right?
Okay, so where did you get this specific definition?
Oh, well, we can look at psychcentral.com, right? You can Google. You can have tons of websites that'll give you a basic definition. Okay, yeah.
I mean, I don't agree, obviously. So,
I guess you don't agree with facts. I guess you deny the facts.
Okay, once again, psychology is also not factual science as well.
Right.
When we talk about facts, because human behavior is so diverse, we can't sort of put it into one concept.
Right. But words mean things, don't they? And somebody who is a qualified clinician would know that you have the right to diagnose somebody with something or their actions.
Actually, that's actually not correct.
No.
As a psychologist, you don't work with a DSM-4 or 5, which is
A
diagnostic.
clinical psychologist?
A clinical psychologist, we don't actually diagnose people. You're not supposed to. Those are psychiatrists. Not all psychologists work with a DSM.
Okay, but a clinical psychiatrist can point out disorders. They can point out mental disorders.
No. A psychiatrist has actual medical degree. A psychologist does not.
Okay, but a clinical but you're not hearing what I'm saying. A clinical psychologist can point out mental disorders, can they not?
Well, we would refer you to a psychiatrist.
Yeah, but
we suspect, but we are
exactly,
not
and that's exactly my point. Exactly my point. They can point out mental disorders. They're not gonna. They may not say that this is what it is, but they can. They can, and they do. They do. They do. They do.
Okay.
They do. They do.
So clinical therapists don't use the DSM-5?
No, only psychiatrists. As a psychologist, you have a master's degree, so you're actually not supposed to use.
So all of the licensed therapists that I work with that use the DSM-5 are doing what they're not supposed to do.
Okay, so a licensed therapist, right? So are they psychiatrists or are they psychologists? Because some psychiatrists have degrees in psychology as well.
They are licensed therapists. They have an LICSW.
So that's a licensing. That's licensing. So that's not exactly the same. And when we use the DSM-5, we also use it based on insurances, which is more the most important thing. But if you are a psychologist with a master's degree and you don't actually have a license, you don't have to diagnose people.
Okay, but is not the DMS? Is it not a criteria to point out mental? Is it not a criteria to point out mental disorders? It is. I mean, so why would exactly? So why wouldn't they? Exactly, as I thought. Like you're trying to justify a point, but then it's like, even if you're trying to identify a disorder, this is the criteria in which you look at. So for you to say that, you wouldn't do that, like, you're just like, it just goes to show you're being very disingenuous.
If that's your opinion, then that's fine.
No, that's what it is.
No, that's you. That's how you see it. That's how you see it, and that's also fine.
Okay, but
I'm
Aziz,
I'm not the one that's going back and forth here. I'm not getting agitated at all.
I'm not agitated at all. I just think it's a really good conversation. But back to the point, Aziz, it's not emotional abuse what he's doing. That was the point. So you were wrong.
Well, that's a long way.
How am I wrong?
If you missed that whole if you missed that whole conversation, I say you got to work on your listening skills.
The behavior, so public humiliation, is a form of abuse. What he's doing is abusive. That is abusive. He may not be an abuser because he may not do it many times. I don't understand how you can't get that specific what she's been saying like the past 10 minutes into your head. I'm so sorry.
Aziz, I don't know if you missed the conversation, but she conceded to the point. So I don't. You're shadow boxing right now. You're punching the air. So you should stop.
I don't care what.
I know you. I know you don't.
I'm telling you that as my. Okay, so
I know you don't.
Just because Olivia has said it may not be abusive, or it may not be. Sorry, the situation may not be abuse. Doesn't mean that I personally didn't feel that it was abusive. It is abusive. We all know that public humiliation is a form of abuse. That it is a form of abuse, emotional abuse. And in that state, what she's saying, what Olivia has said, like if your boss had constantly kept on like publicly humiliating you in front of all the coworkers, then it becomes abuse, right? And if it's just one time, it is abusive. So I don't understand how, like, it's the same thing. Like what he did was public humiliation. She didn't like that. That's a crossing the boundary, and it is abuse. It's abusive. Sorry.
I think.
The interesting thing is, I'm typically a woman that's like a woman's woman, right? So I'm typically a woman that I come onto these type of platforms because I typically disagree with the men. I almost always typically disagree with the men because I feel like as women, we shouldn't have to, you know what I mean? Fit in this box. We should be able to kind of be who we are, and that's what it is. But in this situation, the only issue I have with this is it seems like you can't say that one person is showing a form of abuse or by posting something publicly, whether it's crossing a boundary or not, because it was him posting that on social media was a clear indicator that she in some way, shape, or form crossed a boundary of his. So you can't say one is a form of some sort of abuse and not the other. They both publicly humiliated each other. They both did something that was out of character or not appropriate. And so they both are at fault. There's no way you can blame one and not the other in this situation. You can have an opinion on because, you know, Kiki's Kiki and everybody loves Kiki. But at the end of the day, what she did was clearly embarrassing to him. And you can't take away from that. How can you think that in most traditional relationships, the man would be completely pissed and the female would be completely pissed if a woman or a man was rubbing up on their partner like that. Like, that's just what it is.
But so I have a question. What did Usher's wife say?
I didn't know Usher was married.
Do we know? I mean, apparently it is.
I don't think. I think it's irrelevant what she said. Yeah.
Why?
I think it's irrelevant because I think this is something that Usher does actually quite often. I think we see him all over. This is a part of his performances. Again, if they are okay in their relationship with him doing whatever he's doing, that's between them. Right now, it's about Kiki and her man that clearly are not okay with either of what they're doing.
I mean, common sense
So it has
says.
nothing to do with Usher.
Yeah, because his wife didn't come out on Twitter and comment on it. His wife didn't come out on Twitter and comment on it. But you know, back to the point. I just want to ask Aziz a question. You said that celebrities are the exception, but you wouldn't be okay if your man made out with Beyonce. Why is that?
Because it's a boundary I've set.
So you think so? You before you go to concerts, you discuss the boundaries your man can do, and you think most people do that? They discuss the boundaries if he can go on stage.
I think you discuss I mean, if we were going to Usher concert, we know what's gonna happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we know that he does like these kind of
performances. Right.
So I would discuss it with my man and be like, oh my God, he's gonna do that performance. If he had, I mean, it's quite logical to even like a Chris Brown concert. You know how there's like a lot of talk about Chris Brown taking a woman on stage. Right?
Yeah. Right.
And if my man was like, oh my God, if he ever put you up on stage, like I'll be mad. Then it's a boundary that he's set, right?
Right.
Because there's a possibility, even though you may or may not be up on stage, there's a possibility you could be. So it's a discussion you should have.
Right. So question. So if your man violated your boundary and you acted out in a certain way, would you be wrong if you acted out on it, or you did something that would, you know, be inconsiderate? Like say if you like hit him, or you did something that was just outlandish, or maybe left him or broke up with him, would that be justifiable because he crossed your boundary?
So if he had done like something that overstepped my boundary, I'm not like a little kid to do tit for tat, right? But if I had left him because he overstepped a big boundary, so this is a big boundary in the sense like, you know, it's a kind of like end all be all, right? And if it was that, then of course, like I would move on with my life and it would be done, right? But if he had not, if it had been something like really small, like let's say if he had kissed Beyonce, and that was a boundary that I was really not happy with, and of course, I wouldn't be happy with him snubbing anyone, right?
Right.
And that in itself, like I would be like, I wouldn't, you know, it would be a thing that I would have to think about beforehand. Like if he had done this, what is when you set in a boundary, you know, like what is the consequence for each action?
Right.
So if he, if like that was the case, like her, you know, what is it called? Him stepping out like and doing all this like publicly shaming her, like talking about her private life in public, let's say that, then of course like she can like leave him, right? And if that was, and if they spoke about like, hey, like, you know, you shouldn't.
Well, no, I'm just asking you about your boundaries. I'm not. Hold on. I'm just asking you about your boundaries. I'm just asking you about your boundaries. So basically, you said that if you discussed this boundary with your man, you would leave, right? But that I think that's something we agree on. When your boundary is crossed, you're letting a person know that when that boundary is crossed, you're basically letting them know that you're going to get something from me that is not something you like. Because if you cross this boundary, that could be that right. But that could be a consequence of something. You agree with that, and that consequence. But that consequence for right. But that no. What I'm saying is, like you said, that consequence for there's consequences for crossing boundaries. We agree on that because you just said if your man crossed your boundary, you would leave. Right.
Yeah, and that should have been stated.
Right. But that's my point. We don't know if she crossed his boundary, but you agree that some of the consequences for crossing boundaries could cause a certain behavior, whether that be you leaving or that be you talking about it on Twitter. We don't control what people do, but we both agreed that crossing boundaries are consequences for certain things. So if you agree with that, how can you then say that he's wrong for doing what he's doing, especially if you don't know if she crossed one of his boundaries?
Well, what I'm trying to say is that we don't know about his boundaries, right? But we know about her boundaries. So I think everything else about his boundary, this, that is hypothetical because it's just an assumption.
Right, but how does that take away from what I'm saying?
What are you saying? You're saying the same thing again and again.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So I understand you to be saying that, because she did what she did, he acted in a way because his boundaries were overstepped. And that means that was a justification for him posting it online because that's the consequences of stepping over his boundaries. Is that correct?
Perhaps. Yeah, you can say that. It's hypothetical because we don't know, though.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to take it a step further in this way and say, if that was the case, he did not care about his relationship because he had then done something that had just exaggerated the situation and broke down communication even further.
Right.
Because now it's done. Now you're just a single man, right? You're just on the internet shouting about your relationship.
Right.
And how you're not happy with it, and now the next consequence is that we're done.
Right, and you don't think that Kiki clearly didn't care about her relationship? Like what?
I mean, she wore a dress, man. With her like
no, but that wasn't the issue here. It wasn't just a dress. She was being sexual with another man on stage while she's in a relationship. I know that's okay for you, but for most people, hold on. I know that's okay for you because you said that you're okay with your man being sexual with celebrities on stage. And he would be too. But most people aren't okay with that. So clearly she wasn't okay with it. Right? He wasn't okay with it. And clearly she didn't care about her relationship either. So how can you then say because he commented, right, because a boundary was crossed, that he doesn't care about his relationship?
Because when boundaries are crossed, you always have a choice to be like, are you willing to fix this?
Right.
Or do you just want to continue doing irreparable damage?
Right. But when a boundary is crossed, I think Aziz agreed, right, that when a boundary is crossed, there are consequences for it. And you're letting that person know what you're going to do.
What the consequences are when you make the boundaries.
Well, that's not always true. That's not always true. And once again, yeah, but as a psychology major, I find it funny you would say something like that, right? But that's not always true. Hold on. That's not always true, right? That's not always true. When somebody says, "Hey, this is my boundary. I would appreciate it if you didn't cross that line." Now the consequences aren't always discussed. And once again, we don't know what was discussed. These are all hypotheticals, right? But the point is, it's like, how can you even say that? How can you say that he doesn't care about his relationship? Meanwhile, she's being sexual on stage with a whole nother man and she cares about hers. So you think she cares about hers though? That's the real question.
I mean, the conversation that I'm also, I was trying to mention earlier was that, like, she's an actress. She's going to be sexual with men.
It was all act. It was all an act.
I mean, why wouldn't it be all an act?
But I thought when you're an actress and you get a scene, you're getting paid. Was she getting paid that night? Was she a part of the act with Usher? Or is that just something he does?
literally dancing. I mean, I don't know. Honestly.
I don't know either. I don't know.
I mean, I kind of feel like it was just a matter. Personally, it was something that should have just waited till she got back and had the discussion. And you could have shouted and screamed at her at home. And then you broke up, and then that's it. And then we didn't have to involve the whole world in this, undoing of your relationship.
Do you feel like Kiki didn't involve the whole world?
I mean, of course, yes, she involved the unworld, but like 2 wrongs don't usually make a right.
No, I agree with that. I don't think 2 wrongs make a right. I just think that I think I personally have a feeling on the whole him posting on the internet thing, and I don't agree with it. But I also don't agree with people justifying Kiki's behavior. That's where I'm like, I don't get this. For me, I could say that he was wrong in his part, but I can also say Kiki was wrong in her part as a woman going on stage doing what she did. Because again, most traditional relationships, that's not okay.
But once again, I don't think their relationship is traditional by traditional standards because they're not married.
I get that part.
They're not married.
Okay, so let me make it clear. Most men, most men in the world are not okay with their woman behaving the way she did. Are there the exception?
Olivia's is. We know that.
Right. Olivia's the exception.
Yes,
Olivia's the exception. But most men, the majority, would be very upset if their woman was on stage doing all of that, and most women would be upset if their man was doing all of that on stage. And so that's what I'm trying to get at, where it's like we can absolutely say that we don't agree with how he handled it, but I can also say as a woman, I do not agree with her behavior.
And I just want to capitalize on what you said, and guys, this is the whole point of this, and it's like I said, when I read the article, and it talks about over half the women in the United States by the year of 2030 will be single, right? And you see a lot of people in the comments talking about, well, she's not married. We see that, it just gives a really good representation for the mindset of a lot of women, how they could justify something like this, right? I just want guys to know that there are good women out there, and sometimes all you have to do is talk to people, and you let them expose their behavior, and you let them expose themselves. And that was the whole point of the topic. It's either you're a hypocrite or a low quality female. No offense to anybody, but I think, hold on. I want you guys to introduce yourself. So I want you guys to get a proper introduction, and you can speak on it. But and you expose yourself quite clearly, right? Because if you would agree with this and you don't do it yourself, and that's a clear form of hypocrisy. But if you do something like that, there is a problem. A basic relationship, like Rini said, it's a commitment in most cases, unless you have an open relationship, unless you're polyamorous, unless you practice polygyny or anything of that such. But it's just like this problem, a big discrepancy when it comes to people's ideologies on relationships. And I know a lot of people, they're just agreeing and they're trying to justify, but they don't do it themselves. But then you have to deal with the fact that you are clearly a hypocrite. And that's just one thing I want to say. But I'm gonna let these 2 guys introduce themselves. Guys, make sure you follow, subscribe, and subscribe to the YouTube channel also. But anyway, so we got 2 new people on here. I think TikTok, something, whatever. First person, say your name, where you're from, and what you think about the topic. TikTok, I think it's retreat. I don't even know what the hell that says. TikToker, dirt. Okay, he's out of here. So I think it's Joseph. If that's your name.
Yeah, how you doing, bro?
Say your name, where you're from, and what you think about the topic.
My sister's doing as well.
Okay.
All right, so my name is Joseph J. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I'm not even going to get too critical on this. I'm just going to point out this one thing that everybody can relate to. When Future was messing with Sierra, everybody criticized Future for treating Sierra like she was a street rat, right?
A street rat.
So when she went to Russell, she upgraded. She was boom, 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 boom. Then her real street rat came out. Then everybody said, "Oh, he knew what she was like when she married him," and
like it's crazy the way women, right, will do this and then get on here, right, and say the craziest stuff to proliferate the behavior that is destroying us in our culture. You feel me? Like the lady at the bottom just said all this stuff, right? But at the same time, she said, "Don't cut me off," but she kept cutting you off. This is what they do to us, bro. Right? They keep trying to change us because it has been imprinted on everybody's mind that this is how they're supposed to treat black men in America.
Well,
point blank, period.
Well, I don't want to make I don't want to really make it about a race. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't valid. I think you're 1,000% valid. And I just don't want to go in that direction. But you are right. I'm not going to contest anything that you just said. But sticking to the topic, I do think that there is there's a fallacy in the logic. Double standards is a fallacy in the logic, and I think a lot of people are genuinely being just disingenuous. I don't think they're being genuine, and I don't think they're being honest. And we know that Olivia, that's okay for Olivia, right? But sometimes I don't really believe. I don't believe that people are always genuine when they talk about these things. They say, well, celebrities are exceptions, but I'm pretty sure if we had the other side speak, that wouldn't be the case. Now, but we do know that some people are into that. Some people are into polyamorous relationships. Some people would be filming. Some people like it. Some people would invite it. But I just think that's the problem we have here. It's just a whole bunch of disingenuous behavior from a lot of people. Now, the whole point of me doing this was to tell men that it's not all. And I know that a lot of my demographic for the people who follow me are 17 to 25. So they're a lot younger than I am. And I say that to say this, that you don't have to deal with this. And I tell men to filter these type of women out and set boundaries, clear boundaries, before you even make any of these women your girlfriends, and especially your wives. And don't promote people to wives if they don't qualify. There's a lot of people saying, well, he should have married her. Why would he marry her if he doesn't like the things that she's doing? She doesn't deserve to be married. And this is why I'm telling guys, do not wife women. Make sure you filter women out first, because there are a lot of high quality women. Because I don't date women. I've never dated a girl like this. I've never dated, not even close. I think it would be blasphemous if I even did. So there are a lot of good quality women, but make sure you filter them out first. Don't wife them right away. And I think the vetting process should be even longer nowadays, because people can be on their great behavior for the first 4 to 5 months, but then they start to expose themselves. So make sure you do filter. And the responses that we're getting in the comments, the responses that we're getting from a lot of women, even older women, the older women are defending it too, even though they're saying, I wouldn't do it. They're saying, I wouldn't do it. So make sure you filter these women, set clear boundaries, and don't wife them right away. And don't give into the nonsense. Oh, if you love her, if you like her, you'll wife her right away. It's not true. It's not true at all.
All right, I'm getting ready to go, but the last thing I would leave you with, bro, is this. Usher is a known cheater, right? Usher, listen, I'm going to tell you, right? Usher is a known cheater, right? A known cheater. He cheated on a high quality woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for for these women to act like the situation ain't what it was, right? They know what goes on in Hollywood behind backstage, even with the after party. Like, are y'all for real? I just said in the comment that was a prelude to a backstage pass. That was an invitation to a backstage
Wait, hold on. Say it one more time. Say it one more time from the top, please.
Prelude to a backstage pass.
But you know what? That's what Rini said. Because she said, well, if how am I supposed to lead to believe that if you would do this on stage in front of everybody, what the hell are you gonna do behind my back?
Exactly. Come on, man. But see, the thing about they don't like us talking about this. That's why they shame us and all that. But if you really look at it, they talk about everything we do. They're not ashamed about that. They're not being abusive when they talk down to us and put us down and call us names. They're not being abusive.
No.
This lady just called you dumb. You are far from dumb.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You feel me? You're sitting there talking logically and you're being calm.
For the most part.
And you're being very respectful.
Appreciate
so how
that.
are you dumb when she's being loud, abusive, and very disrespectful?
Emotionally abusive too.
Oh my goodness. So my whole thing is, like, if I can say this screen me up, bro, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, right? Because you can't dispute what I'm gonna say.
Let's hear it.
I want to hear her respond now. She likes to respond. Let her mic up and let her go ahead and say her piece.
Oh, you talking about Olivia?
No doubt.
Oh, okay, Olivia.
I'm sorry, I never called anybody dumb, by the way. I never
Yes,
said
you did
that.
call that man dumb. Yes, you did.
When did I say that?
Said something you didn't like. You said, okay, you're very dumb.
That was not me. I'm sorry.
You're right.
Oh, Aziza said it. So I'm sorry. It's maybe we sound the same. That's okay.
Yeah.
Y'all do sound the same. Y'all talking the same and everything. Y'all backing each other up and all that.
They're both from the UK too.
Whoever said it.
Well, actually, no. She's from the UK. I'm from South Africa. Just because I speak British English does not mean I'm
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's understandable mistake.
No, actually, we live in the same city, which is not either South Africa or
okay.
the UK.
Right.
So, you wanted me to say something, or was it just because you felt I was being abusive?
Oh no! Everything you said is ridiculous, right?
Ridiculous.
And bro's just up here. He's just giving you that. He's just giving you respect and letting you speak. But I mean, that's his truth.
I was not disrespectful in any way.
Ma'am, you're being disrespectful just by being contrary.
You're
actually going against facts. You're arguing against facts. That is disrespectful.
Okay, so the fact that I'm having a differing opinion means I'm disrespectful.
Ma'am, you argued against facts. That has nothing to do with opinions. You argued against facts.
What is facts? Give me these facts once again.
Usher's a cheater, and that lady was up there
That was not brought up.
Dressed. That's a fact.
That was not brought up, and that's also not a fact.
It doesn't have to be brought up. It's a known fact.
But that's not how facts work. But okay.
So can you tell us how facts work? Since we don't know.
When we talk about things being factual, the sky is blue is a fact.
Ushers and cheaters are fact.
So things that are verifiable.
Exactly, things that are observable.
And what he said isn't observable?
So what he says is that, first of all, I was arguing against facts. So the fact that Usher is a cheater never came up in an earlier discussion until he brought it up.
You didn't want it to come up.
So I didn't want it to come up? What are you talking about?
Right, because when you talk about facts, you talk about all the facts. You only focus on her baby daddy. You excuse Usher's behavior as being regular. You just passed it off, but it's a regular in a very destructive way. Because he has his way with women. Why wouldn't that even be? Why didn't you bring that up as a psychologist? Why didn't you bring that up?
I never said I was a psychologist. I said I had a degree in psychology.
You said you were a psychology major.
Psychology.
Yes, exactly.
If you got a degree in psychology, that means you're a psychologist. What are you talking about?
No, that's not true, actually. You need to go further in your certification. Okay. You just buy it yourself.
Yo.
Joseph, are you okay? Are you having a tough day? It's a little bit confusing.
You know what I do, ma'am?
Why you're so...
Let me tell you something about Joseph. He take care of homeless people all day, every day. I actually built a wellness center for homeless people with no money, with no help. That's the type of person Joseph is. Okay? What type of person are you?
I don't know. Is my
right? That's right. Stutter. You know what they say about stuttering, right?
No, I don't know actually.
Well, you're a psychologist. What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Stuttering is part of speech impediments, and that's a whole different
stuttering.
deal.
That's not your speech impediment. So don't do that.
Okay. I'm confused. Joseph, what are you doing?
I wanna say
You said you have a psychology degree, right? Yeah, but that wouldn't make her. She needs a license in to be a psychologist.
Thank you, Rini.
You know, I was just about to address that, Rini, because you said something interesting earlier, and you did it, and I was literally about to say something to you. I was gonna say, I want to ask you how you felt, because you basically you admitted that you're normally a woman's woman and you normally come to the defense of women, but it's seeing so much disagreeing, and seeing how, like, in a lot of situations, because I believe that you're not a hypocrite, that you really can't come to the defense of a lot of people. How do you feel about all of this? Well, actually, how you felt, because I see you're sticking true to what you said, because you did just defend her on that, but the things that you disagree, how do you feel about that?
To be honest, I'm not one, like, I know when you said in the beginning, like, you're going to get a lot of people calling you a pick-me. If there's one thing I stay true to is I don't do too many opinions. Like, I will give my opinion, but I like facts.
Right.
So it doesn't matter if I'm a person that I like platforms where we can agree to disagree and we can talk about these things and educate each other and enlighten each other and things of that nature. So for me personally, I'm fine with people disagreeing with me. I stand by as women, as like me as a woman myself, I want to always hold myself accountable. I'm not going to defend you just because I feel like you're a woman. I'm going to defend you if I know what I'm saying is correct. And so if it's not correct, if I don't stand by it or believe in it, then I don't believe in it. It don't matter whether it's the woman doing it or the man doing it. At the end of the day, what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. So I'm cool with people not agreeing with me or all of the disagreement. I'm fine with that.
I just thought that was really interesting because you saying you're a woman's woman, but then you know, there's a lot of like conflict and back and forth. But I think that, like, to my point in the heading, you know, in the background, it's, you know, you're either a hypocrite or you know, or low quality woman. I think that you being truthful, in despite of, you know, things that you normally do and being a woman's woman, I think that's very honorable. But I just wanted to ask you how you felt. But it just sounds like you're a very truthful person and you're very genuine, and that's a very good quality to have. So I commend you for that. But no problem. Berries, I think that's Berries TV. What's your name? Where you from? What would you like to say on the topic?
My name is Berry. I'm from Nigeria.
Okay. What would you like to say on the topic, Berries?
Well, I like to say I feel Kiki has to apologize to her man because
that's the first.
She was wrong. She was wrong. You know, I don't know if it's a modern day thing or it's an American thing or whatever, but women like pushing this boundary all the time. Because she's a woman, she has to do her, let her do her thing, and all that. It doesn't work in a relationship. As I'm a married woman, I have a child. If I want to go out, I get dressed and I ask my husband, is this okay for me to wear out? If he says yes, I wear it. If he says no, I look for something else. And I do the same thing to him too. So I just feel she needs to apologize, go back home and apologize to her man. If she says he's her man, except, you know, they are doing something else. Maybe he's just there to pass time or whatever. Do you understand? So I feel she needs, I just believe she was wrong. I don't even believe he was wrong because women always cry out, oh, a man is not emotional. You need to express your emotions more. Now, a man has done it and suddenly he's wrong for expressing his emotions. I don't see him in the wrong at all. I mean, did you see what she was wearing? All her butt cheeks were out. And she did a spin for the guy. No, she did a spin. She turned around and told him to check her out. That's a lot. It's enough for a man to want to express himself that way, to be like, you are the mother of my child. Why are you advertising your butt cheeks to another man? Come on now, please. All this psychology thing, I don't even think we even need to go that deep.
I agree.
Honestly speaking, I just feel she was wrong. She has to apologize. And the guy was right for expressing himself. It's a simple thing.
So I would say that you definitely don't think that what he did was, not only you don't think he was wrong, but you don't think it was even equal to what she did, correct? Berries?
I think he was wrong.
You think he was wrong?
No, he was not wrong in any way. Like, he wasn't wrong. What she did was wrong. And he only reacted to what she did. It was a reaction. People are talking about mental abuse and he reacted from the mental, psychological abuse he got from seeing his woman spinning, toiling. For Christ's sake, all her butt cheeks were out in a concert. She turned it for Usher. To do what? I mean, why was she turning around for Usher to check out her butts? Of course, the man is going to she did it publicly.
Right.
So you now want to wait for her to come back home before you tell her what you saw on live, whether it was on your phone or whether it was a TV, but it was a live display, and you reacted accordingly. So no woman should come here and say, he was like, he was psychological. No, she psychologically abused him. Do you know the trauma he's going to go through? Every day he's going to be thinking, my woman advertised for Usher, which she has access to. She has access to Usher. Do you know what is going to happen afterward? Is Usher going to send her a voice note? Is he going to call her? That is trauma. Come on, please. That's a lot of trauma for a man to go through. He's going to sleep with that same woman, and he's going to be thinking, oh my God, she's speaking for Usher. I don't know where we are getting all these idea of psychological drugs. I don't even know where it is coming from, but it's a clear cut. She did something wrong, and she has to apologize, or she should break up. And let's know she's single, and then she can flaunt her body however she wants.
I think she did break up.
Oh, that's great. Then she's allowed to now be naked or do whatever she wants to do now. But she shouldn't have done that while she was in the relationship. That was wrong.
I think everybody's relationship views are different. I think you have an opinion for yourself. Again, we know that I do not think that that's an opinion.
This is not an opinion. You understand? You have a monogamous relationship or an open relationship. Well, you understand?
Everybody's monogamy can look different.
But hold on. Time out, guys. Time out. Stop. Words mean things. We talked about this, right? And by definition, monogamy means something. Can you agree to that? Okay. So how can you then try to redefine monogamy? You just said everybody monogamy means something.
I'm not redefining.
Well, when you say everybody's monogamy means something different. Everybody monogamy looks different. Are you not redefining the word? Because it has one definition. So do words not mean anything?
No. What monogamy means, you have a monogamous sexual or romantic relationship with one person. Right?
Right.
Is that exactly what it means?
Well, I can look it up for you if you want. I can look it up.
I mean, you can. That would be very appreciated.
Monogamy.
So okay.
All right, monogamy. Is she gonna read it?
Oh, there we go. Married. They were also not married.
So okay. So hold on. There's more definitions. The practice or the state of having a sexual relationship with only one partner. The habit of having only one mate at a time. Do they say mate in South Africa, or is that not a term for South Africa?
What do you mean mate? As in, like,
do they say that? Is that a term?
Yes, it is. I think it's in the English language.
Oh, well, they don't say that in America, so I was just, especially in New York.
Oh, really?
So
what do you guys say? Just partner or not mate?
No, not mate. It's my girl, my boo, my baby.
Well, I mean, mate is probably when we talk about like scientific terms, right? Mate comes up. Mate and partner.
I mean, I haven't taken too many science classes when they say mate, but yeah. So, how do you redefine monogamy?
So that's the thing. I'm not redefining it because first it said there, and I have this is the practice and state of being married to one person. So the first definition, that does not apply to them because they're not married.
But the second one does, right?
The second one does. The state of having a sexual relationship with only one partner. When we talk about a sexual relationship, that of course is where the definition doesn't hold, right?
Oh, it doesn't.
Because, I mean, in terms of like, were they having sex on stage?
Okay.
Were they having sex on stage?
No, they weren't.
Actually, yes, so it was called what?
No, finish what you were saying. I want to hear your point. I want to hear your point of contention. Please tell me. What was the point you were trying to make?
So the point is they weren't having sex on stage, right? There was flirting. Or like not even in terms of flirting though. Flirting, I mean,
I would definitely say flirting, right?
Performing with the song,
right?
That doesn't equate to sex,
right.
So in that case, people who are in monogamous relationships, they can actually say, I don't want you touching anybody physical ever,
right?
Then that's their view of what the monogamy is,
right?
You don't kiss your friends hello when you see them.
Of course not. Yeah, I don't kiss my friend.
Right. Right.
You don't kiss your friends. I'm sorry. Like we actually, that's what we do. Do you not kiss your friends on the cheek?
No, I
Like,
don't.
1, 2,
No, I
3
don't.
times.
No, I don't play that shit.
Hello to everybody.
Absolutely not. No, I don't kiss none of my friends.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
maybe
but
that's
I
a
mean
South
kiss on
Africa
the
thing.
cheek. You mean kiss on the cheek as in like you hug and you don't do that?
Absolutely not. I don't kiss none of my guy friends on the cheeks.
Okay.
No, I don't.
We do that. I mean, even guys. I mean, that's just like a hello.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, we don't do that. That's no.
different.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's fine.
right.
Then I guess then the monogamy would look different, right?
Right. Absolutely. So you said everybody defines monogamy different, correct? And that was your point in
Well,
saying
I don't
that?
say everybody. I'm saying that people are allowed to define their monogamy different.
Right,
You cannot say
right.
monogamy is one thing for everybody.
Correct. And so that's why you said that this doesn't really apply. But the only problem and the big problem with what you said is, I agree. People may define their monogamy different, but the big issue is he had a problem with it. So I think his definition of monogamy, especially when he says he has morals, and he has values, right? He has traditional morals. When he says that himself, I think that his definition of monogamy falls into that definition. So I think what you're saying is a bit, it doesn't really stand here.
So that's fine.
Right,
If you
right.
believe my opinion doesn't hold weight, that's
Right,
okay.
right.
Not a problem.
Just by
It's
by
fine
given
to
the
disagree.
circumstances, by what he said.
That's okay.
Yeah, because he clearly had an
But
issue
I
with
also
it.
want to add to your point earlier. You
Right.
said that that you speak to men and basically you're sort of trying to get them to understand that there are low quality women,
Right.
such as an example, and that they shouldn't be wifing women like this.
Correct.
But
Absolutely.
I have another. The point is that if that was the case, are you saying that it's okay to get these women pregnant without marrying them?
Whoa, I never said it. Let me ask you. Hold on.
Because that's the thing. I was just talking about these traditional values, which
Right.
you spoke about earlier, and
Right.
I want to let the other people speak, and so I wanted to get back to that topic.
Right. So tell me how you tell me. Hold on. Tell me how you came to the conclusion from all the stuff that I said that I think it's okay for somebody to have a baby outside of marriage.
No, that's why I'm asking you, because you didn't mention that. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's okay.
Basically, you didn't mention that. So you basically said that there are low quality women.
Right,
Do not
right.
put the ring or do not wife these women. You
Right.
can see when you're talking to them, they will show you who they are.
Right.
And so do not sort of fraternize or whatever with these women. But you did not mention the fact of these same men
Right.
who want these dating with these women are okay with having children with them.
Wait, I said that they're okay?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you never mentioned that.
Because
so now that's why I'm asking.
Okay. So because
what is your opinion on
so because I didn't address it, you want to know whether I think it's okay for people to have babies.
I was wanting to ask your stance.
Right. I mean, well, I think that
Oh no, the battery's out. The battery went out.
Hold on, guys. Josh, you want to mute your mic? You're
The power ran out.
Hold on. Well, I think if I would tell somebody, I mean, just basic logic, and that's maybe not everybody, because obviously common sense isn't so common nowadays. But if I would tell somebody to not wife a woman that displays qualities of a low quality female, that doesn't display, I would say, a rudimentary understanding of what it means to be loyal, that displays this type of behavior, if I would tell this man not to make her his girlfriend or his wife, I would think that, especially if I bring up God-fearing woman, I would think that I wouldn't approve of this type of relationship, or especially having a child outside of marriage. Or I know it happens, and I didn't really want to offend anybody, but my personal thoughts, I don't think you should have a child outside of marriage. And then even when you look at the statistics, two-parent homes usually raise a better child. That's just what the data shows. So no, I don't think so. I don't think that's okay. I know accidents happen.
I think we
Can I get back to your topic?
No, I just let her finish, and then I'll let you say what you got to say. But what were you saying, Olivia?
I mean, I'm saying I agree with that 100%. The fact is, if you are wanting to have a relationship with someone, there are certain steps to the relationship.
Right.
So when you are just having kids, you are bypassing steps. So the fact is that again, maybe I have some empathy towards the both of them, you know, having postpartum in both ends, both their first kids. That's a lot for a relationship. That's a lot for people in general. So this whole situation is not helpful for anything. And essentially it has just broken down a family unit.
Right. So basically because long story short, because they had a child outside of marriage, basically all the stuff that they do now is just null and void. It just means nothing.
No, not null and void. I'm sorry, maybe I should reword that
please.
What I'm saying is that I think that their unit as who they are as a relationship was not solid enough to be having kids. And now you have the situation where people are also a little bit different because postpartum is not for the faint-hearted, I would imagine. So again, you have all these issues. Again, the whole situation is just unnecessary and overly exaggerated. But at the end of the day, I think if you are considering yourself to be a traditional man, you should be putting yourself into traditional ways of life, and not trying to fight against something that you clearly cannot control.
So basically you're saying because they're not married, but they are in a relationship, that their relationship is bound for problems because they're not married. So you're basically saying if they were married, they would never go through these issues.
No, I'm not saying if they were married.
So what are you implying by mentioning that? I just want to understand what was your point in bringing that up?
Okay, my point is, it seems like, people don't really know what they want from relationships, period. People are not discussing with either people, both their side, or his side, her side, about what it is that their relationships, and when things happen, they don't actually know how to deal with it.
And being married or not married makes a big difference in that.
I think having a solid relationship makes a big difference.
But you don't have to be married to have a solid relationship, do you?
You don't have to be married, but sometimes I think you don't have to be married.
So I'm just trying to understand what was the point in you bringing up them being married or not? Because I know plenty of people that are not married and have children out of wedlock, but you know they have great structure in their relationship. So I'm just trying to understand.
That means that they obviously understand the role of what it is that they want to do, right? And they want the relationship.
Right.
What about the flip side of married people? Are all married people healthy relationships?
Well, no, I don't.
That's a good question.
Relationships are healthy.
Then that would go back to what bro was saying. What's the point of this? You bringing this up?
I don't know. Was there a point? Is there a point to this conversation as a whole, though? Is there a point to just being here on live?
To change the narrative, he was being polite again. But
so you're saying people shouldn't be so? Do you? I'm confused, Joseph. Do you think I don't deserve politeness from somebody?
That's not the topic of discussion, man. I want to stick to the topic of discussion. So I said something earlier about Sierra. I see nobody bid on that. She's twerking on the head and she's married. I see nobody talk about that, and
that's not relevant. That's not relevant.
We're talking about hypocrites and low-quality women justifying wrong behavior. That is the topic.
Okay. So I need to go be a low-quality woman and cook dinner.
I'm just answering the question about Sierra.
I'm busy.
You got everything to say about except for what I just put before you. I just put a specific situation before you about a married woman.
What's this about Sierra?
Yes,
was that your situation?
She was so-called wrongly treated by Future because Future treated her like she was supposed to be treated. And y'all said he was wrong. And then when she got with Russell, now they're saying, oh, he knew how she was when she married him. Why should he have something to say now?
I mean, because we don't care about that one.
We're talking about behaviors, man. That's a mother and a wife twerking on headlights. What do you... Oh, my God.
I mean... I have to go be a wife now, guys. I'm going to go be a low-quality wife. I'm going to do stuff.
Goodbye, good night, and have a nice life, ma'am.
You too, Joseph. I hope Nothing but the best.
So
Thank you for joining, Olivia. We appreciate you and your commentary.
You're welcome.
And
Thank you.
I appreciate how calm you were.
No, don't worry. I think you could be calmer, but it's okay. Your
Okay.
face kind of gave you away a little bit. But you'll get there.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but all right. But
is Sister Rini still here?
I'm not sure. Is she?
I just wanted to.
I would definitely like I would like your opinion on that, man. On Sierra and her behavior.
Are you talking about what exactly are you referring to? Her behavior?
Working on headlights.
Well, what I feel about relationships and marriage personally is when you get into these, and I get she's an entertainer and I know that's a part of her job and things like that. But I feel like when you're in a relationship, you gotta give away the single mindset. And I think sometimes people think like, well, she was like this beforehand. And that's fine. We all at some point in our lives were different. We all were teenagers. We all were young adults. We all experienced phases in life, and that's fine. But I think once you get into these relationships, it's a deal breaker for me if I feel like I'm with someone that's not willing to put that single mindset away. Like you're no longer there. You're now a mom. You got all this stuff going on. And again, I get it. She's an entertainer. So there's things involved with, her career and things of that nature. But again, me as a normal, she's a normal person, but like, I'm not a celebrity. I personally feel like women, when you're in a relationship, or men, and that goes for men too, that single mindset has to go away.
That part I agree with, but I was just speaking on the behavior, right? As a behavior, certain stuff, females will never, women, however y'all want to be dressed, y'all would never accept it. It could be the simplest things, and y'all will, not all of y'all, but a lot of women will, beat that guy into the ground. I give you Kevin Samuels for a prime example. Like, women cheered him dying.
Yeah,
that man
nice.
never put his hands on a woman. All he did was try to uplift you and get you to do better. But this is what's going on. So that's a hypocrite and a low quality woman justifying wrong behavior. They applauded this man's death.
I can't say much on Kevin Samuels. I didn't agree with him.
Berries, you wanted to say something?
Okay. Yeah, I'd just like to go back to the monogamous relationship. There's two people who are in a committing sexual, I've forgotten the definition, but if you look at the definition of sexual, it doesn't have anything to do with sex, particularly. So what she was doing on stage was flirting with Usher and sexually advertising herself. So you have to respect the boundaries in a monogamous relationship. That's just the truth. You just have to respect those boundaries. I'm not going to go out with my girlfriends and see somebody who doesn't have a shirt and start to, forget it. It was just ridiculous to me. And I believe he reacted appropriately. And I'll always stand on that. He called her out. He just had to, because he was in shock. This is my woman with her butt cheeks out in front of Usher. And when she turned around, that just did it for me. She shouldn't have turned. When she turned around, he saw it. Come on, that's a sexual act. However you want to put it.
Do you think he was? Do you think she was trying to entice Usher when she turned around and showed him the butt cheeks?
It was enticing. Yes, of course. It was. You turned around. You know your butt cheeks are not covered. Okay, why did you turn around?
Right.
To show it off to the man that was standing in front of you.
Right.
There's no other explanation for that to me. So she crossed the line and he called her out. I like that he called her out. He showed that, yes, he's thinking right. If he didn't call her out, that means he would have permitted it. You understand? Yes, that means he permitted it. If he didn't call her out, that means she's allowed to go out about with other men and be flashing her body and doing all those type of things. Yes, that's what it means. But he called her out. So any other woman he's getting with knows, I don't like this kind of behavior. And that's the truth.
I don't know this, but I can almost guarantee he wasn't the first person to call her out. I can almost guarantee you that.
Well, that was.
My husband will not take that kind of behavior. That's just true. I know my husband. He will not take it. He will not. He will call me out to
Yeah, no. I think that's most regular relationships, unless you have like a relationship where you're like Adam 22 and you let people sleep with your wife on camera. That's totally different. But most people that would be a problem for, you know. But let two people just came up. So one at a time, you guys introduce yourself and where you're from and what you think about the topic. Whoever can go first. Just don't fight over it.
I guess I'll go first.
Okay.
Hi, y'all. My name is Key, and I'm from Virginia. I'm 22 years old.
Okay, VA in the house.
Yes, and for starters, I don't even 100% believe that any of this is real. And when I say that,
what makes you say that?
Yeah, when I say that, I mean that this situation with Kiki and Usher feels like a distraction. Half of the things that celebrities put in our face is a distraction, especially when they are both performers and A-list celebrities. But, if this is real, in my opinion, I personally wouldn't do something like that out of respect for my boyfriend.
So in the case that this is actually real and not a big distraction from the real events going on in the world, you're saying that you think Keke Palmer is wrong for her actions?
I have no place to judge anyone. I guess you can say that I'm saying that, but I'm really saying that I have a boyfriend. I've been with my man. I love my man. I've been with him for 2 years. I don't have any kids. We don't have any kids together. I agree with you with not having kids, and not being married. I'm not saying I'm a virgin. I'm not married or anything. But you know, we have pet kids together, and I know for a fact he wouldn't want me guy rating in front of Usher. Like Auntie was saying, shaking my butt in front of Usher. Because I feel like it's beyond what she was wearing. She could have been shaking her butt in a long church gown. Either way, she was still rubbing on him. Like, he didn't even approach her. She walked up to him. The crowd was hyping her up. She turned around. Like Auntie said, it was just like, I personally wouldn't do that.
Showed her butt cheeks and everything.
That's why I kind of feel like this can't be real, because, like you said, with everything going on in the world, I don't know.
And also, so yeah, I don't think it can be real. I think people's reaction almost couldn't be real. But so my question to you is, do you think because you're not married, that you don't necessarily have to show a level of loyalty to your partner?
No, I don't believe that. I don't know. Like, I've been in this life for a little minute, and I don't know where people get that idea from. Because, like you said, if we're looking at literal definitions, cheat means to act dishonestly or unfairly. Cheating is any form of infidelity / having an emotional or sexual relation without your partner's consent. And he obviously didn't consent to whatever y'all want to call her, his girlfriend, baby mother, whatever. He did not consent to her guy rating in front of Usher.
So you feel like once you're in a commitment, whether that be marriage or relationship, you now are obligated to degrees of loyalty and monogamy, right?
Yes, because what's the point of being in a relationship with someone? But like I said, this is if we're talking about monogamy. You know, there's different types of relationships. Some people do the poly stuff.
Right.
They're obviously in a monogamous relationship.
Right.
What's the point of being with someone if you're just going to cheat? Just be single.
Right. And you don't think because you're not married in any way that doesn't diminish your loyalty or your partner's loyalty, right? Because a lot of people tend to think that because they're not married, she's very justified in what she's doing.
Yeah, like I said, me personally in my relationship, I know my man wouldn't want me. Like, and you know, it did seem like a fangirling situation. And I love Usher. Like, I'm 22. Like, I love Usher too.
Right.
I'm still Gen Z. I'm not a millennial like Kiki, but
right.
But you wouldn't do that. But you wouldn't do what she did, correct?
Yeah, there's a way to fangirl that doesn't include cheating or being disrespectful.
Disrespectful,
like, maybe
right?
like a wave or like a crisp high five or
Mhm.
a little squeal, a little squeal at best.
So do you so you don't think celebrities deserve exceptions in how you conduct yourself with them, right?
At the end of the day, celebrities are humans too. And like I said, cheating is cheating is cheating, and cheat is cheat is cheat. Like these, you can't move past the definitions in the dictionary.
Right. So I would say that you didn't like what she did. I just find it interesting because you're clearly on the opposing side, but you almost refuse to condemn her. Why is that? Because I see this a lot. I see this a lot where women won't agree, but it's almost like they don't want to say bad you were wrong for that. Like why is that? Why is that?
I don't know. I'm just not too quick to judge. Like I said, I don't even know if this is real. Like,
I mean, you did judge. You did actually judge. You did.
I started off by saying, in my opinion, like with what I do. That's why I said how old
I
I
mean,
am and in my relationship.
Yeah, but you're still judging the situation. You are. So either way, everybody's judging.
Say that.
Right. You did.
Yeah.
No, you did.
Yeah, I can see how you can say that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, me personally, I wouldn't do anything like that.
Right. I believe you. Next person that came up, what's your name, where you from, and tell me what you think about the topic. Was it Chance Line? Chance Line? I can't really. Was it Chance Line? I don't know what that says. You want to speak? All right, we're gonna give you a few seconds to speak. And in the meantime, I'm gonna let somebody else up. Let's see. Let's start down here. All right, last person that came up. What's your name? Where you're from? And tell me what you think about the topic.
Hey, what's up? My name is Lala. That's my nickname. And I'm from Philadelphia.
Okay. City of Brotherly Love. What's going on?
Yeah, what's up? I'm sorry, I'm a little hoarse. So first of all, the two girls, Aziza and the other girl,
Olivia.
I wanted to tell them. Olivia, I wanted to tell them I love their accents, and it would have been a lot better if they actually made sense. I would like to hear them talk longer, but neither of them were making any sense, and it was weird. And I actually feel the way that you feel, but when you said common sense is not common, you got to understand a lot of people don't have morals. A lot of people are sucked into society's way of okaying so much that is not great or good for our children or for anybody. So a lot of times, most people that are agreeing with certain actions, but I do want to say I love Kiki. I think she's a beautiful spirit. I love her, but when you're talking about right and wrong, you have to really give the facts. So me personally, I feel like what you said, I want to piggyback off of what you said, because when I'm upset and you do me wrong, nobody can tell me how I want to react. You can't tell me how I'm going to feel. You can't tell me what to do. So saying that he was wrong for his reaction is kind of really stupid for me, because now you telling him to not control what she's doing, but you guys are trying to control his reaction.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say.
I love that.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you guys have to understand that wow, what she did, yes, she's an entertainer. Okay, the other girl made sense. They're humans. I don't know why these people that are so silly think celebrities are gods. Guess what? We're all getting judged by one God. So therefore, they're not going to be exempt. So they're not going to be exempt from respect, morals, or anything. So at the end of the day, most of these women that are okay in that behavior are the ones that you probably see posting their ass. Those are the ones that are okay with disrespecting their bodies. Those are ones that are probably in relationships where they're allowing their men to do whatever because they don't have respect for themselves and they probably are insecure. So that's the whole thing about these women getting on here saying this, that, and the third. You can't tell a man what he did was wrong, was publicly. No, you can't do that. It is amazing to me how sad the world is and how people's minds think. It's sad and it's frustrating. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, she did a whole lot. And it's one thing people saying, oh, he videos her twerking it. He videos her doing. It's one thing from me being in the house with my man when he's the only one rubbing and touching me, making a video, versus her being next to another man doing the same thing. How could you even condone that? It's not even close. It's not even close. Stop saying what he videoed. He videoed somebody that he cared about in a privacy or wherever, where there was not another man touching her, where she wasn't twerking on another man. But you guys are sitting here saying, oh, but he videoed. So what? So what? He videoed his woman. And now what? Next. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are just not making, like, you guys are not making any sense at all. You guys can't be scared to speak truth. And like you said, you know, people, you do get women that they scared to be attacked. I'm not scared to be attacked. I'm going to speak facts, okay? If I don't agree with something, I'm going to say it. I'm not going to be, okay, I want to speak against it, but I don't, but I do. No, speak how you feel, because then now you're being fake. Now you're being fake. You saying, I got an opinion. I do got an opinion. I don't want to judge, but then I want to judge. Like, come on with that. You know what I'm saying? Get it together. We have children out here. Are you going to talk to your children and halfway teach them? Are you going to soften it up for your children and not keep it real with them? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you going to do? Like, the world itself is just so messed up that we have to speak the truth and we have to call the stuff out when we see it. We cannot okay it. And at the end of the day, no respectable woman is going to do that. No respectable woman. It ain't even about her man at this point. It's about the respect that you have for yourself. We don't even need to put him in it. She was with like, that's the thing now. Chicks got their cheeks out. They don't got no self-respect. They don't got no self-esteem. They showing everybody everything. You know what I'm saying? For me, it's not even about her man. It's about the respect for yourself. Would you want your baby seeing her mommy with her cheeks out on TV? You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't even got nothing to do with her mom at this point. What kind of respect do you have for yourself? We always want to say, oh, well, my man. Yes, if I'm in a relationship, I'm going to respect myself first. And then my man is going to benefit from the respect that I'm having for myself to know that he has a good woman. That's it. You know what I'm saying? He's going to benefit from what I already have. He's not going to make me have respect. A man can't make you dress appropriate. You know what I'm saying? A man can't make you nothing. You have to do that on your own. So people saying, well, you know, she was like that when it don't even matter what she was like. And people keep throwing that entertainment. She's in the so what? So now when you're a woman and you're an entertainer, you don't have to be an example for your child. You no longer have to respect yourself or your man, and you could do whatever.
Or be an example for the millions of people who follow you.
It's okay. I'm sorry, I missed that one. Thank you. And that's for sure. I think when you're blessed to have a platform, you do have a big responsibility. You know, if you don't want that responsibility, don't try to be popular. Don't try to be famous because you got eyes watching. You know what I'm saying? And people a lot of times use their fame to do all the bad things. You know what I'm saying? These are the same people that egg on the Cardi and the Offset relationship. That's their relationship goals. To have money, to have a nigga with money. He cheats.
Hold on. The N-word, please. I'm gonna let you speak, and I'm letting you preach, but
I'm sorry.
Please, I don't want to get the live ban, so let's try to keep it a little appropriate.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
But the women that okay a lot of these things, a lot of their relationships are open. The girl that was speaking, Olivia, I wish you could have cut her off. You were very nice.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna say that.
She said I could have been nicer though. She did say I could have been nicer, so I got to work on that.
what I'm saying to you is you were very patient and tolerant with the foolishness that she was speaking. And I just feel like if you have an open relationship, say that. Say, I have an open relationship and, you know, that's cool. We do what we do. But you cannot sit there and try to condone something that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. She tried to change a definition. You can't even read a definition to that shit.
Can't, clearly.
The whole dictionary is wrong. According to Olivia, the definition does not make any sense.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, at the end of the day, I appreciate the women that are on here that are actually have some common sense, because there were some simple-minded women on here that I was a little frustrated with. You guys are so manipulated so easily by society. A lot of the times, a lot of women that are agreeing with that, they are the ones that are easily manipulated by society. Same girls probably getting BBLs and surgery and letting society dictate who they are as women. Those are the ones that okay in behavior that is clearly inappropriate and disrespectful.
Yeah, listen, listen. I agree with everything you're saying. And I let you preach because you was sounding good, and I think what you're saying is raw, and is real, and it's no BS. And I think that's what a lot of people need to hear. I just want to let the other two people that just came on. I'm gonna give
hey, bro, before I'm getting ready to go, I just wanted to salute that sister, let you know I followed you, sis. I really appreciate sisters like you, right?
I appreciate
gotta go.
that.
I appreciate your time and energy. It was a good one. You feel me?
Yeah,
all right. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you, bro.
Yes.
My God.
No problem. So I think was it Chanceline, whatever that is. Let's try one more time. You want to introduce yourself? I'm not sure if she is, so we're gonna kick her. The last person to join, I think I put up two people up here. Is it one or two? No, one person. Zubihaj. I'm not sure what that says. Last person to join. You want to introduce yourself, where you're from, and what you got to say on the topic.
Sorry, I don't go live usually, so
it's
I'm
okay.
just trying to figure out how to unmute myself.
That's all right.
So I just wanted to hop on here really quickly to express my opinion, because
No,
I think there's
that's
a little bit
fine.
of misconception in the comments.
Hold on, ma'am. That's fine. You can express yourself, and I will let you speak. I just want you to give the platform and the people here the courtesy of, you know, your name and where you're from, so we can address you how you want to be addressed, and then let us know what you think.
Oh, definitely. I was just about to do that.
Okay.
So I am from Toronto. I'm 28 years old.
Okay.
And my name is Ibeda.
You ever see Drake?
I'm also Muslim.
Okay, Salaam alaikum. You ever seen Drake before?
Have I ever seen Drake before? Yes, I have.
Really?
I'm born and raised in Toronto. Everybody has.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I'm not from there, so I don't know how often.
He hung out in a little area called Jungle back in the day. So
I think he said that in his songs. He said the
so
Jungle. Okay.
Anyways, what I want to say about, first of all, sorry, what's your name?
KB. Call me KB. KB the fisherman. Yeah.
I do want to let you know, number one, I when it comes to debates, I like to have like respectful, courteous debate. Okay.
Right.
And I also don't like when. So one of the things that was bothering me while I was down in the comments was the way that you were just kind of like interrupting in the
kinds of ways. Like, what are you implying here? And then it's clear hypocrisy because you're picking and choosing of what your religion you want to follow. I'm pretty sure everybody knows if you want to take that route, you want to talk the religion route, you shouldn't be having sex outside of marriage. So how you want to do it? How you want it, dog? Because we can do this either way. It's a lose-lose conversation. She did all that yelling and parading around for what? Just for her to drop because she knows she lost the minute she fucking started talking. Fuck out of here. Last person to come up. You can introduce yourself and where you from and what would you like to say on the topic? Glammy 1010. Are you there?
Yes, I was muted.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Glenn from Washington, D.C. And first I want to start out with saying this. You have people on your panel who are talking about psychology, psychiatry. You don't need all that to have a relationship. First of all, when you're in a relationship, you don't need those kind of credentials. You just need to be a person. And I think that Kiki has, I guess, a lovely body and all of that. But let's keep it simple. You're in a relationship with somebody. They don't like what you did. It hurt their feelings. If you love them, why not address that? Let's take it there. If you really care about the person across from you and it bothers them, don't do it. I think it's disingenuous when women talk about, well, it's her body. She was doing what she wanted to do. They're not married, because this is what I know. Women date men every day. They get upset because some other woman's number is on their phone. They get upset because they see them looking at some other woman, even if they haven't done anything yet. There are all sorts of reasons why people get upset. Women will get upset with men about even looking like they're going to be with somebody else. But people are honestly saying with a straight face that what she did with that man on the stage was okay, and that this man shouldn't have been upset. There's just no way that you can justify that to me. I mean, if we're going to accept it on the women's side, and I understand how women feel about men looking at women doing. We all have those feelings, but why can't we just admit when a sister has done something that clearly is foul? Flag on the play. You just, there's just no way that, in my mind, that you can justify that.
And Glammy, I have a question for you. And that you said something that's I see very prevalent is a lot of women, they will they just don't want to admit when somebody's wrong. And one thing that I even seen, even the women that said that they wouldn't do it themselves, they still have a hard time condemning or calling somebody out for what they did. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that it's such a challenge for them? It's such an adversity to call people out for the things that they did wrong. Why do you think that is? Because I can count on maybe 3 fingers the amount of women that openly condemned what she did, even though they disagreed. Why do you think that's such? Why do you think that's such an adverse thing from women nowadays?
I'm gonna keep it simple. I think it is because people, they want to keep their options open. I think that most people don't want to be judged themselves. So if they say something where they condemn a person, they don't want anybody coming back on them. But here's the thing, and I have not lived a perfect life. I've been married a long time, but I haven't lived a perfect life. My husband and I have 2 children. We're happy. But here's the thing: if you're wrong, just say that. People are going to find you wrong. Every day we're going to make mistakes. People find me wrong. I'll admit to that. Okay. But what I'm saying is, in this particular situation, if we can't hold each other accountable, this contributes to the issues that we're having with mates. We have to be able to look at somebody and say, I like you, Kiki. You're a good person. I'm not condemning you all the way around. I'm just saying that what you did was not right. You shouldn't have done that. And this is why. And that's it. I mean, we're not saying that she deserves it. She's going to be cast down in hell. We're not saying any of that. We're just saying that this particular behavior was not appropriate. That's all. It doesn't go any further than that. And I really believe that people lack the ability to separate out the behavior from the person. Like they feel that if you say that they're wrong about something, that you're condemning them altogether. You're not. You're not. But people don't see that. The other thing that I see is that people don't want to, how can I say this? They say don't judge me. But to me, that is code for don't hold me accountable. You can't do that. You have to be accountable. That's what it is. And when people say, oh, I don't judge people, they're lying to you. I'm going to keep it 100. That's a lie.
Please do.
People judge you. People judge everything you do. It's in their brains. What they're telling you is that they're not judging you. But they feel a particular way about your behavior. And you know how you know that? By the way they treat you. When certain behaviors come up and people act a certain way to you and you wonder why, it's because there's a judgment that has gone on. There is something that has gone on that they've seen about you, that they've made a decision that they either don't need to treat you this way or they need to do something differently with you. You may not know what it is because they're not going to be transparent enough to share it with you, but it's in their heads, and that's a judgment. And we need to just say that and own it.
And what you said is the very, topic in the background is it's either you're a hypocrite or a low quality woman. And I guess it's maybe some people may feel attacked but that's the whole point of it, because and anybody who doesn't say the truth, a lot of the times people are being disingenuous. And I think that even some women come up here, I think they're genuinely lying when they say that they will be okay with their man doing this, that, and the third. I think they're lying and they're being disingenuous a lot of the times, but we have to take them for their word. And a lot of women will say, well, I wouldn't do it personally, but I can't, I think I can judge. Like, it's almost a form of hypocrisy. It's either you disagree or you don't. You know what I'm saying? But then again, it's like, well, if you condemn it for one, why would you, if you condemn it for yourself, why would you recommend it for someone else? And I think
The other thing I have to, I'm sorry.
Continue what you were saying.
The other thing that I have to say is that I do think he was wrong in the way he handled it. But here's what I'm going to say about that.
Mm-hmm.
And this does not take away from the fact that I feel that the way he handled it was inappropriate. This is what I'm saying about that. She, in his mind, I'm sure he felt that she put their business out there publicly. And so he felt, now I'm going tit for tat. Now I'm going to put you out there publicly. But it says something else about their relationship that's really unfortunate. I don't think he felt comfortable enough to just go to her. I don't think he felt that if he went to her and complained and said what he wanted to say to her directly, that he would get the result. So maybe he felt like he needed to shame her. I don't know. I don't feel it was right. I don't think it should have been done that way. But the two of them clearly do not have, their relationship is not healthy. Because the two of them are not able to communicate where they need to be to each other. And she is not, in my opinion, something that he said that I agree with is the fact that he said that she's a mother. Whether people want to accept this or not, this is true. There are different ways that you treat people once you move in different places in your life. Once you transition from a girlfriend to a wife, there's a difference there. Once you transition from a woman to a mother, there is a difference in the way your behavior should shift. And he is right. If you're raising children, there's a set of standards that you want those children to have. Children watch what you do. They will always do what you do. They may not do what you say. And that is very important when you are parenting, to understand that. So she has not made, in my opinion, the shift that she should make in terms of that relationship. That is indicative in my mind that she is unable to make shifts in other relationships in her life. Now, people can say, well, she's not married to him, but she has a baby by him. They had a child together. I don't, I mean, things are clearly out of order. So if you have a child with someone, that to me changes the relationship from you just being single, because now you have formed a family with this person. I don't know how you get past that. I don't know how people ignore that, but clearly, I think it's something, if you're really honest with yourself, you have to realize that there's a difference.
So, Glammy, I have a question for you. A lot of people, and I think it's interesting how a lot of people will say, I think he's wrong for how he addressed it. And my thing is, why is that? Because you said something that him disagreeing was basically an indicator of a lot of things. Like him disagreeing maybe tells you that he doesn't feel comfortable talking to her, or maybe there's a situation where he feels as if he can't come to her and get the type of respect. So maybe that's why he said it publicly. And one thing that I noticed tonight and even yesterday, that a lot of women will say that, he exposed their relationship. And do you think it's mad because she almost looks a little bad in the situation? Because I don't think what she did was anywhere near as bad as what he did. But do you think that people are mad he conducted himself the way he did because maybe it's almost exposing their dynamics a little bit, or maybe how she is with him? Do you think that has something to do with it?
It might. It might, but the reason why I hold him accountable for his behavior with regard to how he handled it is this. I feel that the same way I would want her to show that she is eligible to be a wife, a good wife, he needs to be eligible to be a good husband. And a good husband shows leadership. A man in that situation is going to say, as showing good leadership, he is going to take her to the side, because that's what a man would do. A strong man would take her to the side and say, these are the parameters for me. I didn't like this that you did. I didn't like that. He's going to show that leadership. He's going to show that strength. And then if she doesn't comply, then he's going to let her go.
But my thing
That's
is,
what I
my
thought
thing
he-
is,
how I thought he should have handled that.
my thing is he not allowed to call her out on her behavior?
Yes, he is privately. I think he absolutely should do that.
So
I absolutely
so
do.
once
But I
so
think
once it's already public, why is he condemned for now making it, just continuing what she started? Why does he
Because I
now
don't-
have to be the bigger person? Why does that make him less of a man?
I don't think it makes him less of a man, but I think the leadership that he would show as a husband, to me, he would take her aside, handle it that way, and then move differently with her.
But
then
think
on.
about what you're saying though. You said you
Mhm.
now you're basically criticizing his leadership because he didn't do it in a way which you found befitting, or which a lot of people did, but what she did was clearly wrong. I think we both can agree on that. But
It
why?
was,
But why
yes.
is it that he is now not an efficient leader for their relationship because he decided to call her out on what she did on something that was already made public?
I can see your point on
Yeah.
that. I feel that in relationships that things are better handled behind closed doors. And let me share with you what I mean. Even though she made it public, how he moves with her is going to be further analyzed and criticized by the general public.
Mhm.
Whereas if you take a person aside and you put your 2 cents in, you may be able to, outside of the glare, the media glare, where it's just the two of you, he may have been able to make inroads with her and say, look, this is where I am. This is what it is. I hear countless people say when they're under the media glare that it's very difficult to hold on to a relationship because everybody's in it, whether you want them to be or not. So I'm thinking that if he showed her the example of, okay, let's close ranks, let's come together, and I'm going to tell you what I feel. And then if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But it's not out there for everybody to weigh in on, because that puts a lot of pressure on both parties. Both parties will respond differently where there's a whole bunch of people watching than when it is just you and the other person. That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, I understand what you're saying. I just think that
Mhm.
it's a bit unfair how he has to now stay silent after something after he was basically embarrassed and humiliated. I don't think any man in his right mind would be okay with that. But I think that there has to be consequences and repercussions. And one of the big conversations where, how do we know that she didn't cross a boundary? A lot of women would like to say it's an insecurity that he's showing, but I think we both disagree on that, because what she did was inappropriate. And I think that's something we both agree on. But to say that, usually when somebody crosses a boundary, there's a consequence for that, whether that be making something public or leaving the relationship. And I just think that when you do something like she did, which I think a lot of people would qualify almost as cheating, when you do something that she did, I think that for some people, depending on how they take it, a conversation is not something to even be had. Because me personally, and I can understand why somebody would stay in a relationship if they have a kid, but me personally, if you do something like that, me tweeting something on Twitter about making commentary, and I feel like I would be the only person that would have the right to. I think that would be the least of your worries, because I wouldn't be with that person anymore. So it's just looking at it from his standpoint. I don't think it was that bad, because I would end that relationship, rightfully so. So I just think
I can see that.
so I think that him commenting on it, that was a little lenient, if you ask me. I don't even think that was bad. I think it's only bad because you're basically you know, allowing people to, you know, indicate certain things based off why would you say that, right? And really, we don't know. We don't know. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't know that it would get that type of reaction, right? We don't know if she actually crossed the boundary. But hey,
that's true. But you know, I for me, I mean, I think she has a problem transitioning from making the transition from being a single woman with no child, from being a single woman to at least being attached to another man to the point where you have a baby with him, because we can't say marriage. But there again, I don't vilify him for not marrying her because because she had the baby, because the two of them made that baby. I don't understand that logic either. When people say that, I don't understand that logic. I mean, they were both involved in that, and she clearly was a willing participant in having that baby. So why does that make him wrong? We're going to agree to disagree on how he handled it. I agree. I understand what you're saying about him feeling like she already made it public. I just think that I guess where I differ is what would his goal be? Was his goal to just embarrass her, just to give her a consequence, or would the goal be to repair the relationship? Because in my thinking, I was thinking in terms of them wanting to repair the relationship. But if that's not the case, then, you know, it is interesting that he chose that route. But I will say this: if I'm a parent and the other parent does something I don't like, would I really want to air publicly those kinds of things that could come back later that my kids would see? I don't know that I would. And I think that both of them probably need to concentrate, even if they can't concentrate on their relationship, understand that they have a child, and whatever they do is being recorded and will be out there, and that they're going to someday have to explain behaviors to their children. And that is very key, because the kid needs direction. And that's an important aspect, I think. I'm just putting that out there.
Okay, that's fine. Ash, you just came on. You can introduce yourself, where you're from, and let us know what you think about the topic. Oh, Ash. Okay, maybe Ash is.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, introduce yourself, where you're from, and what would you like to say about the topic?
I'm Ashley. I'm originally from Arkansas, but I live in Atlanta. So this whole topic, to me, it doesn't matter the status that they hold, who she is, how much money whoever makes, whether they're married or dating, whatever, that doesn't matter. I don't agree with the fact that what he said, he did it publicly. I don't agree with that. But I think my issue with it is that people are talking about her level of respect for him or their relationship, but where was his level of respect posting her twerking? I'm just trying to figure out what's the difference of him posting her twerking and saying what he said versus her post. Like, I don't care about people talking about, oh, he's insecure, blah, blah, and she makes her money. I don't even care about any of that. These are two regular people, human beings. So I'm just trying to figure out, where was the level of respect on his end when he posted her twerking? Because obviously she didn't have an issue with that. He posted it. She didn't have an issue with that. So now, what is the issue?
So do you think because as his man, her being in a relationship with him, you think that, do you think that him posting her, do you think that's equivalent to how she conducted herself with Usher?
No, I'm not saying that. It's like, when it comes to Usher's concerts, that's what he does. I think it was really about what she was wearing.
No, he also commented on how she conducted herself also. So I think that was an issue too.
So yeah, I didn't see that part. All I saw was him posting about her outfit and that she's a mom. So the clip that I saw was what he does at his concerts, that particular song. And when it came to "Ooh Girl, Look at You," she twirled or whatever. Okay, yeah.
And showed them booty cheeks, huh?
Yeah, she showed the little dress or whatever.
And you think that was appropriate?
I just kind of feel like in that situation with stuff like that, when you're dealing with a particular person, you know, like how they are. You know what they wear. So if he had an issue, and like the other lady that just got off, she was like, talking about her leaving the house with that on, but they might have not even been in the same city because, you know, she does her talk show, whatever. So they might not have been in the same city for him to even know what she had on.
I agree.
So I just kind of feel like, I don't know. I feel like regardless if they're married or in a certain relationship, like there are conversations that you have with your significant other about certain types of dress.
Right.
As far as both of you are concerned, certain type of things, you know, that you wear, certain type of places that you go. So I just don't agree with the fact that he blasted her publicly. That's the only thing I don't agree with. Like, that should have been a private conversation.
But you agree with the fact that she embarrassed him publicly.
Well, we're talking about embarrassment. That's what everybody's opinion, that he was embarrassed, because this is where I'm having an issue with that. Because he had no problem posting her twerking for everyone to see. So the fact that he didn't have control over what was posted, that's the issue.
Well,
that's what it is.
I don't think that was necessary. I don't think that was necessarily the case. Well, one, when he says it's the outfit, though, you're a mom. And it's, you know, like a lot of the people said on here, when she got on stage, she's twirling and showing herself off. She's showing her booty cheeks, as some people said.
And that's a part of the song. Ooh, girl, look at you. And she twirled.
Okay, well, we'll get to that in a second. And I think that with wearing what she was wearing and then showing another man in the way that she was wearing was inappropriate. But by saying what you're saying, I think that you think celebrities have an exception. So because Usher does, so why would you say it was a part of the song? So, oh girl, look at you. So that makes it appropriate.
I just said in the beginning, it doesn't matter who they are. They can be regular people.
So why would you say that?
She showed everybody from the time she stepped out of her hotel room, got in that car, got to the concert, got to her seat. Everybody saw what she was wearing. So it doesn't matter. So that's what I'm saying.
So it doesn't matter.
When people are talking about the particular person that she showed this, people are making a big deal of the fact that it was Usher. It doesn't matter. She showed everybody this outfit from the top hotel and got in that car and got out and went to the concert and walked to her seat.
Well, I don't think that's the case.
So it's an issue.
I don't think that's the case with the issue. The issue is that what she did was highly inappropriate, and it would be considered almost infidelity, right? Because and the thing that makes me think that you think it's okay, because you said it's a part of the song, and oh girl, look at you, her twirling. I think that's very inappropriate for somebody in a monogamous relationship. So for you to say something like that makes me think that you think it's okay, like it was just a part of the show.
Okay, so if she went out to dinner with her man in that same outfit, what's the difference?
But they didn't,
because he was there and he allowed it.
But they didn't. And like but see, that's my thing. But that's my thing. Like you said earlier,
and he allowed this outfit around him, but there are other men around. So the issue is the fact that he wasn't there to give his approval on the outfit.
I don't think that was the case. I think that he's upset because She's showing herself off in front of this man, right? And it's an indicator of a hold on.
Showed herself off twerking to the world.
Hold on.
What's the difference?
Hold on. Let me finish. You have to let me elaborate.
I'm listening.
He's her man, right? He can do that. That's something he does. He wants to show his girls off. He thinks he's sexy. Cool. That's her man. She's now doing this with another man, right? That's not her man. Conducting herself that would be considered cheating, right? Showing herself off in front of another man. And like you just said, you can't give that hypothetical situation because chances are that they weren't together. She's away on a trip. He's far away from her. He probably didn't even know that she packed that in her bag. And obviously he felt uncomfortable about it. It's not okay. Just because he does it, that's her man. So, because he posted her naked and showing off her body, so now a whole nother man that's not in a relationship with her gets to do the same thing according to your logic. So let's say if I'm out and I decide to show my girl, which I wouldn't do, and so that makes it okay for her to go on stage and let some famous legendary R&B singer show her off too, and for him to be, serenading her in her arms. Like, is that what you're saying? That it's okay now because he did it, so any man can do it?
That's not what I'm saying.
So help me understand.
People because I'm not what I'm saying. What it's like you're making it seem like she was with Usher by herself in a private location.
I mean, she made it. It made it seem like the after party was going to go down like that. It certainly seemed that way. No. Okay, but would you not think that her conducting herself like that maybe after party is shit she could be?
No, okay, so there we go. See, my shit was hypothetical. My bad. I don't want to cuss get you live. So what I said was hypothetical. So what you're saying is hypothetical. After party, we don't know that. That's hypothetical.
Right.
Right? Just like I said my hypothetical.
Right.
So what I'm saying is what she wore, she broadcasted that to everybody. The fact that it was recorded and it was Usher, that's the problem.
That's not the problem. Okay. So once again,
so how do we know that she didn't feel comfortable doing that? Because her man has already showed her body off to the world, to everybody.
You said
so how do we know that she didn't feel that was like she didn't have an issue with that because he's already showed her twerking to everybody?
Yeah, but like I just said, so because he showed her twerking, it's okay for her to show her body and but that's your justification. So that's what you're saying.
No. What I'm saying is we don't know if Keke Palmer felt okay. So my man posted for the whole world me twerking. That he wouldn't have an issue with me being in this outfit at a concert.
It's not about the outfit. It's what she wore and what she did. That's the problem.
You just said it's not about the outfit, but then you said it's about what she wore.
Listen to what I said. Listen to what I said. Listen to what I said. I said it's about what she. It's not just about the outfit. Let me make that clear. It's not just about the outfit. It's about what she wore and what she did. Because he did on camera. He addressed how she was all up on him, right? So clearly he was uncomfortable with that. But hold on. But according to your logic, you're saying that because he posted her naked, damn near, you're saying that it's okay for her to damn near be naked and be on another man and doing things that would be considered cheating. But that's how you're justifying it.
Okay.
I mean, that's how you're justifying it. So I'm just trying to understand, because a man in a relationship with a woman posts her on his Instagram or whatever social media it is, it's okay now for her to go act inappropriately with a celebrity. And the fact that you keep saying it's Usher, it leads me to believe that you think it's okay because he's a celebrity. It doesn't matter if it was Usher or not. I think you would still have a problem.
I'm saying Usher because everybody is making a big deal because it's Usher. It doesn't matter who it is. Well, I just said that.
Okay.
She walked out of her hotel room with that outfit on. It was a lot of people that saw her.
Okay.
A lot of people.
Right.
So if she walked out of her hotel room, if she would have walked out of her hotel room and took pictures with random guy fans, would this still be a conversation?
Hold on. Let her finish. Well, I think that if she made videos of her being serenaded by random guys, I think it still would be an issue. And I don't think hold on. I don't think it's just because it was Usher. I think what she did was highly inappropriate. And I think that's the thing we're not addressing. And maybe you don't think it was inappropriate, but it was highly inappropriate. It's not because it was Usher. It's because what she did was extremely disrespectful. And it's a great indicator that she doesn't have respect for that man, whether it was Usher or not.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is disregard the fact that it was Usher.
Okay.
She had this dress on. She stepped out of her hotel. There were men that regular dudes that recognized her. Even it could have been a celebrity that recognized her. She still had this fit on. There were men that recognized her and wanted to take a picture with her because they're fans, and they posted this up, right? Would it still be an issue because she still got the same outfit on? She's still posting up with other dudes.
Okay, cool. I get your point. But let me answer your question. But did Usher just take a picture with her, or did he do more? Yeah, exactly. That's the point. He didn't hold on. He didn't just take a picture. Hold on. You're not gonna overtalk me. Hold on. He didn't just take a picture, right? He did more than just took a picture. He serenaded to her. He sung to her. He wrapped her in his arms. Actually, she came on stage and came to him. She twirled for him. Showed her his naked body. So when you talk about other people and her taking pictures, that's not just what was done. She didn't just take pictures. That's not the problem here. The problem is her behavior was inappropriate. That's what I think you need to understand here. So the proper example would be if she saw random people and danced and sang with them and was all over them in a sexual manner. Yes, it would still be the same thing. And I think it would be even more embarrassing because these motherfuckers are random. But it doesn't make it okay because it was Usher. And it wouldn't make it okay if it was a random person on the street, given his fame or not. I don't understand why is that so hard for you to understand.
Excuse me, may I ask a question of the panel and of you?
Sure, just introduce yourself first.
Yeah, this is Glammy.
Okay. My bad. Go ahead.
I was wondering this. Let's say, for the sake of argument, you're in love with a man.
Hey,
you really care about him. You have a child with him. Okay, you're really in love with him. And he says to you, and he gets upset with you for something that you wore. And some behaviors that you had. And he calls you out on it. Do you stop the behavior because of his feelings? Or do you feel like he doesn't have any right to say anything to you about it? I'm talking about a non-married relationship, but you love him.
So are you asking me this question?
Yeah, I'm asking the panel, would you stop the behavior? What would you do under those circumstances?
Right. So with my situation, I was in a 5-year relationship. I got me a sheer Versace bodysuit because he wanted me to wear it sheer. The only thing you can wear under this is a strapless bra and some black panties. He bought that for me because he wanted to see me in it. And where did he want to see me in it? When I was out with him.
Okay, ma'am. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but that's not my question. My question is, you're in love with a person. They share with you that the behavior that you exhibited bothers them. It upsets them.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
They know I'm not going to do it. But we don't know that's what he spoke to her about. We don't know that. That's what I'm saying. We're only basing our opinions and comments off of Twitter. We don't know that he had this conversation with her. Okay. We're basing it off of his outburst on Twitter.
Okay, but ma'am, can I say something?
We don't know that.
What I'm saying is that clearly his post expressed that he was not happy with the situation. Would you agree with that? That his post made it appear that he was not happy with the situation?
That's cool, but that's something he should have discussed with her. Okay. My issue
But that's not what she asked you. Ash, answer her question. Ash,
you're making your relationship
Ash, answer her question. Just answer her question. No, you didn't. You didn't.
Ma'am, we're in agreement with that. I agree with you that I don't like the way he handled. But listen to what I'm saying. I'm not on that right now. I get that what he did was inappropriate. But I am saying to you, I'm solely focused on the fact that he did something that upset him. And she says she loves him. Should you continue the behavior or should you apologize and try to get it right? That's what I'm asking.
Can I answer the question?
Oh, no, well, you can, but let's let Ash answer first because she was asked it.
Okay.
So you're asking me, should she apologize and change her behavior, right?
Yes.
Yes. If this was something that, yes, she should. But my whole thing is he should have came to her privately. That's my thing. Don't blast somebody on social media and make it messy. That's why there's so many conversations about this on social media, because he put us in their business. Yes, we saw what Kiki did, but by him commenting what he commented, that's why there are so many lies about this conversation when he could have easily brought that to her privately. Now, being that you just said, if there was a man that I love, right? Blah, blah, blah. If there was a man that I loved and he loved me, you would think he would have come to me and said, yo, like, what you had on tonight was not cool, bruh. Like, so we need to have a discussion when you get home. Don't blast me on social media embarrassing me, bro. Like, if you felt that way, that's fine. Ask me to take it down. Let me get to Usher, whoever posted it. If you feel some type of way, and I'll try to get that taken down. If you feel that's me. If you feel some type of way about what I posted, then I'm going to take it down, and we can talk about it when I get home. But what you not finna do is you're not finna come to me, not come to me about it and just say what the hell you want to say on that. That's embarrassing.
So why do you think? All right, I'll let you. Yeah, because you were talking to her.
I'm done. Go ahead.
But why do you think that? Why do you think that she deserves that same respect when she didn't give it to him?
Because she might not have known he had an issue with it. That's what I'm saying. We don't know what goes on in their home.
Okay.
You go, whatever. But what I'm saying is, these are things that you talk about with the person that you're in a relationship with. Do y'all not talk about clothing? Like, because of how the world is and what's on social media, is clothing not a topic? Because it was a topic in my relationship,
ma'am.
So I'm just wondering, is this not something that's discussed beforehand?
Ma'am, you're obsessed with the clothing. If your man went on stage,
no, but you guys are obsessed with what she had on. Okay.
No.
Grabbed her by the waist and put the microphone to her mouth.
No, but that's but no. I think did her little twirl with her ass cheeks hanging. I don't think you're paying attention to what's being said. Yeah. I don't think you are.
Answer the question. That's why I want to answer the question.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
That's not what Glammy was saying. Not to interrupt y'all. Glammy, the question was, I'm not just in case I'm not mistaken. Glammy asked, if you love someone and they told you that you hurt their feelings, your actions embarrassed them, and they hurt your feelings, would you apologize and take accountability? And my answer is yes. Yes, we all know, we all saw the tweet. Yes, he did talk about her in public, but let's not forget that she embarrassed him publicly. And I noticed, Ash, that you said that, if it was you would talk to him and get him to take it down. The funny thing about the internet, it can't get taken down. He didn't hear that from Kiki. He didn't see that. But Kiki didn't send him the video. Several big social networks posted that video with the quickness to post it. There's nothing that she can do. There's not enough money in the world to get that video. It's gone. It's out there. Nothing that she can do. All she can do now is take accountability and apologize. And if that was my man, and like I said, if I was Kiki, I'm not Kiki, but let's just say that was me shaking my booty on stage, and my man made a tweet and said, like I said, I'm not even a mother, but he just said, I don't like that. He tweeted saying that I have no respect for myself. Yes, I obviously would be upset that he said that, but I can't get upset at someone's feelings towards my actions. Especially when, in this day and age. Sorry, one more thing. Especially since in this day and age, men don't even feel that comfortable speaking their feelings because all of Twitter is gonna. I'm for real. I feel like all of Twitter.
Well, the other thing, it's funny that you say that because for years we have asked men to tell us what they think, and now that they have, we discount everything that they're saying. We get mad at them and shout them down
Nuts.
when they're telling us how they feel. You can't be wrong for how you feel.
Absolutely nuts.
It's an opinion. It's an opinion. That's number one. But number two, if I were to apologize to, and I was sincere about it, with hurting someone, I would apologize to them in the same venue that I embarrassed them. So if you would have to get on social media to because you see what I'm saying? Because it's all out there. He did what she did publicly. He complained publicly. So now she's going to have to apologize publicly. If you really love someone and you care about the relationship and you want the relationship to move forward, you're going to have to do something to repair that because the other person's feelings do matter or should matter to you if you say you love them. That's my point.
Right. I completely understand that. I completely understand that. Where I'm coming from is we don't know if they talked about this type of, this type of stuff beforehand. So we're just seeing what we see. And so the outside looking in, it's like, she disrespected him and then he blasted her. And so now she's come with an apology. We don't know what was discussed. We don't know how she felt. We don't know if she felt that it was comfortable for what she had on. Yes, I understand, sir, the usher issue. I get it. But it's like, I just kind of feel like, when it comes to social media, people make their relationships so public, and it's a lot of stuff that should be kept private.
I just want to say this is
in that situation. Yes, although if he felt disrespected, so that means it's gonna be a tit for tat. No, that's not cool. That tit for tat stuff is not cool.
So when you say tit for tat, you're implying that what she did is equal to what he did.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
That's tit for tat.
What she did, because the young lady just spoke. He felt disrespected. He spoke out about it publicly, right? So that's a tit for tat. Oh, you gonna embarrass me? So now I'm gonna say what I gotta say and embarrass. That's tit for tat. That's what I'm saying.
But that's the thing. When you say that, you're implying that what he did was equal to what she did.
I'm not implying. No, what I'm implying is.
Did you just not say because he was embarrassing her?
If he felt disrespected and embarrassed, he could have went about it a different way. For him to go on social media because he felt embarrassed, for him to go on social media to feel like he needed to embarrass her, that's tit for tat. Oh, so you did this, so I'm going to get you back now.
Okay.
When it could have been a simple, private conversation.
But ma'am, do you know that's what tit for tat means? Because you did something, I'm going to do something in return to you.
That's what I'm saying.
All right. So, but that's that. All right. So that leaves my question. Do you think that her doing what she did, right? Basically, some people would consider infidelity or cheating. Do you think him commenting is tit for tat? Because I would think tit for tat is him going on stage and maybe being with Lotto or another celebrity and being, serenaded or being twerked on. Would that not be equal? Would that not be tit for tat?
No. You're speaking on tit for tat as being him doing the same thing she did. Tit for tat could be her embarrassing him and him turning around embarrassing her, regardless of how it is. And that's what happened. That's the tit for tat.
But the tit for tat is basically equating
his tat by embarrassing her.
But when you say tit for tat, it's basically equating something. You're saying that it's almost equal. So I'm gonna do the same thing to you.
But it's equal in the embarrassment. That's what I'm saying. Not equal as in the act.
Yeah, but all right. So look, when you Google the term tit for tat, the definition is the infliction of an injury or insult in return for one that one has suffered. So that literally means quite by definition, equating.
The infliction was embarrassment.
Right, right, right,
So
right, right.
For tit for tat, he felt embarrassed. So he had to embarrass her, and that was with his comment.
Right, but it said in return. Listen to the definition, Ash. Listen to the definition. It said in return for one which one has suffered, meaning that it's equating it, meaning it's the same.
He suffered embarrassment.
Okay, but
nothing to do with the act.
Oh, ma'am.
His suffer was embarrassment, so he chose to
Ma'am.
embarrass her by his comment.
Ma'am,
Tit for tat has nothing to do with, oh, so you did this, so I'm gonna do the exact same. No,
ma'am, I don't think you're understanding the definition.
No, I understand.
Hold on,
don't understand.
Hold on. Let me read it one more time. It says the infliction of an injury or insult in return for one that one has suffered, meaning if you do this, I'll do that. Yes, it was embarrassing, but what we're saying here, what she did wasn't just humiliation or embarrassment. It can be qualified as cheating. Some people would say flirting is cheating. Something that you would do behind your partner's back, let alone in their face. So it's more than just embarrassment. Some people would say she cheated. She cheated on her man. So that's not tit for tat. Tit for tat is him doing that same exact thing. That would be returning for one has suffered. What she did was more. You stop equating the two because they're not the same. And that's the problem. Like, I don't understand why this isn't so obvious. Anyway, Lady Palm, you introduce yourself and tell me what you would like to say on the topic.
In the panel, everyone, this is Lady Palmer, and I just want to say three things. One, when you do ugly, usually you get ugly back. Okay, so if you do something ugly and then you want it to come back softer to you, usually that doesn't happen. If you're in a blow to blow with somebody and you hit them as hard as you can, they probably coming back at you with the same type of blow or anger or force. So you don't get to do ugly to somebody then say, come back to me soft, because a lot of times it doesn't happen like that. Two, somebody was talking about Christianity, and like you were saying, you can't even talk about Christianity. There's so many rules in there. This is all wrong in so many different ways. So don't even bring that in. And then three, my thing is this. It's not even the outfit. Because back in the day, everybody wasn't dressing like that, going to concerts with their butt cheeks out and stuff. She could have been clothed in a pantsuit or whatever. What she did is she got up there, she paraded herself, she pushed up on a man, and it had a result that she didn't like that happened later. And it doesn't, even if she would have been clothed, it probably would got the same reaction. But with her being dressed like that, it made it even worse.
I agree. And
we do things in the instant of doing something in the moment, and we don't even realize the repercussion that might be coming. She did this. It would have been nice if he could have kept it low key, and they could have had a discussion, and she could have went on the show and said, me and my man had a discussion, and we got it together. But that ain't how it came out. Because again, when you go in ugly, usually it's gonna come out ugly, and that's what happened. She did something, it exploded, and he exploded, and if it would have all been in the house, nobody would have known. But it didn't happen that way, and. Like I said, even though she got what she got on, if she was in a pantsuit and she got up out of her seat, twirled in front of him, rolled up on him and pushed up, I'm sure her man still would have been like, what in the world is going on here? And it is a difference to me that if he's showing pictures of his woman whatever way, that don't mean that any other brother get to have that. When I used to go out and party, I danced a certain way with the man I went out and party with. When men came up to me, they would think I was going to dance the same way. They got sadly mistaken. They did not get that close to me. Why? Because they were not the man I was with.
And I think that's basic logic, but I mean, I guess how some people try to justify things aren't always fair. But I want Shane to speak. I think you came up. Introduce yourself. Where you're from, and tell me what you think about the topic.
This is Lady. I just want to let you know I'm going to drop so that you can get more people out.
Hey, no problem. Thank you for joining.
God bless you.
Morning.
How you doing?
Yeah,
Introduce yourself and tell us what you think about the topic, man.
All right, for me, I think a lot of men love to see their women dress on the occasion and what happens. Like if it puts on a beat, a mood, and what happens.
Okay. Grown perspective. Let us know what you think about the topic. Introduce yourself, please. Grown perspective. I think that's what your username is. Introduce yourself.
I can hear you. At first, I couldn't hear anything because of that background noise.
Yeah, grown. You want to introduce yourself and let us know what you think?
I didn't know how to. I didn't know how to get my mic off.
Okay.
My mic on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Introduce yourself and tell us what you think.
Sure. My name is Tiffany, and I just want to have a perspective on a lot of this. So I will preface this by saying I've been with my husband for over 22 years.
Congratulations.
And, we've been together since teenagers. We are married. I was married before I had children. Not that it means anything, but for me, I'm very clear on my boundaries and I'm very, very firm on my standards. In our relationship, I think the assumption that's being made here is, number one, everyone's definition of what's embarrassment. My husband, and I'm also Jamaican, so I think we have a different perspective on things. I showed my husband, he had no issue with it, right? And I know for a fact my husband would not have had an issue with the dress or the way she was with Usher. Okay? But again, been with the same person for 22 years. Never cheated, never been in a man's DMs, never kissed another man, nothing like that for all 20-something years. Okay? One of the things that I do, there are assumptions being made through this, right? I heard the glammy person say, would you apologize after your husband says it to you? 100%. And vice versa. It has to go both ways, right? We are in a relationship. We're all human. But I feel like there's an assumption that for her, she was intentionally trying to embarrass him, right? We don't know that, okay? In a relationship, which I know personally has made my relationship last so long, is number one, I'm a very private person. I do not talk my business to anyone, not to my friends, not to my family. If I really need something, I go to a professional, okay? So while his feelings are absolutely valid for himself, was that made clear in the beginning? Because communication is important in relationships. Ultimately, we do not own people. Either when we date people because we choose to, this is not our family that we were born into. We've chosen that person. Therefore, either we accept that person as they are, or we do not be with them. Okay? So it is important that we effectively communicate. And if we have a problem with something, because we've all had problems in relationships, right? No relationship is perfect. I'm sure that there's been things that he's done, or if you're in a relationship, there's things that you have done that maybe your girlfriend didn't like, right? Does your girlfriend in public yell at you and scream at you in front of people? Because to me, that would be emasculating. I don't do that to my husband. If he does something I don't like, I wait until we get home and I communicate that. Because maybe his intention was not to hurt me, but you know what? That's how I felt. But it's my job to be an adult and communicate that in a way and say, hey, I don't like what you did. Then if the action happens after that, then, and if you've done it again, then that is fear. But that's going to create unnecessary arguments and fighting for something that I was unaware of. I'm not a mind reader, right? I would never emasculate my husband in public, yelling and screaming at him. Like, absolutely not. Because that is inappropriate. That is embarrassing for something that I may have not been aware of. So the communication clearly has to be displayed first. And I say this in my job. I'm also a professor and I teach writing. And one of the things I often teach my students is, especially when I've read thousands of papers from college students. And what makes a good writer is someone who can articulate their thoughts. So I often have to tell my students, you need to, when you're writing, you are the director. You cannot assume that I know what you're trying to tell me. You have to be clear and concise in doing so. And then I have to obviously give them a D or something, or an F if I need to. And they have to then go back and not assume that I know what they're trying to tell me. It is your job to tell me what it is that you want. And then how I respond is how we can move forward from there.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. You're saying a lot. Well,
yes.
The assumption, I don't think anybody's assuming the assumption that you said. And what was the assumption you think that people are assuming? What? Say that one more time. What was it?
The assumption is that she was intentionally, because a lot of people are saying, even I've heard on here, well, she embarrassed him. And if she did it publicly, he needs to do that publicly.
Well,
but ultimately, was he?
First, I don't think that anybody thinks that she's intentionally trying to respond to him. And I think that you don't need, I don't think that you need to communicate what cheating is. I think that there's a clear-cut ground for what cheating is, right? And I don't think you need, hold on, let me finish. Hold on. I give you the privilege to talk without being cut off. And you talked for a while, so please let me finish. I don't think that anybody needs to communicate what is inappropriate in a relationship. I don't think that's something that needs to be said, especially publicly, right? I don't think that she purposely tried to embarrass him. I think that she doesn't have any respect for him. And I don't think that you doing something inappropriate with another grown man as we are in a relationship and I am the father of your child, I don't think that needs to be communicated, right? I don't think I need to tell you that you being on another man that way, you damn near cheating on me. Some people would consider it straight up cheating. I don't think that needs to be communicated. And I don't think he needs to give her the courtesy of going back and talking to her, because if it were me, we wouldn't be in a relationship. I would have deaded her. I would have deaded her publicly. How about that? And I think it's almost blasphemy for you to say that, oh, well, you go and cheat on me in front of the world, but I have to now give you the discretion and the respect to say that, well, hey, I'm going to talk about this in private with you after you just humiliating me in front of millions of people, because that was clipped and then put on all these social medias, all these social media pages with millions of followers. I don't even think it's a conversation. And I think to see as many people, I've been streaming for 5 hours, and to see as many women that try to even justify this and think that what he did was even equal, I think it's blasphemy. I think it shows the clear state of the women that are in this world right now. And I think that men seeing this as an example, you should not wife these women. And I think you either fall into two categories. You're either a hypocrite, are you a low quality female? Because I know there's a lot of females that would never do this, but they're sitting here trying to justify it, which is nuts to me. And if you think what she did was okay, then I don't think any man in his right mind should put you in a relationship. And I think that's a clear indicator by the year 2030 that over half the women in America will be single, meaning not married. And I think rightfully so. Anybody who shares this mindset and think that this shit is okay doesn't deserve to be married. And I just find it astonishing how you could sit here and say that that needs to be communicated. You cheating on me, right? Because some people would consider it cheating, that I need to communicate to you that that is not okay. I don't understand how you could even say something like that.
Can I speak for one?
Sure.
Let's. Oh, can I speak or
speak?
Okay. So some things. So if you listen to what you said some people. So number one, who defines what is embarrassing in someone's relationship? Who defines what's cheating in someone's relationship? So you are putting a blanket statement on something that is your opinion.
I don't think it's a blanket statement, because if we went by definitions, you can honestly say that is cheating.
No, not what. See, but what you're
by
saying
definition.
Is you can honestly say, I am asking you, right? You are speaking in fact. You are speaking emphatically as if what she did was cheating.
Mhm.
In fact, it is relative. That is your opinion.
Okay.
Right? Your relationship is not someone else's relationship.
Right.
So you were, you're very emphatic about it, and that's fine. And clearly that is something in your personal relationship.
Right.
That would not be an issue in my relationship.
Right.
Right? So what makes your opinion more important than someone else's? That's all I'm saying. So you are
okay. But my thing to you is, why does somebody need to communicate what's clearly inappropriate? And even still, but my thing is, but my thing is, and it's crazy how it's just a justification, because I don't think you would do something like that, would you?
What, dance on another guy? Again, listen.
No. Just answer the question. Would you do something like that? Be genuine.
Yes.
You're a professor. You would.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, because
and this is what I mean about like the disingenuous.
And so, ultimately, I'm very clear that it would not be an issue for my husband. I've been with my husband 22 years. Okay, never cheated, never kissed another man. I'm not even in anyone's DM.
So you've done what Kiki Palmer's done to your husband before?
What, danced on another guy?
Yeah, and the men are on a public stage.
My husband's goes, huh?
Well, continue. I want to hear what you have to say.
Absolutely. Again, when you talk about, listen, I grew up in the 80s with people who was wearing cutout clothes and not wearing drawers going out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, it wasn't. It's different. My husband has gone to strip clubs, right? It's not a problem to me. He's told me a girl has had him up on a wall. It's not a problem to me, right? But that is my relationship. But we are clear of where our boundaries are. So if he said to me, 100% correct, if he said to me, I do not like that, then it is me to adjust. And I apologize to my husband all the time. If I am wrong, I am very clear. I don't have any ego to say you are supposed to do anything, right?
Right.
You communicate with me. My job is to respect you, but I have to know first, because I'm not a mind reader. I'm very clear on communication.
Right. So question. You said that those boundaries are clear between you and your husband, correct?
Yes.
Right. So we can say, I think we both can agree that those boundaries weren't clear between Kiki Palmer and her baby father. Otherwise, he wouldn't have commented on it.
Yes, correct.
So I think that like most people, he considered that wrong. So I don't understand how you sit here and say that something, well generally, I would say generally, that would be considered wrong in most relationships. So I don't understand how you have to sit here and say, how you can sit here and say, and obviously you're talking from your perspective, right? Yes, and you can only talk from your perspective. But I think that most people would agree generally that is highly inappropriate for a relationship.
Again, I can respect that, but what I'm saying is that what we're not understanding is that what I'm trying to say is, you are saying most people. You cannot say all, because that is not a fact.
I said generally. Right? And I do think generally most people would think that.
But generally does not mean that is an individual relationship, right? And clearly it was for him, right? So he is in the general. I get that. But my point to that is, okay, have you ever been in a relationship and you've done something that your girlfriend didn't like?
Of course.
Absolutely. So now, if she says, hey, I did not like that, how should she communicate? Let's say you did it in public. How should she yell at you and go off on you in public? and you were unaware that the actions that you've done may have made her feel a particular way, is it appropriate for her to yell and scream at you in the presence and public?
I would say so, yeah.
So you find okay when your woman just yells at you and screams at you in public?
No, I just
If I did
I'm
something wrong?
hold on. Let me finish. Let me talk to her. I'll let you speak after. No, I'm telling you. I said yes, I agree that if she's yelling at me, that is inappropriate.
Okay, so now when you did it, if you've done it, and I heard someone say if I did something wrong, so if you've done something, you were not aware that it would hurt her, because if you were aware, that means you just did it intentionally, which is just not nice.
Mm-hmm.
So you weren't aware that you've done something to hurt her. It would then be okay for her to go off on you in public.
It wouldn't be okay.
So now, so in this same sense, we're assuming that Kiki was aware that this would have bothered him. Okay, was she aware? Did she say, don't wear that, don't do this? And then she said, well, F you. So then maybe I could give you that.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm about to tell you why you're about to give it to me. Because one, if you set boundaries, if I set boundaries with my girl, right, there will be no reason as to why she would do that. Right? If she hold on. If she told me her boundaries and said, hey, babe, don't do this because I don't like this. But see, the big problem is, and the big issue is, right, with your point of contingency is that we don't know if he set those boundaries. But the way he reacted did look like if somebody set boundaries. So for you to say that, well, for you to set this premise that like she didn't know, we don't know that. So for you to make that an argument, it's kind of null and void now because it doesn't make sense. We don't know that. Well, and you can't say that. It is.
Because then you can't make the same argument either because you don't know either. So
I can make the same argument because we know from his reaction that he didn't like it. We know from his reaction that he had a problem with it. Say that again?
Question, again, back to your personal girlfriend thing, right? When your girlfriend flips off on you, right? She did not tell you. Her reaction was because plenty of people react out of turn and they react crazy, even if the other person did not know.
Right.
Right? We do things without realizing how it can impact another person.
Right.
That happens. People are in jail because someone may have done something simple and they reacted
right.
out of turn.
Right. Okay. Now, ma'am, relate this back to the situation, please.
Okay. Well,
make its relevance.
The same way in which you're saying that that his reaction, right? Means it suggests that she knew. No, it doesn't.
I didn't say that. I never said that. Hold on. I want her to finish. I didn't say that, but continue.
What did you say?
I said that I said his reaction is a clear indicator that he didn't like what he did. And the problem the problem with what you're saying is you're saying that you can't condemn somebody if they didn't know something would piss you off. But the very problem with your statement is that we don't know if they had that conversation. Right. Exactly. Okay. So you can't, your argument is out the window. All I'm saying is, hold on. All I'm saying is we know that he was upset and we know that he didn't like it. Right. Yes, we know that he didn't like it, but you're saying that we don't know. You're saying that she didn't know that it would upset. You can't say that because we don't know what those conversations were. We don't know what his boundaries were.
Exactly.
So how are you making that argument?
So then okay. So with that, how do you know that his response then was appropriate?
No. Answer my question. How are you making that argument if you don't know any boundaries that was set between them two?
How am I making what argument?
The argument that she didn't know that would piss him off.
Because neither one of us are in their house.
Okay, so you can't make that argument.
But you can, because that is how you make an argument.
No, but there's nothing to back up your argument. It has no substance because there is his tweet. I'm simply saying that he was pissed off by her actions. It's a clear indicator that he didn't like what she did on top of the video in which he said that, hold on, let me finish. On top of the video, which he said that, oh, I didn't like, if I did this, would you be okay with that? A clear indicator that he didn't like it. Clear indicator that she crossed some type of boundary, right? But the only key thing, that we're missing is is if they had that conversation or not. So your argument is null and void. How are you still making this argument?
So basically, so what you're saying is because of his reaction, you're putting the cause before the effect, right? You are saying, right, that because he reacted that way, therefore she would have known that he would have been mad.
I didn't say that.
So that's saying, okay.
I didn't
you're
say
saying
that.
She intentionally did that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Huh?
I didn't say that.
But
I would say it.
I didn't. Hold on. I didn't say that though. All I'm saying is she clearly didn't have respect for him, and it clearly made him upset, and he clearly didn't like it. Clearly she didn't. Hold on. What I'm saying is she clearly didn't have respect for him. He clearly didn't like it because he spoke on it, and she's clearly in the wrong. So for you to try to make this excuse for her, a very poor excuse, which has nothing to back it up, a very poor excuse has nothing to back it up, because you're saying that she didn't know. There's nothing for you to say that.
So were you in her house? What I'm trying to ascertain from you, right? Were you in her house? So you're assuming that she intentionally did this, because the only way, right,
I never said that. Once again,
I know you didn't. I'm saying you're implying. You made implications about things that I've said.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's the thing.
Right.
Right. So again, we are assuming that she knew that he was not okay with it. If I walk up my house, I don't know whether or not if you've had an argument with your girlfriend, you don't know whether or not you do something. It is for then, after she informs you, then your response will dictate how much you truly care. We're all human. We don't know what's in the other person's head, and we don't control other people.
Ma'am.
So I cannot say we're gonna go around and do everything right.
Ma'am.
Really, what defines is how do you respond to it.
Ma'am.
When you learn, then you say, okay.
Ma'am.
Then you apologize.
Ma'am, I'm
so
gonna.
Is your girlfriend? Are you a mind reader?
Ma'am, I'm going to stop going back and forth with you at this point, because you are clearly wrong, and I think at this point you are being very disingenuous, and I think that you realize that you don't make any sense here. And let me finish, because I let you talk. You realize that you don't make any sense here, and you're trying to, just resist the fact that you should probably concede at this point. You don't have an argument, and I think you're just trying to make excuses, and you're really trying to justify some actions by saying she didn't know. But let's be realistic here. It is common sense, right? It should be common sense. But I don't want to insult Keke Palmer to say that she's a blatant idiot for doing what she did. I don't want to insult her. But I don't think people have to be told that what you're doing is wrong, especially how she did it. And even though you may be okay, you may have a situation where you can do things that are readily deemed disrespectful to your partner, but that's okay with you. That doesn't mean most of the population or even most of the world is going to agree with that. But I think you know that you're not making sense at this point. So I'm going to stop going back and forth with you, because I think it's a bit absurd how you're just trying to justify someone's actions that are clearly and utterly wrong.
Listen, I respect you, sir. Okay.
Can I ask her a few questions?
Sure.
Hey.
All right. Hey, sis, how you doing today? So the first thing I would like to ask you is, what is foreplay? What is your understanding of foreplay?
Well, hold on, guys. Before you get into this, please try to keep that very appropriate for TikTok.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
What is your definition, a clean definition of foreplay?
A clean definition?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, that is relative, right? Foreplay could be...
That's really question,
okay. Ma'am. I'd love to finish.
Go ahead.
Okay. So again, it is relative, right? For me, I am attracted to a man's mind. So a man speaking to me, right, intellectually, to me, that could be foreplay. So again, that is me.
Well, can I generalize that question then?
Okay.
In general, let's do it in general. Generally, right? What is foreplay? I could just break it down. It's a prelude to sex, okay? Right? And foreplay is filled with nothing but sexual, right? Our body language, but again, action, everything, right? So, did that look like foreplay up there?
To me, I cannot say
to the normal person, to a normal person, a regular person, or let's say the majority of people. How about that? Right? The majority of people, to the majority of people, did that look like foreplay?
I don't know.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That's fine. I'll move on. I will move on. That's fine. So the second question would be,
Happy Sunday.
You said she didn't know, right? You said she didn't know, right?
I said she did not know.
Okay, so why didn't she tell him what she was wearing before she went out?
I don't know. You have to ask her.
And I don't have to ask nobody because we're talking about respect in a relationship, right? Because you just said something about being married for 22 years, you got the perfect relationship and all that, right? So that means you can answer that question.
I can't answer someone else's relationship.
All right, that's fine. Let's move on. That's fine. Let's move on. That's fine. So for you to be married for 22 years and be in a healthy and wholesome relationship, how do you display this right here? When you're talking to this man is being totally genuine with you, and you are being totally disingenuous. How do you get to do that, but still say you got a PhD, you got all these high quality things going on, marriage and everything, but yet you're being confrontational with somebody that's not your husband, right? And then he's totally right in what he's saying, but not in your mind. Or you keep reverting back to your mind, which is supposed to be healthy and wholesome. Can you explain that?
I don't even know what you're saying. Like you're yelling.
That's the answer to that. I'll wait for that.
Good sir, you know what? You're right. Why are you so mad at me? Jesus.
I'm not mad. Just because I'm passionate does not mean I'm mad. How do y'all always label black men as mad when they're speaking passionately? You speak passionately. Are you angry? I guess that was too difficult of a question. My question for you are done now.
You know what? It was you too difficult for me. All right. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Glammy, I'm sorry. Glammy, did you want to respond to her? I knew you wanted to say something. I apologize. I didn't give you the chance to speak.
No, that was okay. What I was trying to say simply is that I don't think that, whether she was intentional or not, I don't even think matters. The only point that matters is that he was hurt by what happened. And that it needs to be rectified. I think that whole conversation as to whether she intentionally did something or not is really unnecessary. Because what we're talking about is someone who was hurt by the situation. What needs to happen when you harm someone? And to me, it's like a car accident. You may not have intentionally hit the other car, but you hurt the person. So some sort of compensation, some sort of something has to happen to fix the problem. That's all I was saying. So it really, that doesn't matter. I wasn't even attaching any importance to whether she intended or not. I didn't even go there. Because, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So that's, so I'm just saying.
I agree with you. I mean, I don't think you're saying anything that I wasn't saying, right? If I am made aware of something that has hurt you, in terms the fact that I do love you, I am going to express my sorrow. I'm going to apologize. 100% correct, right? If my husband does something that I don't like, I'm not going to ream him out in public and scream and yell at him. Absolutely not, right? Because that is inappropriate. That is, to me, emasculating. For me to be in public yelling at my man. What I'm going to do is say, at that point, if I'm so emotionally upset, I'm going to reserve myself. And when I get home and say, hey, what you have done has hurt me, right? Because for me to go to him, you did this, and yelling and screaming, what if he didn't even realize, right? He's a different human than I am, right? And so he says, and I say to him, and he does it, and I'm pissed off at him. Why am I going to go off on him in public?
What I said earlier was, you may not have been on before, but what I said before was that. I said I didn't agree with how he did it, but I agreed with what he was saying. And the other thing is, if she's going to apologize to him, it needs to be in the same forum that she had the activity, on social media, because now it's out there, and that's the problem. But the other issue is that she has got to, in my view, this is just my opinion, but I feel that there is a problem with her in terms of how she shifts her relationships once things happen. For example, when events happen in your life, you cannot be the same person you were the day before. You cannot be single. You cannot be single and have a single mother without children. I mean, you can't be a single person, no children. Once you have a baby and you're living with somebody, it's like when you get married, things have to change. You can't be single if you're married. Now, she's not married to the man, but he is staying with him, and they do have a child together. So things have to change. If you're a mother, you cannot do the same things you did before because now you're a parent. And I think there's a problem with how she transitions from one state in her life to another. That's what I think. I don't think she's a vile person. I don't think any of that. But I do think she has trouble transitioning from one part of her life to the next part of her life.
She has trouble?
Yes, I do.
In terms of how she's displaying herself?
I do believe that, because you cannot act the same way single as you act married. You cannot act the same way childless as you do after you have a child. This can't happen.
Okay. Okay. I don't understand.
So, well, this is the thing. If you were fussing and running the streets and having a good time, not saying that she was, because she probably wasn't. I'm not saying that about her, but you're running the streets, going out to the club all weekend long. You cannot continue that behavior once you're a parent.
Yeah, I mean, that's obvious.
Because you have other priorities. You have other things that cause you to have to behave differently.
Of course,
same thing here. It is not good to do things that social media will keep that you will later have to explain to your children. Your behavior has to shift because you're raising them. Absolutely. And you want to raise them with certain values and standards. Having done that, we know that children will listen to what you say, but they will also do what you do. And if you're not comfortable with those types of behaviors, then you're going to have to display a certain level of behavior in front of your kids. And I don't see that shift with her. And I think that, in my view, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. I'm not saying it has to be the world view. Exactly. But I am saying from my vantage point, she has not made the necessary shift she needs to make into parenthood and into the difference in her relationship. There's a difference with living with a man and living with a man who's the father of your child.
Apparently not.
Okay. So do you think that people still in terms of relationships, and again, I look at individuals, right? And I can't define, and like you said, it's your opinion. All of this is my opinion as well, right? This is all conjecture from all of us. We don't know, right? And we can't impose our opinion and views onto someone else and say whether they're right or wrong, right? Because that's unfair, because we don't want that to happen to us. Someone's view of something is not ours, right? So I can't say, well, you should do this and you're supposed to do this. I don't know. I don't define someone else. And I don't have a grandiose idea of myself to say I'm better than someone else to tell them what they should be doing. Okay? So ultimately, yes, I'm a married woman. I get it. Things do change. Just like you have a job, things change. But I guess the point I was trying to make is we should be focusing on, or they need to be focused on how they communicate and how they set their boundaries, right? Regardless of how they do in their relationship, what they do with their children, right? These have to be defined in relationships. We can't go around assuming that we know what the other person wants, and then it's okay for me to act out and lash out and go crazy because they're not doing what I think in my head, right? But I have not clearly displayed that to the person. This is like in a job. We can't go to work and say, oh, you're supposed to do that, but your boss didn't tell you what to do. If your boss says, why didn't you know what's in your mind? And they get mad when they didn't conduct themselves or do whatever for something that you have not defined to them.
You keep saying that, but that's not the case here. And it has no relevance in this situation. And we already went over that. You keep saying if somebody doesn't know. So I don't understand why you keep talking about, and it's like you're trying to make an excuse for her.
But okay, so question for you. Did he tell her, do not wear that dress and do not...
Obviously he did, because she had hid it from him. He found out on the internet.
But even
So
still,
obviously it was hidden from him.
But even still, even if you say that we don't know, if you say that you don't know, you can't use that argument, but you continue to use that argument. How can you say that? Well, she didn't know. She didn't know. She just didn't know. You don't know that. But we do know that he was upset. No, we do know that he was upset. We do know that it was clearly disrespectful, right? And we do know that he didn't like it. And we do, and I think that we do know how she's conducting herself is not how people conduct themselves in a relationship, and especially be an example as a mother.
So if you, I know you don't like when I do this, but I like to use analogies. If you are at a job and you start a job and you did something and you messed up at your job, your boss didn't explain anything to you.
Right.
And you made a mistake and your boss says you're fired.
Right.
But your boss didn't explain to you. Your boss didn't tell you, here are the parameters for this position, right? And then they fire you. Would you say, okay, well, it's your fault, and you didn't intentionally try to mess up. You were not clearly given the proper instructions. You were not clearly given, here is what you are supposed to do and not supposed to do.
Okay,
is that justifiable for you to be fired?
Now, before I answer that question, hold on. Let me answer her. Relate that to this situation now, please.
Okay, again, it's an analogy, right?
I know it's an analogy. It's not a good one, but please give its relevance.
We are saying, again, we are saying that she clearly knew because of his reaction. So you're saying that his reaction shows that she knew prior. And so basically she was...
I never said that.
Okay, so I'm trying to get what you are trying to say.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that how she conducted herself is not how people conduct themselves when they're in relationships. This woman has been on camera saying that she is happy with him, she respects him, she loves him, she's everything he needs and wants in a man and in a relationship, right? So assuming that the relationship is all good and peachy, we would understand that how she conducted herself is not how people conduct themselves in a monogamous relationship, given general monogamous relationship rules, right? And we also know that from his reaction, he was not okay with it, and he was not satisfied, and he was clearly upset on how she conducted herself, down to what she wore and how she behaved on stage. Now, that may be okay for you in your relationship if that's done, as you said, but that's not okay for them, clearly. But the problem is that you keep saying that she didn't know. And the problem with that point of contention is that you can't make that conversation because we don't know if they'd had that conversation. And if anything, if you tried to make an argument for her knowing, we could say that maybe she did, because why would he react that way? But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can't make that conversation. So you keep giving these analogies, but it's not relevant to this situation. So I think you should stop.
I will. Have a blessed day, everyone.
Have a nice day, ma'am.
Thank you.
I just don't understand, like, why is that like so hard to understand? Like, am I wrong for like saying what I said? Like, dude,
I'm sorry. I think this. I think that, and I've seen this all over TikTok, which is really, the exception is not the rule. That's why it's called the rule. The average person, and when I say the average person, the average man is not going to be okay with that. I respect the fact that there are other people who conduct their relationships differently. We got Will and Jada and all. I get all of that.
Will and Jada, that's not the best example.
But I'm saying, but what My point. That's my point. They're way out there on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. Okay, but the average man, if you ask the average man how he would have felt about that, they would have the same response.
Ain't no
and
doubt.
So I am thinking, this is just me, I am thinking that if the average man would have that same response, then the rest of us know what the average man would think. We all know. We all know. There's not a woman alive who does not know what the average man would feel about that. So when you look at your mate, somebody you have had a baby with, somebody you have been with long enough for you to get on social media and say, my man, my man, my man, I just love him to death. How much can you love him if you don't know something as simple as that he would be upset about that? I'm just saying. I think that there is something, and she may not have known, but that says something. If you have been with somebody and you're talking about how you love them and this, that, and the other, and you're so together and you have a baby with them and you don't know that part of them, that to me is an indicator that some work needs to be done there. That's what I'm saying. Because you should know that, in my opinion. And the analogy about the job is one thing, but you may get something wrong on a job, but somebody doesn't need to tell you, hey, don't shoot your coworker. You know what? I mean, no one needs to tell you that. The average person understands that you're not supposed to do. The average person understands that you can't come to work and cuss your coworker out. Am I right or wrong? I mean, the average person. I'm just saying.
But see, that's the thing, and I just think that you, especially when the woman in the comments where I said I was wrong, and somebody says you're wrong, you have people that are genuinely disingenuous. And remember, guys, my point of talking about this, you see these women, they expose themselves. Do not put these women in relationships. Make sure you get to know these women. Make sure you filter these type of women out before you wife them. Don't just wife them right away. Don't give into the narrative that, oh, a man knows he want a woman and it won't take him long to wife her. Bullshit. Bullshit, because you need to get to know these women. So 4 to 5 months, anybody can be on their best behavior, but make it a little longer. Get to know them first. And make sure you set clear-cut boundaries before you put these women in relationships. Ask them about their past. Ask them about their habits. Because yeah, I can agree that even if she acted a certain way with this guy before they got into a relationship, he shouldn't have wiped her if he knew that this was a possibility of something that she can do. Because if you ask me, what he did wasn't wrong at all. Because shit, if it was me or like any of my friends or the people I know, shit, her ass is grass. I wouldn't be there with her. I wouldn't be in a relationship with her. She would be done. Ain't nothing to talk about, let alone me tweeting. She wouldn't have to worry about that shit. We'd be done. I'd publicly break up with her. I'd be like, it's over. Period. So I think he gave her some common courtesy.
I thank you for having me. I have to go.
No problem. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you.
I agree with Glammy. Have a good one. And like you were saying, how people pretend. It's funny because scientifically, humans can only pretend for about 6 to 8 months before their true colors start showing. So I agree with you when you. I agree with you when you say people should not rush in the marriage, because there are some people who sit out here and pretend to be one person when they're actually not. And all things done in light. All things done in the dark will come to light. True.
So for the other sisters that's on here, I would just pose this question real quick. I know the guys know, right? So I know I don't even want to ask you personally, right? I'm gonna say generally, right? So generally, if a female came around the corner and saw her dude all up on the chick, and he could, and like when you know what I'm talking about, like he really like feeling it. You can feel the energy, you can see the energy. And you come around the corner, are you going to turn back around and wait till he get home to check the situation, or are you going to check it right there in public?
Check it right. No, I'm going to say something right then and there.
That's all I wanted to hear.
I'm going to say something.
Because I done seen females actually put their hands on dudes in this type of situation.
Lil Uzi.
And this happens repeatedly. So my question is, why do we even get to this when bro just gave a prime example? Like, man, just stay away from it, because you have no win. So why subject yourself to that? But then you see all these females in the comments literally belittling the men for asking them to think about what they're doing to us.
Well, I just want to
make that make sense.
Well, I just want to add to the situation. I feel like she was
Just
wrong.
introduce yourself, please, and where you're from, and then you can say what you had to say.
Okay, well, my name is Shada Savage, and I'm from Detroit. And I just wanted to put, I think he more so upset about the whole situation because he had her back for so long, even with the Trey Songz situation that just happened a couple of months ago. So the thing is, she has been in the media for so long, and after that had happened, it seemed like she would want to conduct herself in a proper way of being out in public. So she already made accusations on Trey Songz saying he tried to do whatever to her, and now you go on stage and you put your hands over somebody that you know you said in front of everybody that you like.
Yes,
like she's supposed to really like Usher. Truth be told.
Let me ask you a question. So, with that being said, does that and I didn't want to bring that up. I was waiting since yesterday for somebody to bring that up. But with the Trey Songz situation, and she claims almost that she was harassed, maybe in a sexual manner. Do you think that after hearing that, and that being a big thing in the media, and then seeing how she conducted herself on stage, does that make you think that maybe she was crying wolf a bit? Does that make you think that maybe she was a little disingenuous about the situation? Does that make it a little hard for her to believe?
Yes, she was a groupie. Because that's what she looked like on stage as a groupie.
So maybe because she was showing groupie behavior with another R&B singer, is it too hard to believe that maybe she was showing groupie behavior with maybe Trey Songz also?
I believe so, but I wasn't there. But all I know is he had her back with that. So by him having her back with that, and then you go out and conduct yourself another way, and then we see it with our eyes on the stage. Clearly, it's a concert. Usher is going to throw a good concert regardless to what. But it was her turning around, showing herself, and grabbing on him.
And she didn't have to get on stage because we saw when Sweetie didn't do all that. And he even asked Sweetie, did you want to see my song? She said no.
Exactly. But the thing is, I think the movie that she was in with Usher, the comment was that she liked it, Usher. So that could have been a little bit more intimidation for her boyfriend, not her husband, her boyfriend. So now I see that you really like this man and you're on stage throwing yourself at him like a groupie. Because if it was me, I'm not famous, but I would have did what she was doing. She should have conducted herself a little bit more better, especially if she just had a child.
But he is more than a boyfriend. He is the father of her child.
Well,
he is more than a boyfriend.
She's not married to him, so
it doesn't matter. He's the father of her child. Just like the mother of my child is more than just my baby's mama or my girlfriend.
So Savage, let me ask you a question. So you said it doesn't matter because he's not her boyfriend. So do you think that if somebody is not married, it's okay for you to conduct yourself however in a relationship? If you're not married, anything is okay?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that.
So why'd you say that then? Why'd you say it doesn't matter if she's not her boyfriend?
Because y'all kept saying that she was like, you supposed to treat him as like he's her husband. It's a difference between husband and it's a difference between a boyfriend. And truth be told, a boyfriend and baby daddy is almost the same thing.
So hold on. So what would be the difference? Tell me the different treatment that would apply to this situation if he were a husband versus he was just a baby daddy or a boyfriend.
My thing is, it's really no different treatment because it's really no different treatment to me.
So what was the point? I said that. I said he should get husband treatment.
Well, I don't know if it was in the comments or if it was up here, but I know they kept on saying that he should get husband treatment. My thing is, you can have
just the back part, ma'am.
Okay, you can have a kid with anybody. If he didn't decide to wipe her after he had that kid, who I want to know who's the money. Is Keke Palmer the money or is he the money?
Really?
We don't know.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. And you said really, but it does matter because now she's on the internet saying she big gay.
Hold on.
So she really don't care.
Hold on. So I just want to clarify a few things. You just said that there's no difference between between the title of husband and boyfriend. But you're saying that he doesn't. Hold on. Let me finish my question. But you're saying that he doesn't deserve husband treatment. So I don't understand. It's very conflicting statements. You're saying that he doesn't deserve husband treatment, but there's also no difference between how they should be treated. So which one is it?
My thing is, why would I give a man husband treatment when he didn't put a ring on my finger?
So, but see, you're contradicting yourself. I just want to understand what's the difference, because you just said he doesn't deserve husband treatment. So what would this treatment be?
Okay, so like, you know how you go in to run your bath for your husband when he comes from work? I wouldn't do that for a boyfriend.
Oh my goodness.
And so you wouldn't give your boyfriend loyalty either.
My thing is, if you give your boyfriend everything that you would give your husband, what is he looking for? That's why all these husbands out here cheating in the first place.
Well, hold on. Well, first of all, we don't know that. That's first and foremost. Let's deal with it.
I said husbands. I said in general, men. A lot of men do cheat.
Hold on. First of all, we don't know that. Let's deal with the facts. Second, I'm pretty sure a lot of husbands cheat also. And third, so basically you're saying that he didn't deserve the type of loyalty and respect which she didn't give him on that stage because he wasn't a husband.
No, I agree with y'all with the situation on the stage, because she was like a groupie to me. I agree with that.
But then, so what? If that's the main situation here. So what are you saying, that maybe it's her, how she dressed? She doesn't deserve to give him the respect and how she dresses because he's not her husband?
Well, no, because she dressed different when she's with him. If y'all see how when she's with him, she's dressed like she's a teacher or something, like very professional.
That's why he was. Go ahead.
So, but I'm just trying to understand the discretion of husband and boyfriend, because you say it as if, you said they do deserve the same treatment, but then you said you wouldn't run a bath. But I'm just trying to understand its relevance to the situation.
Okay, what I was saying is, because y'all kept on saying like that was her husband. So
I never said that. I never said that.
Maybe it was the lady that was grown, whatever her name was. But the thing, because she kept on saying,
I don't think she said that either, to be honest.
You talking about grown?
Yeah, I don't think she said that either. And honestly, I disagreed with her. We didn't agree at all, but I don't think she said that.
Saying like the treatment of, like she was saying that her husband let her grind on men and do all that, and that's kind of disrespectful for her to want to even do that as a wife. So what I was saying is, my thing is, I'm a girlfriend. I'm not a wife. But the thing is, I would never give my boyfriend the treatment that he needs to look forward to when I become his wife.
So hold on. If you said, and that's interesting. So I'm gonna just dismiss the fact that you said that husbands, how that's relevant. Husbands and boyfriends don't deserve treatment to the situation. But I have a question for you. So you said you wouldn't give your boyfriend husband treatment, correct?
No, because I need him to look forward to what he got coming when I get that ring on my finger.
Okay, so what if his mindset was maybe he'll never make you a wife for that reason?
Then we wouldn't be in a relationship.
Yeah, because I mean, rightfully so. You're not showing him you have the capabilities of being a wife, so why would he want to make you one? Because usually when people say they find a wife, they find a good thing.
They do, but then they run over, and then half of the men run over good things.
Well, ma'am, I think you're projecting. You're talking about situations maybe you've been through or anecdotal things. Hold on. I think you may be projecting. You may be talking about things you've been through or things you've seen people been through. But that is not all people. But my whole very point with this logic is, if you are in a relationship with somebody, right? I think you would agree that a marriage is a step up from being a girlfriend, correct?
Which is true, yes.
Right. So if you want that step up and almost getting a promotion, don't you think you have to be qualified for that position before you get it? Don't you think that you should be able to do all the things in that position before you get it? And by getting that position, you would have to display it. We don't use this logic when it comes to the workforce. So why would you not use that logic when it comes to your man?
I agree with you with that, but I'm just saying certain things I just wouldn't do, because when you get in a marriage, what is it to look forward to then? Like, you give them all you got, and then now you married, and then what is left? He had already got the whole little treatment, so what he gonna have to look forward to?
So you can't think of any other new things besides, you know, showing him that you are a credible wife, that you have to hold back on your creativity for being, you know, for qualifying for a wife. I just don't.
You know what? I'm looking at it as how you saying it, and maybe I could be wrong. So I will agree with you. Now hearing it come out of a man's mouth, you know, maybe I might be wrong. But speaking in general, maybe I should step it up. But we wasn't talking about we talking about Keke Palmer.
Right,
We talking about
right, right.
we talking about her situation. I was just saying in general that I think he was more so mad because he has had her back on a lot of accusations that she has been in social media for. And to go on stage in front of everybody and show your ass show your butt like that and disrespect me, because that was disrespecting him.
Mm-hmm.
But if y'all really paid attention to it, he said the dress though. That means he's seen that dress, but he didn't expect her to wear that in public. He said the dress though? Really? That is a clear indicator that he had no idea she was wearing that joint out in public.
She was going to see Usher, so she had to wear that dress.
Hey, you could,
and that's another thing.
At the end of the day, she's a mother. Don't you know why these kids are out here running around crazy? Acting like they ain't got the proper sense or the proper upbringing? Because they watch this stuff going on in the house. Right? I done seen plenty of women tell their kids, shut up, you don't tell what the business going on in the house.
She was in Vegas, so, you know.
That makes it okay?
Yeah, you can justify how you want. That is not motherly material.
I understand.
That is not.
But that's your opinion.
And I brought up Sierra because she is a wife and she was that way before. And then after she went to that man and said she don't want this type of dude when she left Future. She said she don't want that type of dude. But then she went over to Russell, got married, had a baby, and then reverted right back to her old behavior. And this is common. This happens a lot. This is not no isolated incident. So why do we keep getting away from that?
And I don't know why people keep justifying it. I'm seeing in the comments and I keep hearing it where people are like, oh, but it's Usher. Oh, but it's Usher. Why are
because we want to get them backstage passes. That's why.
Yeah, because like, why are we putting these celebrities on such a high pedestal? Because like I said, I try to put myself in other people's shoes, and if I saw my boyfriend guy rating for Sierra, whoever y'all want to name, any celebrity, any woman, period. Shoot, even a man.
Hey sis,
I'm gonna say
Usher have a baby, 2 babies under this. Why do you think these women is trying to get to that backstage? They need that check.
And listen, guys, I don't think it's nothing wrong with like having a favorite celebrity or, you know, you being fond of a celebrity, but I think it's compromising when you're in a relationship and you do things that, you know, that are indicator of cheating. And I think that's where the problem comes in. And I think most people don't have a good moral compass, and I think that's very clear by the things that they are saying, and it's nuts to me. But Rich Porter, please introduce yourself and just tell us what you think about the topic.
From Chicago, one of the original Passport Bros.
Okay.
Currently overseas right now. And I'm just calling to comment in on what conversation you've been having. And, you know, it's really mind-boggling. And I come to the conclusion to say that if Keke Palmer would have had sex with Usher that night, the women would have been still saying the same thing. She's not married. She's not single. She's the breadwinner. So it's kind of crazy to hear this conversation, but I'm happy that these things happen so we can actually get an insight on the mindset of a lot of our women.
I have a question. So why not blame Usher? Like, Usher knew that she had a boyfriend, didn't he?
Usher's not in a relationship with her boyfriend. That's not Usher on the
She
stage.
came on the stage.
Usher. Yeah, I don't think she blame Usher. Look and inspect the video. She approached him.
Which I saw that, but I'm saying out of respect level that he knows that she has a boyfriend. Why not blame both of them?
If we can reverse it, we can say Usher should respect his wife, but we all know he's a repeated offender. So,
oh yeah,
but the thing is, and another thing is, he's an entertainer, right? He's gonna do whatever it is. We see like you said, he's going to do that either way. So now we know you came to the concert understanding and knowing his act. You know what he's going to do. But now it's irresponsible for you to see if you're gonna go for the bait or react or not. She didn't have to go for the bait. She put herself in position. She subjugated herself. She knows she's in a relationship and she knows she shouldn't be doing that. So I don't think we should blame Usher at all. Because Usher's not in a relationship with Darius or whatever his name is. Like I just think that question was a little crazy.
Can I ask? Something?
Who said that?
Hi, it's Ellie.
Just introduce yourself and then you can say what you got to say.
Okay. So I'm Gijaga Ellie. I just want to ask. So one thing we all know is Kiki has been an actress since she was a kid, correct?
Right.
And she's featured in Hustlers recently. Oh, right. Okay.
Wait, what is she featuring recently? You broke out. Hello?
The movie Hustlers. I think. Huh? Hustlers.
Okay.
Hold on, darling. You know, try to wear something buggy. I will try to wear something buggy because I'm with you. But you're not gonna come here and say no more jeans, dresses.
Hold on, you have a bit of an echo.
Plain this, like darling.
Hold on, you have a bit of an echo. It's hard to hear you and understand you.
Okay, sorry, it was a phone call. So like I was saying, he knew the woman he went up to. See, you go for the woman, you take time to know the woman you're going up to, and then you're like, he knew the woman he went up to. See, you go for the woman, you take time to know the woman.
I don't know, she keeps getting phone calls, but it sounds like she's making a point that everybody else made.
And then you come around on the internet, you're like, oh, my woman, why are you dressed like that? You come to me on the internet, you have my...
I think Ellie, you keep getting a phone call. Make sure whoever's calling you stops calling you because it's making your phone echo. So when you're done getting the calls, you can just come up and speak because it's affecting how you sound. Okay, Rich Porter. Did everybody else? Kunta Kinte? Did you want to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and tell us what you think about the topic? Kunta.
Okay. Yes, I'm from Jamaica.
Okay.
And yeah, I want to address the topic and also some issues. I heard grown. Yeah, she made a comment saying that she's a Jamaican and her husband Jamaican, and in their marriage, it's acceptable that she can dance on a guy and her husband would not say anything, because they express that in their relationship. But the point where she made that she's a Jamaican, like it's like all Jamaican.
I think she said that most Canadians aren't.
No, the man is alright. You're a very competent woman knows that I can make you take my last name because it's not hard. So you have to display the type. Oh, she LT? Oh, she's speaking. She come back now. I can. That's all I have to say. Can make she talk.
Ellie, did you want to make your point again?
Why is it always like a one-sided quality kind of trait whereby you're like, oh, she has to prove that she's going to be perfect wife material, or how you going to wife a woman that's not showing you that you can be, that she can be a wife? Why is he giving birth? Why is he letting his sperm inside without having a wedding date set? I mean, no, it's not a one-sided game. It's a two-sided street. Like, she's not wrong, but both of them were wrong. And you're dragging out one person and making it look like, oh, Kiki's the wrong person. Like, she could have done it. Yes, what she did was wrong, but he could have told her, look, what you've done was really disrespectful to me and so on. And what if she came out and said, oh, darling, I'm so sorry. The fact that maybe I'm an entertainer, it didn't come off to me to first think about you. Maybe I got erased in the moment and this and that. Because none of us are in the household. We saw her act up in Hustlers. For me, I don't think anyone will let up their women act up in a movie like Hustlers if you're not going to be okay with that same exact character out on the streets. We see Cardi and Offset. You see what it means to be on a one-sided train. That's why people are always dragging Cardi out, because it's always like, oh, you women have something to prove. So you're coming out and being like, why would he marry her if she's not acting like wife material? Why isn't he showing her that, look, I'm trying to set a date and you have to set yourself straight so we can have something figured out? It's a two-way street. It can never be a one-sided street. Yeah, someone said I'm from the streets, guys. It's okay, darling. Street food is really tasty. Hot and oily.
Okay, hold on,
That's
Ellie.
spicy.
Hold on. You said a lot, so let me respond to you. First and foremost, nobody said that it was okay that he had a baby outside of marriage. I didn't say that, and I don't remember anybody saying that. So I don't understand why you said that. That's first and foremost. Second, he isn't the one that displayed disloyalty here. And I don't understand how people keep saying that this is equal. If somebody basically cheats on you, right, it shows disloyalty publicly, humiliates you publicly, and basically cheats on you, then you go and say, oh, you should have never spoke on it. Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? Somebody goes and shows disloyalty and it humiliates me, embarrass me, not only in front of my family and friends, but but in front of the entire world. But I have to go and be quiet and speak on it in private. Like, what sense does that make? And it's not equal. It's not equal at all. It's nonsense. And the simple fact that in some people's heads that is okay. It's beyond me.
Shot back scene where it's no longer cheating. That is not cheating. But because it's been put out on the media and he gets to be on the upper hand, then that's cheating.
Hold on.
She did not cheat.
Hold, let her finish. Let her finish.
Okay.
Go ahead, finish. All right, I don't think she wants to finish, but so I'll finish for you. First of all, when somebody's working, right? Was she working at the Usher concert? She wasn't. She wasn't working. If somebody's working at your job and then you say, well, why didn't her boyfriend make a big deal out of that? Because let me finish. I let you talk. Let me finish. Now, if somebody is working and then you question her boyfriend as to why is that not a big deal? Because she's working. She's getting paid. She's a paid actress. When she was at the Usher concert, she was not getting paid. That's something she did voluntarily. She voluntarily decided to disrespect her boyfriend. So that is the worst analogy that you can ever try to possibly make. And I think you should stop bringing that up in conversation, because if somebody is hold on. Let me finish talking. You'll get your chance. Let me finish. That is the worst analogy you could ever possibly make. If someone is working, they're getting paid. She is a paid professional, and she's been a paid professional for the entirety of her life. So if you ask, well, why is that okay? Because
it's work, right? He knows the difference. This is a lot different because she voluntarily went to that man. She didn't have to go to that man. She didn't have to go on stage. We didn't see Sweetie do all that extra shit, but she came to the concert to enjoy the music, right? So why couldn't she do it? Why couldn't she have that respect for her boyfriend? So I don't understand why you keep talking about her working.
Do not use Sawidi to actually try to justify the situation. Coming from a fellow woman, she is literally not close to the definition that you want to be putting out there. Just because for one show we have one character being harder than the other doesn't eliminate all the other shows. Seriously. Now back to the fact that it's not all about that I only work when I get paid. You see people going beyond what they're supposed to go for. You find someone and they're like, oh, you'll just do a little gym. And then it's like, oh, I had to change the diet. They told me to do 10%. I went for 40% just to put the best out there. She has really been out and she's maybe trying to get back into the industry, trying to get back. And then somebody's going to be like, oh, she's doing it for clout. Definitely, that is her job. The clout comes first. How am I going to buy her movie if I hadn't heard from her for a year? Like, I'm going to be like, wait, oh, Kiki, oh, wait, she's back. Oh, she had a child. Like, she has to be relevant. You have to be relevant. So when you release something, we are going to be able to see it. That is her job. When it comes to entertainment, it's a full-time job. I don't see Cardi speaking out lots of music, but she still has to be in the spotlight. So when she releases something, she still has an audience. She still has connection with her audience. So what I'm telling you is simple. She is a full-time entertainer. What she did was embarrassing. Yes, no one is saying like, oh no, this and this, but no one should even drag her saying she's a mother. What a mother is supposed to do? Wear gowns everywhere they go, or what a mother is supposed to do? Why isn't anyone saying, oh, she could be a future wife? Oh, this guy should have sat her down and been like this, darling, I'm going to do this. He's not being up as a man, and then you're dragging her down for not being up as a woman. Stop making it one-sided. Can I say something?
Hold on. I'll let you guys respond to her, but I just want to ask her one question. So basically, you're saying that because she's an entertainer, it's okay for her to conduct herself in a manner which is disrespectful to her man. It's okay for her to do things that basically qualify as cheating to her man, and because she's an entertainer, that it is very justifiable what she did, and it is perfectly okay. So that's basically what you're saying. I'll take that as a yes.
No. So then I'll ask as well. Her man.
No. I asked you a question. When I ask you a question, you have to answer it. You didn't answer my question.
Then go about your question again.
Okay, let's ask it again. You said she's a full-time entertainer. You said she hasn't been in the industry a lot lately. So, so if she's entertaining on stage with Usher, that's just what she does. She's a full-time entertainer. So my question to you is, so that because she's a full-time entertainer, it is okay for her to cross boundaries. It's okay for her to be disrespectful to the father of her child, and it is okay. Let me finish. And it is okay for her to do things that qualify as cheating. It is okay for her to do those things because, like you said, she's a full-time entertainer.
As cheating. I think her man called it disrespectful.
Hold on. Can you answer the question? Is it okay? Is her actions justified because she's a full-time entertainer?
And I will reply to that. Don't cut me off. I'm going to give
I can do what I want. This is my show. I can do what I want. Please answer the question.
You say it's qualifying as cheating, something like that. Her man did not call it cheating. He called it disrespectful. That is one. Two, if she goes up there, you expect that of her. If I start dating an actress, why am I going to be mad? She's going to be put up in a movie like Spartacus. That is what I signed up for. That is exactly what I signed up for. If I go for a nun, how do I expect her to wear a bikini when she's at the beach? I signed up for a woman that's going to be dressing up with this. And this is the kind of person you put onto yourself, and you should learn how to live with that woman. You should know that, okay, she did that. One is, I think we saw that scenario whereby Jay-Z and Solange had something. Beyonce probably hit the man at home. She probably broke stuff. But did we see that on the media? The time she came out to release an album, that is it. When you have a man that is in the spotlight, you respect him in the spotlight. Deal with your issues privately. Deal with your issues privately, because you're saying, oh, she embarrassed him publicly, so he came back attacking her in the same way.
I never said that. I never said that.
She is.
I never said that.
I'm trying to reply to your question because it's a
I mean, I think you already answered the question. Now you're just You're just going on. So you basically said it's okay, and you're saying that basically when anybody dates an entertainer, if she does things that you don't like, that you deem to be disrespectful, and deem to do things that most people will qualify as cheating, you should just accept that because that's what you signed up for.
Okay. Do you know why he didn't?
No. Is that that's a yes? Just hold on. I just want you to confirm what I said. You're just saying that he signed up for the disrespect, so he has to shut up and take it, basically. No, it's simple. It's a yes or no. Hold on. It's a yes or no. Can you just please answer the question?
Like if I walk somewhere, I'm probably just another passerby who's going to be used in a gospel music something. But she is Kiki Palmer. When you sign up to be with Kiki Palmer, you sign up with the spotlight, you sign up with the paparazzi, you sign up with the fans, you sign up with everyone that's going to be attacking her and attacking you as well. So as
Can I say something?
Being like, hold on, you're being like, I'm a traditional man. I'm having principles. The first definition of a traditional man is to protect and provide. That is one thing. And I'm not saying that all men are supposed to be providers and protectors. But if you sign up to be a traditional man, you're going to provide and protect.
Okay, ma'am. All right, hold on, because you're going on a lot now. Just please hold on. Before anybody says anything, please answer my question. So basically, I want to reiterate and tell me if I got this correct. So basically, you're saying when he signed up to date her, he signed up for it. Things like things that happened on that stage. You're basically saying he signed up to that, and it should be okay.
He signed up for her being in movies like Hustlers.
No. That's not what I'm asking you. Listen, please, ma'am. Stop for a second. Please stick to the point. You're saying that what happened on that stage is what he signed up for when he dated her, correct?
He signed up for all of that with extra.
Okay, so basically, hold on, and I'll let you guys speak. And I think that what was it? I forgot somebody had. I think it's Key. I'm not sure if you're using it. She had a question, so I'll let her go next. But basically, you see people. So whenever you date a celebrity, just understand that you are signing up for disrespect. And when you date a celebrity, that if they do things that you may qualify as cheating, if they humiliate you publicly, just understand that you signed up for that, according to Ellie's logic. Now, I think Kai or Key, you wanted to ask her a question. You can ask her question.
Yes, it's Key. It's
Key.
My
Sorry,
question
Key.
is, let me start with a question. I'm going to start off with a statement. Celebrities are humans at the end of the day. You cannot tell me that any, like, not even talking about Kiki or Usher, you cannot tell me that any celebrity who's in a real relationship can sit there and cheat, disrespect, embarrass, belittle their partner and say, oh, well, you know, the person they're dating should have known that's all they was coming with. That doesn't make any sense. And the first thing that you said that I didn't like, I let you talk. The first thing that you said that I didn't like was when you said, oh, well, she was in Hustlers. That doesn't make any sense. Hustlers is not, so for you to go as far as to say that because she does these films that she gets to act however she wants or anyone for that matter, you basically said that generally celebrities can do whatever they want and the partner should agree with it because that's their job. And you also said, quote unquote, that Kiki works 24/7. That's not true. If you want, and I know you were the one that made analogies earlier that didn't make any sense. I can make an analogy. Let's say, since you love the movie Hustler so much, let's say I'm a stripper and I'm not, before y'all even get on me. Let's say I'm a stripper and I'm gonna keep it PG, Fisherman. Let's say I'm a stripper and I'm at the club getting my money, doing lap dances and a third. Does that mean that when I'm off the clock, I can be in Walmart giving lap dances and swinging around doing splits and taking my clothes off? That doesn't make since we're using, I'm not being for real, like since we're using it now, that doesn't make any sense. We have to hold celebrities accountable because at the end of the day, they're human. And that's
Okay,
how
so can I reply to that then?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to reply to both of you at the same time because I realized that Fisherman did something. When you said, oh, so did he sign up for her to be disrespectful? No, he signed up for her to be in the spotlight. He signed up for her to try and look for clout. He signed up to her to act dirty movies. He signed up to her to try and get the bag in the way of acting. That is one. Back to you, Key. You asked also if I'm a stripper and so on. If you're a stripper and you're invited to an event as a stripper, let's say, or you go to an event as a stripper, I'm going to like like this or something. Like at the end of the day, your career should be put first when you are dealing with it. We do not know if she was paid for an audience there. Like you guys, I hear that someone is being paid for an appearance, and I'm like, wait, what? And I'm like, okay, so that means you actually just dressed to go somewhere and you're paid to be there. You do not know what happened. It looks like she went for a concert. She just went for a show. She could have been given an extra treatment. And then at the end of the day, you're calling it cheating. And he didn't even say it was cheating. You already said, oh, it's cheating. And it's you actually said it qualifies
if he
as
said
cheating.
cheating, y'all would have said that was disrespectful. Of course he wasn't going to talk about his baby mama like that. See, this is what I don't like, sis, right? Tell me, if everybody that's involved with a celebrity, right? Watch this, sis. If everybody involved with a celebrity, right, are supposed to accept their behaviors, right? Why the hell was y'all rooting R. Kelly to...
What did you say?
I said, why were y'all rooting and clapping for R. Kelly to go to jail? Those women knew what they were signing up for.
Okay, and you saying that Kiki was dancing on a 6-year-old?
That's not what I asked you, is it? You just said her boyfriend signed up for that.
You said R. Kelly, and I'm trying to, be like, also Kiki was twerking on a 5-year-old's face. Does that make sense?
R. Kelly didn't twerk on a 5-year-old's face. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I wanted her to do that, bro. I wanted her to go ahead and say some weird stuff, which she just did because
Hold on. You just said that R. Kelly was twerking on a 5-year-old's face. What are you talking about? When did that happen?
Kiki was twerking on a 5-year-old's face.
You just said that.
You're making the analogy that R. Kelly did it.
Honestly, every analogy that Ellie make doesn't make any sense, and it just makes her sound worse and worse.
Word, like she sounds nuts.
I don't make sense because I'm saying that both were wrong, but it doesn't take away.
No, you don't make sense at all. You don't make logical sense. Your analogies are like left field. You're not even like making correct comparisons. Nobody agrees with you. I don't know what the hell you're even talking about.
The only reason why I said it is because when the male celebrity does some weird stuff, he gets bumped.
Darling, you cannot relate twerking on a male celebrity and sleeping with underage girls.
He's not in jail for sleeping with underage girls.
Well, he wasn't.
He's not in jail for sleeping with underage.
He wasn't?
No, that's not.
Sexual affairs with underage children.
Where you get that information? He's not in jail for that. Why didn't he get convicted for that?
Okay, well, let's say he's in jail.
He's in jail for sex trafficking, not with underage women.
Sex trafficking.
He's in jail for sex trafficking with adult women.
So okay, now wait. Let me take that.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Ellie, I think that you're not credible. I think your analogies are really bad. You're not making a lot of sense. And then now you're just making stuff up. Yep. You're making stuff up.
Yeah.
You are.
No, let's take sex trafficking. How are you telling me?
No, I don't like how far we got off a topic. To be honest, I'm not the type of person.
Yeah, please. Please.
I don't like how far off topic we got, and I don't like how she brought up kids. I don't like that.
Right. She just like they're one of those.
That's really weird.
Feminists who like to promote women's bullcrap. That's it. That's their gospel. That's what they do. Feminists all in the comments. That's their gospel.
Yeah.
They cry victim, right? They cry victim, but they are the perpetrators every time.
Yeah, no.
I think really far off topic.
I think Ellie got she got really out of hand, and I think that bro, like I think I have a bit of a headache, honestly, from that one. I'm just gonna let these last two people up. I'm gonna let everybody say their last piece, and I gotta go. I've been streaming for 6 hours. But the last person to come up, just say your name, where you're from, and what you think about the topic.
I'm Makiba. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, so, Trinidad in the house.
If you're familiar with Caribbean culture, I would address two things. I think both things will be correct at the same time without invalidating each other. Most people agree, yeah, her behavior was inappropriate, but in the Caribbean, when you don't see anything, you don't see or you don't deal with disrespect because that is the culture. And if you ever come to Trinidad for Trinidad Carnival, you will see it happening predominantly. Somebody will come together and a woman will start a dance on your boyfriend, and then clearly might end up dancing together.
Wait, hold on. I think that Rich Porter would probably disagree. Oh no, was it Kunta Kinte?
Yeah.
Kunta Kinte is Caribbean also.
I'm from Jamaica, and that's not true.
Well, that is probably Jamaica, but I'm speaking about Trinidad culture. I think if you interact with any Trinidadian,
but the thing is, you're speaking on a carnival. You're speaking in a specific event like carnival.
Right. I'm giving a reference to carnival, but what I'm saying, even when they go party and stuff, it's not something out of the ordinary that you will see someone or a partner going who came together and dancing with other people. However,
so what about the women? Those women you talk about, do they have their butts out?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to a Caribbean party?
Yeah, Carnival is kind of like that. Carnival's a bit crazy.
Carnival is kind of like that.
They be having sex out on the street. However, in each relationship, I think there should be clear parameters. And I've also interacted with couples who, during the scene, she would be like, okay, you're appropriate. She would be like, your behavior is inappropriate. And then she would still go out in public and do it, knowing some of the things that one size fits all, like all couples and go to parties and do it. You should not take your relationship with, so you would know, okay, it's okay for me to go out and get one like this in this manner. So, clearly, in their relationship, it wasn't okay. My issue with him was, I don't think he should have checked her or corrected her in a public platform or in the public. But, let's give the benefit of the doubt and say that, okay, it's probably hard, like most sensitive people don't have this situation of everyone going to the relationship. Going out each time, telling me not because we already established. It's not because our relationship, but she already went into it. So he find like, okay, I told you this in private, and you went out and did it in public, so I'm going to address it in public. But a certain
listen, it's really hard to hear you. You keep going in and out. I can't hear you.
when you're not a mom, that is just not okay, and that are okay when you're not a mom.
All right, listen, it's really hard to hear you, so I'm just gonna let the next person speak because I don't know where you're at. Maybe you're out and about, but it's really hard to understand what you're saying. But I want to let the last person, I think was I say Boston Finest. Please introduce yourself. Let us know where you're from. I'm assuming maybe Boston, and tell us what you think about the topic.
Good morning. I'm Tabitha, and yes, I am from Boston. I've been listening in, and I've had my opinion, and I know I'm going to be called a pick-me, so I'm prepared, ladies, in the comments. So here's my take on the whole thing. Kiki, I went to see Usher on 422. Usher goes out into the audience. He does his thing with different people. Some are celebrities and some are not. So I don't blame Usher for being an entertainer. What I do say is Kiki has a responsibility to the man she's choosing to date. It was disrespectful. And I cannot believe that women are saying she's single when I'm sure half of y'all in these comments are single. And if your man did something to you as a single man who's not married to you, you would have an issue. And I think it's really sad that people have no moral compass anymore. And yes, I'm saying it. I said what I said. You don't have a moral compass. Everywhere we go, we got to be naked. And then we wonder why people say the things that they say about us. Dress the way you want to be addressed. And yes, I'm saying that because I'm a woman of a particular age and I mentor young ladies. And I think it's really sad that we are out here behaving this way as a mother. Because at the end of the day, this stuff is viral and her child will see this one day. Now, I'm not saying what Kiki did was extremely wild because I've seen wilder. But she did not have to come to an Usher concert with her butt cheek because it's our birthday. What does your birthday have to do with your cheeks being out in public? I don't understand that, and I'm going to continue not to understand that. When Little Uzi Vert spoke to Ice Spice, he got a phone to the head.
Okay.
Every woman was like, oh, but I would have done the same thing, probably worse. They are not married. That he's not married to JT. But women always come through with a double standard when it comes to the shenanigans that they do. I'm sick of the whole act. I don't care about you calling me a pick-me. Get yourself together because it's ridiculous. I'm sick of this feminist foolishness. I'm sick of women out here acting like they don't have no common sense. When women do something, you don't hold them accountable. Start holding your homegirls accountable. Because if you're my friend, that's what you're going to get from a woman like me. I'm going to hold you accountable. You acting like an idiot, and you need to stop. And that's what I said. I don't care about you calling me a pick-me or Sunday service because you need to hear it. You need to hear it. It ain't no double standards out here. What is wrong with y'all women? Ridiculous. And yes, I said it, and I'm sorry for taking over and getting passionate about it, but I'm sick of women not holding each other accountable. That's what needs to start happening. Maybe we will see some growth in our community. And I understand that he shouldn't have gone public with it. He could have spoke to her in private. I don't disagree with that. But what I do disagree with is everybody acting like Kiki's single, so she have a right to do what she want to do. Half of your boyfriends are single, but if they cheat, you're going to act like a clown because, oh my God, he disrespected me. We're in a relationship. Where they're in a relationship. Get into that. Exactly. And I don't care what y'all say because I'm real grown and what you say, I don't even know y'all. So it's cool. I'm going to go on. I'm going to go back on mute, but I just had to say that.
Well, I would like to thank you for what you said. If everybody on the panel would like to respond to anything that she said, please do. And I'll take everybody's last words and concerns, and then I'm gonna get off of this piece because I am tired.
Can y'all hear me? I just want to say one thing, just to respond, just to in mind like this. I hear a lot of women, and I see them saying, besides Miss Boston, she's an anomaly, but I hear a lot of women saying she was single in a relationship and she's not married, and he ain't not going to get to fool her until he marries her. That's like going to look at a car, you like, want to see it. Started off, it's not saying the motor smoking, it's leaking oil, but the feeling in the car saying, don't worry about none of that. Once you get it, that's going to stop. What I'm going to say.
All right, guys. Anybody want to end off anything you guys wanted to say?
Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, my phone's jacking up. I'm gonna go real quick because I gotta go eat. But I love that sister that just spoke. Like that was the realest stuff I heard from a female, a woman, body of that sex. Like that was so real and appreciated. The only thing I would say is that if our women continue down this road, it's only gonna get worse. It hasn't gotten better. So the classic definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting a different result. This stuff has been tearing our communities up, so why do we keep doing it? That's all I'm going to say. Appreciate y'all time and energy.
Thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Yep. I would say that I definitely agree with Boston's Finest, and I'm glad she said it. I said a majority of the same thing she said, and I also saw the pick-me comments. I just ignored them because the pick-me comments really just, I don't understand it because pick-me insinuates that I'm saying something to get the attention of a man or to get men to like me, when in fact, I'm in a relationship. I don't care if any of y'all like me. I'm saying this with my chest because this is what I believe in. And at the end of the day, either you have self-respect and respect your partner or you don't. So call, like Boston's Finest said, call us a pick-me if you want. It is what it is.
Thank you for
okay,
your
I just like to be honest. Boston Finance and Key, you're not pygmies. You're just standing up for what's good in the world. And I've realized that a lot of women just lost all dignity and all other moral codes just because they want to be right or whatsoever. But you just continue to deliver the good message and try to educate younger generations not to get warped in this whole 304 phase I've seen going on in the world. So continue to do what you're doing. And have a blessed day.
Anybody else? That's it. All right. Thank you guys. Make sure you hit me with a follow. Hit the link in the bio and follow me on YouTube. If you want, you can subscribe to Patreon. Make sure you hit the link in the bio and get the book, the ebook, Make Her Obsessed. And remember, guys, the whole point of this podcast was to tell men that we focus on all the negative, but there are good women out there. And I think we had a lot of stand-up women who don't agree with this, who don't stand up for it. And you have a lot of honest women out there that are not afraid to call women out on their shit. And I do think that with the proper game and the right awareness, that you can have a high quality woman, a high quality woman who will stand on her principles and morals, and also, stay loyal and show a different level of loyalty. So don't give in to people when they say you're a misogynist, you're a bigot, because you have standards for your relationship. I think you should stand up for those things, and you should stand on that and stop giving in to what people say. All right. Just guys, make sure you subscribe, hit the YouTube channel, subscribe, follow me, and I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe not streaming for 6 hours. We'll try to go for 4. But hit the link in the bio, get the ebook, Make Her Obsessed, or the free one, Introduction to Relationship Dynamics. I'm out of here. Holla at you.